Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Da-Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and glancing at the door he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present speech was more polite. Ejon Khee entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Khee. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Khee made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still—" "They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get a—what do they call it?—a spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is—call it a sighting shot, Khee. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then—" Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it, one city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology. But it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much, how to avoid crime and war, to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars: how, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years, hence. The Martians knew this, because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Khee, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory No. 1 on Earth's moon, Roger Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotterscope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie. And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Rog, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off, to the south. and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second, and then said no. He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts, by Frederick Brown.
Flight Through Tomorrow by Stanton A. Coblentz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Flight Through Tomorrow by Stanton A. Coblentz. Super warfare has destroyed the old race of man, but elsewhere a new civilization is dawning. Nothing was further from my mind when I discovered the release drug Relin than the realization it would lead me through as strange and ghastly and revealing a series of adventures as any man has ever experienced. I encountered it, in a way, as a mere byproduct of my experiments. I am a chemist by profession, and as one of the staff of the Morgenstern Foundation, I have access to some of the best equipped laboratories in America. The startling new invention, I must call it that, though I did not create it deliberately, came to me in the course of my investigation into the obscure depths of the human personality. It has long been my theory that there is in man a psychic entity which can exist for brief periods apart from the body, and have perceptions which are not those of the physical senses. In accordance with these views, I had been developing various drugs, compounded of morphine and adrenaline, whose object was to shock the psychic entity loose for limited periods, and so to widen the range and powers of the personality. I shall not go into details of my researches, nor tell by what accident I succeeded better than I had hoped. The all-important fact, a fact so overwhelming that I shudder and gasp and marvel even as I tell of it, is that I did obtain a minute quantity of the drug, by which, putting the body in a virtual state of suspended animation, could release the mind to travel almost at will across time and space. Yes, across space and time. For the drag of the physical having been stricken off, I could enter literally into infinity and eternity. But let me tell precisely what happened that night when at precisely 10:08 in the solitude of my apartment room I swallowed half an ounce of Relin and stretched out myself on the bed, well knowing that I was taking incalculable risks, but that insanity and even death were by no means remote possibilities on the road ahead. But let that be as it may, in my opinion there is no coward more despicable than he who will not face danger for the sake of knowledge. My head reeled and something seemed to buzz inside it as soon as that bitter half ounce of fluid slipped down my throat. I was barely able to reach the bed and throw myself upon it when there came a snapping as of something inside my brain. Then, for a period, blankness. Then a gradual awakening, that feeling of exhilaration one experiences only after the most blissful sleep. I opened my eyes, feeling strong and light of limb and charged with marvelous vital energy. But as I peered about me, my lips drew far apart in astonishment, and I am sure that I gaped like one who has seen a ghost. Were the familiar walls of my 2x4 room, the bureau, the book rack, the ancient portrait of Pasteur that hung in a glass frame just above my bed, gone, vanished as utterly as they had never been. I was standing on a wide and windy plain, with the gale beating in my ears, with rapid sunset-colored clouds scudding across the blood-stained west. Mingled with the wailing of the blast, there was a deep sobbing sound that struck me in successive waves, like the ululations of great multitudes of far-off mourners. And while I was wondering what this might mean, I felt a prickling of horror along my spine. The first of the portents swept across the sky. I say portents, for I do not know by what other term to describe the apparitions. High in the heavens, certainly at an altitude of many miles, the flaming thing swept across my view, comet-shaped and stretching over at least 10 degrees of arc, swift as a meteor, brilliantly flesh-red, sputtering sparks like an anvil, and leaving behind it a long ruddy trail that only slowly faded out amid the darkening skies. It must have been a full minute after its disappearance before the hissing of its flight came to my ears, a hissing so sharp, so nastily insistent that it reached me even above the noise of the wind. And more than another minute had passed before the earth beneath me was wrenched and jarred as if by an earthquake, and the most thunderous detonations I had ever heard burst over me in a prolonged series. Let me emphasize that none of this had the quality of a dream. It was as clear-cut, as vivid as anything I had ever experienced. My mind worked with an unusual precision and clarity. Not even a fleeting doubt came to me of the reality of my observations. This is some sort of bombing attack, I remember reflecting. Some assault of super monsters of the skies, perfected by a super science. And I did not have to be told the fact. I knew, as if by an all-illuminating inner knowledge, that I had voyaged into the future. Even as this realization came to me, I made another flight, and one that was in space more than in time. It did not surprise me, but I took it as the most natural thing in the world when I seemed to rise and go floating away through the air. It was still sunset time, but I could see clearly enough as I went drifting at a height of several hundred yards above a desolated space near the junction of two rivers. Perhaps, however, desolated is not the word I should use. I should rather say shattered, pulverized, obliterated. For a scene of more utter and hopeless ruin I have never seen nor imagined. Over an area of many square miles there was nothing but heaps and mounds of broken stone, charred and crumbling brick, fire-scarred timbers, and huge contorted masses of rusting steel, like the decaying bones of superhuman monsters. From the great height and extent of the pile of debris, and from the occasional sight of the splintered cornice of a roof or some battered window frame or door, I knew that this had once been a city, one of the world's greatest, but no other recognizable feature remained amid the great gray masses of ruins, and the very streets and avenues had been erased. But here and there a tremendous crater, 300 feet across and 100 to 150 feet deep, indicated the source of the destruction. As if to reinforce the dread idea that had taken possession of my brain, one of the comet-like red prodigies went streaking across the sky, even as I gazed down at the dead city, and I knew, as clearly as if I had seen the whole spectacle with my own eyes, that the missile had sprung from a source hundreds or thousands of miles away, possibly across the ocean, and that, laden with scores of tons of explosives, it had been hurled with unerring mechanical accuracy upon its mission of annihilation. Then I seemed to float over vast distances of that sunset-tinted land, and saw great craters in the fields, and villages shot to ribbons, and farms abandoned, and the wild dogs fought for the wild cattle, and thistles grew deep on acres where wheat had been planted, and weeds sprouted thickly in the orchards, and blight and mildew competed for the crops. But though here and there I could see a dugout with traces of fire and abandoned tools flung about at random, nowhere in all that dismal world did I observe a living man. After a time I returned to a place near the ruined city by the two rivers, and in the rocky palisades above one of the streams I made out some small circular holes, barely large enough to admit a man. And borne onward by some impulse of curiosity and despair, I entered one of these holes and went downward, far downward into the dim recesses, and now for the first time at a depth of hundreds of yards I did at last encounter living men. My first thought was that I had gone back to the day of the caveman, for a cave-like hollow had been scooped out in the solid rock. It was true that the few hundreds of people huddled together there had the dress and look of moderns. It was true also that the gloom was lighted for them by electric bulbs, and that electric radiators kept them warm. Yet Dante himself, in painting the ninth circle of his Inferno, could not have imagined a drearier and more despondent group than these that slouched and drooped and muttered in that cavernous recess, seated with their heads fallen low upon their knees, or moodily pacing back and forth like captives who can hope for no escape. "Here at least we will be safe from the sky marauders," I heard one of them muttering. Yet I could not help wondering what the mere safety of body could mean when the glories of man's civilization were annihilated. There came a whirring in my head and another blank interval, and when I regained my senses I knew that another period of time had passed, possibly months or even years. I stood on the palisade above the river, near the entrance of the caves, and the sun was bright above me, but there was no brightness in the men and women that trailed out of a small circular hole in the ground, drab as dock rats and pasty pale of countenance as hospital inmates, and with bent backs and dirty, tattered clothes, and a mouse-like nosing manner. They emerged with the wariness of hunted refugees, and they flung up their hands with low cries to shield them from the brilliance of the sun, to which they were evidently unaccustomed. From the packs on their backs and the bundles in their hands, I knew that they were emerging from their subterranean refuge to try to begin a new life in the ravaged world above, and my heart went out to them, for I saw that, few as they were, not more than 50 in all, they were the sole survivors of a once populous region, and would have a bitter fight to wage in the man-made wilderness that had been a world metropolis. But as they roamed above through the waste of ash and rubble, and as they wandered abroad where the fields had been and saw how every bush and tree had been seared from the earth or poisoned by chemical brews, I knew that their fight was not merely a bitter one, it was hopeless. And I heard them muttering among themselves, "We have not even any tools," and again, "We have no fuel left for the great machines," for they had lived in a highly mechanical world, and the technicians who alone understood the workings of that world had all been destroyed, and the source of power had been cut off, and power was the food without which they could not long survive. Unable to endure their haggard, hangdog looks and grim, despondent eyes, I went wandering far away, over the length and breadth of many lands, and nowhere did I see a factory that had not been hammered to dust, nor a village that had not been unroofed or burnt, nor a farm where the workers were humming on their merry, toilsome way. Yet here and there I did observe little knots of survivors. Sometimes they were half-clad groups, lean and ferocious as famished wolves, who roamed the houseless countryside with stones and clubs, hunting the wild birds or hares, or making meager meals from bark and roots. Sometimes 3 or 4 men with the frenzied eyes and hysterical shrieks and shouts of maniacs would emerge from a brush hut by a river flat. Sometimes little bands of men and women, in a dazed, aimless way, would go wandering about a huge, jagged hole in the ground, where their homes and their loved ones lay buried. I came upon solitary refugees high up on the scarred mountain slopes, with nothing but a staff to lean upon and a deerskin to keep them warm. I saw more than one twisted form lying motionless at the foot of a precipice. I witnessed a battle between 2 half-crazed, ravenous bands, with murder and cannibalism and horrors too grisly to report. I have observed brave men resolutely trying to till the soil, whose productive powers had been ruined by a poisoned spray from the sky, and I noted some who, though fields remained fertile enough, had not the seed to plant, and others had not the tools with which to plow and reap, and some who, with great labor, managed to produce enough for 3 or 4 mouths, had 20 or 30 to feed, and where the 3 or 4 might have lived, the 20 or 30 perished. Then, with a great sadness, I knew that man, having become civilized, cannot make himself into a savage again. He has come to depend upon science for his sustenance, and when he himself has destroyed the means of employing that science, he is a babe without milk, and it is not necessary to destroy all men in order to exterminate mankind. One need only take from him the prop of his mechanical inventions. Again there came a blankness, and I passed over a stretch of time, perhaps over years or even decades, and I had wandered far in space, to an island somewhere on a sunny sea, and there once more I heard the sound of voices, and somehow, through some deeper sense, I knew that these were the voices of the only men left anywhere on the whole wide planet, and I looked down on them, and saw that they were but few, no more than a dozen men and women in all, with 3 or 4 children among them. But their faces, unlike those I had seen before, were not haggard and seamed, nor avid like those hunting beasts, nor distorted by fury or famine. Their brows were broad and noble, and their eyes shone with the sweetness of great thoughts, and their smiles were as unuttered music. And when they glanced at me with their clear, level gaze, I knew that they were such beings as poets had pictured as dwellers in a far tomorrow, and I did not feel sad, though I could not forget that they were the only things in human form that one could find on all earth's shores. And though I knew that they were too few to perpetuate their kind for long, somehow I felt some vast benevolent spirit in control, that these most perfect specimens of our race should endure when all the wreckers had vanished. As I watched, I saw the people all turning their eyes to an eastern mountain, whose summit still trailed the gold of the dawn clouds, and from above the peak a great illuminated sphere, like a chariot of light, miraculously came floating down, and the blaze was such that I could hardly bear to look at it, and exclamations of wonder and joy came from the people's throats. And I too cried out in joy and wonder as the radiant globe descended, and as it alighted on the plain before us, casting a sun-like aura over everything in sight. Then, through the sides of the enormous ball. I would not say through the door, for nothing of that kind was visible. A glorious being emerged, followed by several of his kind. He was shaped like a man, and was no taller than a man, and yet there was about him which said that he was greater than a man, for light seemed to pour from every cell of his body, and a golden halo was about his head, for his eyes shot forth golden beams so intense and magnetic, once having observed them, I could hardly take my gaze away. With slow steps he advanced, motioning the people to him, and they drew near and flung themselves before him on the ground and cried out in adoration, and I too threw myself to earth in worship of this superhuman creature, and I heard the words he spoke, and with some deeper sense I translated them, though they were not uttered in any language I knew. Out of the stars we come, O men, and back to the stars we shall go, that the best of your race may be transplanted there and survive through means known to us, and again be populous and great. Through the immense evil within the breasts of your kind, you have been purged and all but annihilated, but the good within your race has also been mighty, and can never be expunged, and that good has called through you surviving few to us, your guardians, that we may take you to another planet, and replenish you there, and teach you that lore of love and truth and beauty, which the blind members of your species have neglected here while they unfitted the earth for human habitation. So speaking, the Radiant One motioned to the people, who arose and followed him inside the great sphere of light, and, when they had all entered, it slowly began to ascend, and slowly dwindled and disappeared against the morning skies. And now I knew there was no longer a man left anywhere on earth. Yet as I gazed at the deserted shore, the empty beach, and the barren mountainside, a sense of supreme satisfaction came over me, as though I knew that in the end, after fire and agony and degradation, all was eternally well. That sense of supreme satisfaction remained with me when, after still another blank interval, I opened my eyes as from a deep slumber, and stared at the familiar book rack, the bureau, the modern paper walls of my own room. The clock on the little table at my side indicated the hour of 10:09. In other words, all that had happened had occupied the space of 1 minute. Yet I knew, as surely as I know that I write these words, that the release drug had freed my spirit to range over thousands of miles of space, and that I had looked upon people and events which no other eye will see for scores, hundreds, or even thousands of years to come. End of Flight Through Tomorrow by Stanton A. Coblentz. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Artifacts by J.F. Bone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. The Isahar Artifacts by J.F. Bone. Lincoln said it eons ago. It took a speck of one-celled plant life on a world parsecs away to prove it to all the galaxy. The following manuscript was discovered during the excavation of a lateral connecting link between the north-south streamways in Narhil province, near Isahar, on Quanashore. The excavator, while passing through a small valley 20 years south of the city, was jammed by a mass of oxidized and partially oxidized metallic fragments. On most worlds this would not be unusual, but on Quanashore has no recorded history of metallic artifacts. The terrestrial operator, with unusual presence of mind, reported the stoppage immediately. Asasul, the district engineer monitor, realized instantly that no metallic debris should exist in the area, and in consequence ordered a most careful excavation in the event that the artifacts might have cultural significance. The debris proved to be the remnants of an ancient spaceship, similar to these described in Chronicles 4 through 7, but of much smaller size and cruder design, obviously a relic of pre-expansion days. Within the remnants of the ship was found a small box of metal, covered with several thicknesses of tar and wax-impregnated fabric, which had been mostly destroyed. The metal itself was badly oxidized, but served to protect an inner wooden box that contained a number of thin sheets of a fragile substance composed mainly of cellulose, which were brown and crumbling with age. The sheets were covered with runes of lingua antiqua, arranged in regular rows, inscribed by hand with a carbon-based ink, which has persisted remarkably well despite the degenerative processes of time. Although much of the manuscript is illegible, sufficient remains to settle for all time the Dannar-Marraket controversy and lend important corroborating evidence to the Cassaheb thesis of terrestrial migrations. The genuineness of this fragment has been established beyond doubt. Radiocarbon dating places its age at 10,000 plus or minus 100 cycles, which would place it at the very beginning of the intellectual emergence. It is important beyond question. Its implications are shocking despite the fact that they conform to many of the early legends and form a solid foundation for Dannar's thesis, which has heretofore been regarded as implausible. In the light of this material, the whole question of racial origins may well have to be reevaluated. Without further comment, the translated text is presented herewith. You may draw your own conclusions. Go with enlightenment. Barragond, Monitor of Cultural Origins and Relics, Quanashore Central Repository. I have decided with some thought to write this journal. It is, I suppose, a form of egotism, for I do not expect that it shall ever be read in the event that I am unable to leave this place. Yet it affords me a certain satisfaction to think that a part of me will remain long after I have returned to dust. In any event, I feel that one is not truly dead if a part of his personality remains. Many of the ancients, such as Homer, Phidias, Confucius, Christ, Da Vinci, Lincoln, Einstein, Churchill, and many others, live on through their works when otherwise they would long since have been forgotten, and thus truly dead. Earth's history is full of such examples, and while I have no expectation of an immortality such as theirs, it flatters my ego to think that there will be some part of me which will also survive. Note: there are several lines following this which are obliterated, defaced, or unreadable. There are more to follow. In the future, such gaps in the content will be indicated thus: gap in the content. I expect that it is a basic trait of character, for spacemen must be gregarious, and although I am not truly a spaceman, I have been in space, and in consequence, my character is no different from any of my ex-crewmates, at least in that respect. I think as time passes, I shall miss the comfort of companionship, the sense of belonging to a group, the card games, the bull sessions, the endless speculation on what comes next, or what we will do when the voyage is over and are again on Earth. Gap in the content. I in particularly recall Gregory. Odd, but I never knew his surname, or maybe it was his given name, for Gregory could function as well in one respect or the other. He would boast continually of what he would do to wine, women, and song once we returned to Earth. Poor Gregory. The meteor that hulled our ship struck squarely through the engine room where he was on duty. Probably he never knew that he had died. At least his fate had the mercy of being brief. Certainly it is not like mine. It was given. There was plenty of time for the survivors to reach the lifeboats, and in our decimated condition there were plenty of boats, which increased our chances of living by a factor of 4. I suppose that it was foolish to give way to the feeling of every man for himself, but I am not a spaceman trained to react automatically to emergencies. Neither am I a navigator or a pilot, though I can fly in an emergency. I am a biologist, a specialist member of the scientific staff, essentially an individualist. I knew enough to seal myself in, push the eject button, and energize the drive. However, I did not know that a lifeboat had no acceleration compensators, and by the time the drive lever returned to neutral, I was far out in space and thoroughly lost. I could detect no lifeboats in the vicinity, nor could I raise any on the radio. I later found that a transistor malfunctioned, but by then I was well out of range, stranded between the stars and the black emptiness of space. After reading the manual on the lifeboat operation, there was but one course open. I selected the nearest G-type star, set the controls on automatic, and went into cold sleep. There was nothing else to do. If I remained awake, I would be dead of oxygen starvation long before I reached a habitable world. The only alternative was the half-death of frozen sleep, and the long wait until the boat came within range of the sun I had selected. I awoke in orbit around this world, and after I had recovered full use of my faculties, and checked the analyzer, I decided to land. I'm afraid I did a rather bad job of it, since I used the chemical rockets too late, and the plasma jets scorched a considerable amount of acreage in the meadow where I finally came to rest. However, the residual radioactivity is low, and it is safe enough to walk outside. The lifeboat is lying beside a small stream which empties into a circular pool of blue water in the center of a small meadow. The fiery trail of the jets and rockets has burned a 100-foot wide path across the meadow and the upper edge of the pool, and ends in a broad blackened circle surrounding the boat. I came down too fast for the last few feet, and the drive tubes are a crumpled mess, inextricably fused with the bent landing pads. This boat will never fly again without extensive repairs, which I cannot perform, and the hull is otherwise sound, and I am comfortable enough, except for a few rapidly healing bruises and contusions. In a few days I should be well enough to explore. I am surprised that this world is so capable of supporting human life. The consensus of scientific opinion has been that less than 1 out of 50,000 planets would be habitable, yet I have struck pay dirt on the first try. Perhaps I'm lucky. At any rate, I'm alive, and my lifeboat, while somewhat damaged by an inept landing, is still sufficiently intact to serve as a shelter, and the survival kits are undamaged, which should make my stay here endurable if not pleasant. And we are learning a great deal about our galaxy with the development of the interstellar drive, not the least of which is that authoritative opinion is a mere opinion, and far from authoritative. This world on which I find myself is in every respect but one similar to Earth. There is no animate life, only plants. No birds fly, no insects buzz, no animals rustle the silent underbrush. The only noise is the wind in the trees and the grasses. I am utterly alone. It is a strange feeling, this loneliness. There is a feeling of freedom in it, a release from the too close proximity of my fellow men. There is the pleasure of absolute privacy, but this will undoubtedly pall. Already I find that I am anxious for someone to talk to, someone with whom I can share ideas and plans. There. Gap in the content. Which I cannot explain, but one thing is certain. My impression of this place was wrong. The life here, if not animate, is at least intelligent, and it is not friendly. Yet neither does it hate. It observes me with a slow, methodical curiosity that I can sense at the very threshold of consciousness. It is a peculiar sensation that is quite indescribable, unpleasant, but hardly terrifying. I suppose I can feel it more than a normal person because I am a biologist, and it is part of my training and specialized skill to achieve a certain rapport with my surroundings. I first noticed it yesterday. It came suddenly, without warning, a vague uneasiness, like the feeling when one awakens from a partially remembered but unpleasant dream, and it has been increasing ever since. The principal impressions I received from this initial contact were an awareness of self and a recognizance of identity. The concept of cogito ergo sum came through quite clearly. I wonder what Descartes would think of an alien intelligence quoting his dogma. I think it is animal, despite the absence of animal life in this area. The thought patterns are quick and flexible, and they have been increasing in power and precision at an appreciable rate. I am sure that it is aware of me. I shall call the feeling "it" until I can identify the source more accurately. Certainly "it" appears to be as good a description as any, since there is no consciousness of sex in the thought patterns. I wonder what sort of... And to my surprise I swore. I do not ordinarily curse or use obscenities, not because they are obscene, but because they are a poor and inexact means of conveying ideas or impressions. But in this case they were particularly appropriate. No other words could precisely describe my feelings. Me, a rational intelligence succumbing to such low-level emotional stimuli. If this keeps on, the next thing I know I will be seeing little green men flitting through the trees. Of course, this world is unnatural, which makes its effect on the nervous system more powerful, yet that does not explain the feeling of tension which I have been experiencing, the silent straining tension of an overloaded cable, the tension of a toy balloon overfull with air. I have a constant feeling of dreadful expectancy, of imminent disaster, mixed with a sense of pain and a lively, almost childlike curiosity. To say that this is disquieting would be a complete understatement. This state of chronic disease mixed with occasional rushes of terror, I am certain that my nervous system and emotional responses are being examined and catalogued like a visceral preparation in an anatomy laboratory. There is something infinitely chilling about this mental dissection. And after a careful search of the area, I found precisely nothing. You who may read this will probably laugh, but I cannot. To me, this is no laughing matter. I find myself jumping at the slightest noise. An increase in the wind, the snap of an expanding hull plate, the crackle of static over my radio. I whirl around to see who, or what, is watching me. My skin crawls and prickles as though I were covered with ants. My mind is filled with black, inchoate dread. In 3 words, I'm scared stiff. Yet there is nothing tangible, nothing I should be frightened about, and this terrifies me even more, for I know that this continual fear and worry can lead to what ends this incessant stimulation can reach. Under pressure, my body reacts, preparing me to fight or flee. My adrenals pump hormones into my bloodstream, stimulating my heart and my sympathetic nervous system, making glucose more available to my muscles. My peripheral capillaries dilate. Intestinal activity stops as blood is channeled into areas which my fear and my glands decide will need it most. I sweat. My vision blurs. All the manifold changes of the fight or flight syndrome are mobilized for instant action, but my body cannot be held in this state of readiness. This constant stimulation will ultimately turn my overworked adrenal glands into a jelly-like mess of cystic, quivering goo. My general adaptation syndrome will no longer adapt, and I will die. But I'm not dead yet, and I have certain advantages. I'm intelligent, I know what faces me, and I can adjust. That is one of the outstanding characteristics of the human race. The ability to adjust to our environment, or failing that, to adjust our environment to us. In addition, I have my hands, tools, and materials to work with here in the lifeboat. And finally, I am desperate. I should be able to accomplish something. There must be gap in the content. But it is not going well. There are too many parts which I do not know by sight. If I were a more competent electronicist, I would have had the parts assembled now and would be sending a beacon signal clear across this sector. The pressure hasn't been any help. It doesn't get greater, but it has become more insisting, more demanding. I seem to feel that it wants something, that its directions become more channelized. The conviction is growing within me that I am destined to be absorbed. The fear with which I live is a constant thing, and it still keeps looking for my enemy. In a strange, impersonal way, it has become my enemy, for though it does not hate, it threatens my life. My waking hours are hell, and my sleep is nightmare. Strange how a man clings to life and sanity. It would be so easy to lose either. Of one thing I am certain. This cannot go on much longer. I cannot work under pressure. I must act. I shall try again to find my enemy and kill it before it kills me. It is no longer a question of gap in the content. Never again shall I wish to be alone. If I get out of this alive, I am going to haunt crowds. I will surround myself with people. Right now I would give my soul to have one, just one person near me. Anyone. I feel certain that the 2 of us could face this thing and lick it. If necessary, we could face it back to back, each covering the other. I am now getting impressions, sensory hallucinations. I am floating. I swim. I bathe luxuriantly in huge bathtubs, and the water runs through my body as though I were a sponge. Have you ever felt porous? Gap in the content. And that last attack was a doozer. I wrecked a week's work looking for the little man who wasn't there. The urge to kill is becoming more intense. I want to destroy the author of my misery, even though I am still a balanced personality. Polite language for being sane. I can't take much more of this. I will not go mad, but I will go into the adrenal syndrome unless I can end this soon. Nothing I have done seems to help. For a while I was sure that the music tapes held the pressure back, but the enemy is used to them now. I am still working on the subspace beacon. The radio and most of the control linkages have gone into it. It looks like an electronicist's nightmare, but if the survival manual is right, it will work. It has to work. I dread the time when I shall have to cannibalize the recorder. Can't help thinking that Shakespeare was right when he wrote that bit about music soothing the savage breast. It may not soothe the enemy, for it isn't savage, but it certainly soothes me, even though there's something repetitive about it after half a hundred playings. My breast's savage all right. Fact is, it's downright primitive when an attack starts. I can feel them coming now. I keep wondering how much longer I can last. Guess I'm getting morbid. Gap in the content. More nightmares last night. I drowned 3 times and a purple octopus gave me an enema. Woke up screaming, but I got an idea from it. Funny that I never thought of it before. Water's the fountainhead of life, and there's no real reason for assuming my enemy is terrestrial. He could just as well be aquatic. I'll find out today, maybe. Just to be doing something positive, even thinking makes me feel better. Got it! I know where it is, and I know how to kill it. Fact is, I've already done it. Now there's no more pressure. God, what a relief. This morning I burned the meadow and cut down the nearest trees surrounding this clearing and nothing happened. I expected that. Then I checked the water. Nothing in the stream. But the pond was green, filled almost to the edge with a mass of algae. 100-foot platter of sticky green slime, cohesive as glue and ugly as sin. It had to be it. And it was. I never saw algae that cohered quite like that. So I gave it about 50 gallons of rocket juice, red fuming nitric acid, right in the belly. Then I sat down and let the tension flow out of me, reveling in its pain, laughing like crazy as it turned brown, and the pressure disappeared. No tension at all now. The place is as quiet and peaceful as the grave. I want to laugh and run through the burned meadow and roll in the ashes, so grateful am I for my deliverance. Got the idea of killing the monster from a splash of rocket fuel on the bank of the stream, and my memory of the pain and the early feelings. But it was nothing compared to the feeling when the acid hit that damn mass of green slime. Even though my brain was screaming at me, I felt good. I should put a couple 100 gallons into the stream just to make sure, but I can't afford it. I need the fuel to run the generators to propagate the wave that'll bring me home if someone hears it. And they'll hear it all right. My luck is in. Now I'm going to sleep. Sweet sleep that knits the raveled sleeve of care. Shakespeare, old man, you had a phrase for everything. I love you. I love everything. I even feel sorry for that poor plant. Of guilt. It couldn't help the fact that my jet set up a mutation. And being intelligent, it had to be curious. Of course, no one would believe me if I started talking about intelligent algae, but what's so odd about that? Even the most complex life forms are just aggregations of individual cells working together. So if a few individual cells with rudimentary data storage capacity got the idea of uniting, why couldn't they act like a complex organism? It's useless to speculate on what might have happened had that thing lived. But it's dead now, burned to death in acid, and although destruction of intelligent life is repugnant to me, I cannot help feeling that it is perhaps better that it is gone, considering how rapidly it developed during its first few weeks of life, and the power it possessed. My mind is appalled at its potential. I've had my experience and that's enough. Lord, but I'm tired. I feel like a wrung out sponge. Guess I'll rest for a little while. Gap in the content. And received a reply to my signal. They heterodyned it right back along my own beam. They'll be landing in a week. I don't think I'll take this manuscript with me. Couldn't use it, and somehow I don't feel like burning it. Maybe I'll make a time capsule out of it. It will be amusing to speculate about what sort of a reaction it'll provoke, providing it is ever read. I can see them now, huge-headed humans wrinkling their noses and saying, "Intelligent algae, fantastic, the man must have been mad." The manuscript ends here, and of course we know that the man was not mad. He left behind a rich heritage indeed, for those few cells that escaped his wrath floated down to the sea. Did we but know his origin, we would erect a suitable memorial if we had to travel to the farthest reach of the galaxy. But the names he quotes are not in our repositories, and as for the word Earth, which he used for his home world, I need not remind my readers that the intelligent terrestrial inhabitants of the 22,748 planets of this sector use the term Earth, or its synonyms soil and world, to describe their planets. Of course, the term Home water is gradually replacing this archaic concept as we extend our hegemony ever more widely across the disunited worlds of the galaxy. At that, it seems strange that the unknown author's race should have passed. As individuals, they had so many advantages, while we are so weak and individually so helpless. They could do almost everything except communicate and cooperate. We can do but little else, yet our larger aggregations can control entire worlds, some peopled perhaps with descendants of this very individual. It merely proves that Danar's statement in the preface of his thesis is correct. United, cohesive cooperation is the source of irresistible strength. End of The Isahar Artifacts by Jesse F. Bone. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Kenzie Report by Mark Clifton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Kenzie Report by Mark Clifton. Recording by Timothy Casey. If this story has a moral, it is leave well enough alone. Just look what happened to Kenzie, mad about ants, Mackenzie, who didn't. That Kenzie Mackenzie was a mad scientist hardly showed at all. To see him ambling down the street in loosely jointed manner, with sandy hair uncombed, blue eyes looking vaguely beyond normal focus, you might think here was a young fellow dreaming over how his gal looked last night. It might never occur to you that he was thinking of ants. Of course, we fellows in the experimental lab all knew it, but Kenzie wasn't too hard to get along with. In fact, he could usually be counted on to pull us out of a technical hole. We put up with him through certain fondness, maybe even a little pride. It gave us a harmless subject to talk about when security was too rigid on other things. Our department chief knew it, but Kenzie had solved quite a few knotty electronic problems. The chief has never been too particular to see credit get back to the guy who earned it. We guessed he figured having Kenzie there was profitable to him. In fact, the little redhead in payroll told me the chief was drawing quite a few bonus checks. Personnel probably didn't know about it. Kenzie's papers, buried deep in the files, wouldn't show it, because the only question they had not asked us was, where do you stand on the matter of ants? There was an unwritten law in the lab for nobody to ever mention insects, or even elderly female relatives. I guess that's why it wasn't mentioned to the new guy named Robert Pringle. This fellow Pringle worked along for a couple of weeks and showed us he had the old know-how in his fingers. A capable tech, a good Joe, and we thought we were lucky to get him. On this particular morning, it happened that Pringle was working at the bench next to Kenzie. Being a talented tech like the rest of us, his mind naturally ran along more than one channel at the same time. I expect he was really surprised at the reaction he got when he shouted to the room at large. "Hey fellows," he yelled, "I got little green bugs on my roses. What do you do about it?" The silence made him look up from his work, and he couldn't help noticing we all stood there with clenched hands and gritted teeth. We were watching Kenzie, who snapped the juice off his soldering iron and pointed the iron at Pringle. "Those," said Kenzie, in a hollow, impressive voice, "are aphids. If you will look closer, Pringle, you will see among them ants. The aphid is to the ant as the dairy cow is to the human. Those ants are aphid herders, carefully tending and milking their flock." "Here we go again," moaned one of the fellows across the lab. "The ants are a highly intelligent life form," Kenzie went on. "I would explain it to you in detail, but I am in the middle of a problem at the moment." "Thank heaven for that." Another tech ground out the words. "Suffice it to say," Kenzie ignored all the interruptions, "man would do well to occupy himself trying to communicate with them." The chief came to the doorway of his little office down at the end of the lab. He looked us all over patiently and knowingly. "Now give him your syllogism, Kenzie," he said quietly, "so we can all get back to work." "You may reflect on this, Pringle," Kenzie stated and waved his soldering iron in the air. "1. Man wants to communicate with intelligent life from other planets or the stars. 2. We know from observation the ants communicate with one another. Ergo, before we reach so far as to contact extraterrestrial intelligence, had we not better occupy our time with solving a much simpler communication problem? To wit, communicate with the ants? How can we expect to solve communication with really alien beings from the stars when we have not yet learned to communicate with the intelligent beings at our very feet? All over the room we sighed heavily with relief. We knew the syllogism was the conclusion, the Sunday punch. The boy had really cut it short this time. Usually he was good for a solid hour with facts and figures about how ants built bridges and such stuff. We all looked at Pringle's face, expecting to see the embarrassed and sheepish grin. This was the usual reaction of a stranger when he first met up with Kenzie's syllogism. It horrified us to see instead his shining eyes. We heard him say enthusiastically, "That's just how I've always felt about it, Kenzie. It's a pleasure to meet a man who isn't afraid of thinking." "Oh, no," we groaned out in a chorus. "Only," Pringle said dubiously, and our hopes began to rise again, "only I've been thinking more along the line of termites." Our hopes fell and were shattered. We heard the chief moan to himself, "Oh," and saw him turn about and almost run back into his office. "Two of 'em now," he was mumbling over and over again. "Two of 'em now. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it." He sat down heavily and buried his head in his arms across the top of his desk. Kenzie was watching him too, like he was wondering what had got into the chief. Then Kenzie turned back to Pringle. "Ants," he said with determination. "Termites," Pringle answered him stubbornly. Kenzie glared at Pringle for a minute. Then his face cleared. "Why not both of them?" he asked, like a fellow who was willing to be big about it. "Sure, why not?" Pringle came his halfway also. Then, like he wasn't to be outdone in generosity, "Ants first, then termites later." Solemnly the two shook hands. They went back to their work at the end of the bench, and there was an aura of understanding and accord at that end of the room thick enough to be felt. "I hope you insect lovers will be happy together," the grid expert mumbled to their backs. The rest of us also settled back into our varied jobs and problems, but we worked as if we momentarily expected an earthquake to rock us. Our hands were not quite steady, our eyes were not firm and piercing. We almost held our breaths. For a wonder, we agreed with the chief. Two of them now. The days passed and nothing more was said. More than ever now, we enforced the taboo on insects. We didn't mention trees or wood or even the conditional subjunctive. Wood sounded like wood. Wood might bring up the thought of termites. We could see the chief was weighing the advantages of keeping them against the risks of upsetting the department constantly. As we expected, greed won. We knew he would not risk giving up the prestige and extra bonuses he got for Kenzie's work. And he knew he had to keep those discoveries coming, because our management had a short memory of what a guy had done in the past. The chief even let Kenzie have Pringle as his own personal tech. It served two purposes. It isolated them from the rest of us. It made Kenzie happy. I will say for the lads, they spent most of their time on company problems at first. But gradually, on one corner of Kenzie's bench, a gadget began to take shape. The two of them worked on it when there was no urgent, frantic, must be out today without fail problems to be solved first. None of us could figure out the purpose of the mechanism. We knew if we couldn't figure it, the chief couldn't. But we could practically see him rub his hands in glee when he thought of the extra bonus he might get for this new gadget. Of course, the chief wasn't a complete slouch as an electronics engineer, but it was a long time since he did his study. And he had grown hazy by spending too many years as an administrator. The word got around for hours at a time after we'd gone home. The chief would stand at Kenzie's bench. The way we reasoned it, he figured he ought to know something about the gadget when he took it over to old Rockjaw and palmed it off as his latest discovery. We also reasoned that since we couldn't figure it, the chief must have been an awfully troubled man. Obviously, it had something to do with microwave transmission and reception. There was the usual high-frequency condenser, the magnetron tubes and tuning cavities, all company stock, of course, but then none of us ever worried about cost. That was the chief's problem. He didn't worry much about it either, except at budget time. Then there were screams of anguish from the front office over experimental requisitions. Every year, old Rockjaw promised to fire us all if we didn't cut costs, but in a couple of weeks, we always forgot about it. Trouble was, the chief had been getting edgy about costs lately, so we knew it was about time for the annual budget battle. Significantly, he didn't say a word to Kenzie about the gadget. As luck would have it, I was working late one night on a special permit. My bench is over on a wing of the lab, and I guess the chief forgot I was around. I saw a very pretty scene. The chief had built up a habit of staying late so he could stand and study over the Kenzie gadget. He never touched it, though. He knew enough not to bother anything, because we all knew how bitter Kenzie was when anybody touched his things. The chief was standing there this evening when the general manager, old Rockjaw, was showing some important personages through the plant after hours. They came through the lab door, and I saw scrambled eggs and fruit salad shining all over bulging uniforms. There was also one little geek in a pinstripe suit. Old Rockjaw was talking as usual. "And it's from this room, gentlemen," he was saying, "that some of those revolutionary discoveries emanate." Then he caught sight of the chief, who had hastily picked up a cold soldering iron and was tentatively touching a random point on the new mechanism. "Ah!" old Rockjaw exclaimed with satisfaction. "Here's our chief scientist now, still at work. He watches no clock, gentlemen. He knows no time. His whole life is wrapped up in his research." The chief didn't look around, but bent closer to the soldering point. He looked like he hoped they would limit their inspection to a cursory look around, then retire. I hoped they would, too. I didn't want them to see me. But old Rockjaw, in more of a blowhard mood even than usual, couldn't let well enough alone. He came up close to the chief and looked over his shoulder at the mechanism. He was even more ignorant than the chief, so I knew he wouldn't recognize any of it. "Don't let us disturb you, Alfred," he breathed in a hushed voice, "but could you tell the gentleman what it is you are working on now?" He cleared his throat importantly and said, "I might add that everyone here has been security cleared, Alfred, so you may speak freely." The chief still did not lift his eyes from his work. He didn't dare. He carefully turned an unconnected control knob a hair's breadth with utmost precision and deliberation. "Multi-microfrequentinometer," the chief mumbled, and buried his head still deeper into the mechanism. "Ah, yes, of course, but you have a new hookup," the general manager bluffed. "I hardly recognized the thing at first. Startling," he breathed. He looked around triumphantly at the impressed brass and braid. He looked pointedly at the pinstriped suit, who probably controlled the congressional purse strings. "Apparently he is at a point where he cannot divert his attention to us, gentlemen," he breathed in a hushed voice, placed his fingers to his lips, and began to tiptoe backward toward the door. The Beef Trust in fancy uniform came up on their own toesies, and also tiptoed away from the genius scientist. By now, the genius was beginning to exude large drops of sweat. The door closed behind them, and the chief dropped the cold soldering iron with a sigh of relief. He took hold of his tongue, where he must have been biting into it. He wiped his forehead and fingers with his breast pocket handkerchief. Both the chief and I heard the party walking down the hall and into another wing of the building. I still didn't make a sound. It would never do for the chief to know he had been observed. After a suitable time, the chief also tiptoed out of the lab, and he was mumbling to himself as I have never seen him mumble before. Several days later, another thing appeared on Kenzie's workbench. This time it was a large rectangular glass aquarium. It was filled with moist earth. Now here was something new in electronics. We shook our heads. One of the techs, who fancied himself a psychologist, said the boys were suffering from retrogressive dementia. They'd gone so far back into childhood, they had to play sandbox. The chief overheard the tech and spoke up plaintively. "But I don't see any celluloid spade and bucket," he said. He seemed to be relieved when we burst out laughing. His relief didn't last long, however. It changed to more worry when he saw the boys carefully sprinkling bread and meat crumbs over the surface of the sand. Then on top of that they dropped moist bits of cake icing. When Pringle brought down a marigold plant all covered with aphids and transplanted it into the corner of the aquarium, the chief again ran into his office and began to hold his head in his hands. More days passed. The gadget became a bristling porcupine of test clips. By now the boys had forgotten they were working for the company and spent practically all their time on the Whos-its. The chief became so fascinated in a kind of horror-stricken manner that he did not mention the aquarium to Kenzie at all. The rest of us also kept away from that side of the lab. Ever since Kenzie had started on the gadget, he had no time for us, or helping us with our problems. If we spoke to him, he snapped back at us until I guess all our noses were out of joint. By the time the aquarium appeared, we were ignoring him and everything he did. In a few more weeks, the aquarium was swarming with ants. It was easy to see their tunnels running up and down the sides of the glass. I will say this for the boys. They set it in a huge pan of water. None of us could legitimately squawk about getting ants mixed up with our anatomy. The chief showed he was mixed with disappointment and elation when the boys were asked clearance to work nights in the lab. Disappointed since he could no longer stay late and follow the progress. Elated because the boys must be getting really hot. Annual budget time was getting closer and we could see the wheels going around in his mind. It would be a nice thing if he could deliver the Multi-Whozits gadget before the big fight for appropriations. As far as we know, the only interest the general manager had shown was the time he asked the chief in the hall how that Multi-Whozits was coming along. Even in that question, it was evident old Rockjaw was asking out of rare politeness only, there being no big shots around to impress. It was doubtful if the GM had heard the chief's vague answer because the old boy was mumbling to himself about rising costs and having to cut down expenses. He waddled on down the hall. He was still mumbling as he went, but both the chief and I heard one sentence clearly. And certain salaries and bonuses will have to be cut. The chief turned pale. So we granted Kenzie's request with alacrity and hoped he would finish the gadget in time. For 2 more weeks, the chief waited patiently, or maybe impatiently, because the security police complained about their pinochle game being interrupted to let Kenzie and Pringle in and out. Both the boys began to get a feverish look in their faces. Their cheeks grew hollow, their eyes were bloodshot, their regular work suffered even more. The chief thought he was being considerate when he lifted some of their work and shoved it over to the rest of us. We were already sore at the boys, and we didn't take it too kindly. Just the same, we didn't let our squawk get beyond the walls of the lab. No use letting that nosy personnel department get an excuse to start holding hands, patting on the back, and radiating aid and comfort to all. Then, a certain Monday came. The chief came in a little late as usual. Some of the newer guys pretended to be busy, but we were all watching to see what he would do. There's a back door to the chief's office which he seldom uses, and which he always keeps locked. But it opens into the lab wing right at my table. It wasn't my fault, and fiddling around a little with the lock, it came unstuck and the door opened a little so I could hear what went on. When the chief came in, both the boys were busy dismantling the gadget. Discouragement and hopelessness were written all over their faces, in the dejected slope of their shoulders, in the lackadaisical movement of their arms. Piece by piece, through the glass partition of his office wall, the chief watched the gadget being taken apart. Each piece was carefully taken back and placed in stock for reuse. That alone was enough to create great alarm for their sanity. Imagine a technician putting a piece back to be used over. Finally, the chief could bear it no longer. He called them into his office. He carefully shut the door, but he didn't notice the back door swung open a little farther. I found it necessary to work close to the crack, and if I turned around I could get a good view of the entire office. The chief waved the boys into chairs across from his desk. He sat down and placed his fingertips together. Even then I could see his hands were shaking. He leaned forward and asked with careful sympathy in his voice, "Did it work?" "Yeah," Mackenzie answered in a bored voice. "It worked." I was surprised at Kenzie's voice. Usually he talked with the concise enunciation of a professor. Now he sounded like maybe just a good lab tech. "Then why are you dismantling it?" the chief asked with a worried frown. "It wouldn't be good for people to know about it," Pringle burst out. "I don't understand," the chief faltered. Then desperately, "Look, fellows, I've given you a lot of leeway. You've sloughed your work something terrible. That's all right to an extent. I've covered for you." "Thanks, Chief," Kenzie said dryly. "But old Rock, the general manager," the chief complained, "knows I've been working on something. Now what with budgets coming on and all, I gotta have something to show." "You've been working on something?" Pringle exclaimed. "I mean my department has," the chief covered himself hastily. "I'm responsible for what goes on in my department, you know. I gotta have some kind of an explanation." He was almost wailing now. "What with budgets coming on and all." Make up your own explanation, Kenzie answered disinterestedly. It's a cinch you can't give out with the real one. The chief began to wheedle. You two boys know the explanation. Why can't you tell me? This is your chief you're talking to, boys. The one who's always stood by you and covered for you, remember? You gotta tell me, boys. I saw Pringle and Kenzie look at one another. Guess he's right, Ken, Pringle said. That is, if he promises never to tell anybody. Yeah, I guess so. Kenzie nodded his head in agreement. We owe him that much just for letting us alone. The chief let out a big sigh of relief. It's about ants, Kenzie began. Now, Kenzie boy, the chief interrupted hurriedly. Let's stay on the subject, shall we? Let's not get off on that tangent again, Kenzie boy, shall we? Nuts, Kenzie said. But this is about ants, Chief, Pringle answered, then shrewdly. But first you gotta promise, Chief. All right, I promise, the chief acceded testily. It's about ants, Kenzie repeated stubbornly. The chief winced, but he held his peace. They're intelligent, Kenzie said profoundly and stopped. I know, the chief prompted. I know, Kenzie boy, you've been saying that all along. I communicated with them, Kenzie said flatly. You what? The chief's eyes bugged out. I guess mine did too. Sure, Kenzie answered. After a fashion, that is. In their anthers they've got a chitin cell diaphragm, modified cellular structure. They communicate with a sort of microwave. Roughly, you might say it generates and radiates like our brain wave. Roughly, very roughly. This chitin diaphragm picks up the microwave like our ears pick up sound. Roughly, that is. But that's wonderful, the chief glowed. It didn't take much imagination to see him in the general manager's office explaining how his multi-Whosits gadget worked. Maybe nothing immediately commercial about it, but when the publicity office got a hold of it, man, it would mean plenty of free publicity for the company. And how old Rockjaw loved free publicity. We tuned in on them, Kenzie was saying. By putting different kinds of food around and by making different kinds of disturbances, we worked out a crude sort of vocabulary. You did? The chief exclaimed. Nothing fancy, you understand, Kenzie belittled his achievement, but enough so that when we broadcast a sugar wave, they came running to the surface to see where it was. When we broadcast a water wave, they rushed to the ant nursery and started carrying the eggs to high ground. Glory be, the chief breathed. In his eyes there was a vision of world-renowned scientists patting him on the back. Maybe even more important, old Rockjaw was actually smiling and telling him he could have unlimited funds in his budget. Sure, Kenzie said bitterly. Sure, that was all very fine. Big shots we were going to be, Pringle and me. First time in history man had talked with an insect. Maybe even get our pictures in the paper, same as if we'd murdered somebody. Fame. Yeah, Pringle chimed in. First step in learning how to communicate with an alien mind. Nuts. I don't get it, the chief stammered. What's wrong with that? Well, we went on perfecting the vocabulary, Kenzie said. You know, finding it down. Had the little beggars practically standing on their heads at times with our wave. He grinned at the memory and seemed to shake off some of his lethargy. You should have been there the night Pringle had them marching in formation. His face fell again. We kept on improving the gadget, he said with hangdog attitude. We still hadn't made direct communication, you understand. Nothing like, how do you do, Mrs. Ant? This is Kenzie McKenzie, human talking. Then he sneered at his memory. With our microwave we could make them do things, but hell, you can make them run out of the ground by pouring water down their hole. That's not communication. We couldn't seem to contact them direct, make them know we were communicating. But you still, the chief said. He had visions of every home using a gadget to broadcast keep-away signals to ant pests. Our gadget was still crude at that point, Kenzie interrupted. We fined it down more and more. That's when we began to pick up the star static. Star static? The chief faltered. He wouldn't know about that, Pringle said, and I could detect contempt in his voice, even if the chief couldn't. Sure he would, Kenzie corrected. Everybody knows about the 50 or so stars that send out continuous radio signals, and how we've been trying for years to unscramble them. Why, certainly, the chief said, so positively I knew he hadn't heard of it before. Anyway, Kenzie said, the more we worked out the vocabulary code, the more the star signals began to fit right into it. So we decided to break up the thing and forget all about the ants. Honest, Chief, you'll never hear me mention the word again. Termites either, Pringle chimed in. But I still don't understand, the chief complained. It still all sounds marvelous. I just don't understand. Draw him a picture, Pringle said disgustedly. Okay, Kenzie acceded. How many years would you say that ants have been on Earth, Chief? Oh, I don't know. Quite a few, I'd say. Yeah, Kenzie said dryly. Quite a few. At least 1,000,000. Unchanged. A perfect life form with a perfect civilization. So perfect, nature hasn't seen any need to change them for 1,000,000 years. So what? The Chief asked. They're nothing. We come along and make them do nip-ups. Yeah, Kenzie was bitter again. We humans go around talking about how brave and smart we are. How someday we'll even get so smart we'll contact other intelligent races on other worlds. Yeah, we're smart. You know those star radiations? That's not my specialty, you know, the Chief answered cautiously. Some of those radiations started out from their home planet 1,000,000 light years ago, Pringle said quietly. So what again? Those radiations, Kenzie said, happen to be communications between the galaxies beamed at the ants. Sort of a continuous radio program broadcast universe-wide. It happens the ants, maybe termites, maybe other insects, are spread through all the galaxies. It happens they are the dominant intelligent race throughout the universe. He shrugged in disgust. Us big brave humans, he said contemptuously. Someday we might even reach Mars. Hell, those ants have been colonizing for hundreds of millions of years. They're still communicating. They are the real intelligence on Earth. He crushed a cigarette fiercely into a glass tray on the desk. One thing man has got, or ever had, was his ego. He's got to believe he's top dog or else he folds and quits. Yeah, we're smart all right. Hell, we're so far down the scale the ants don't even recognize us as life form at all. Pringle nodded soberly. He said to the Chief, Yeah. How would you like to explain a gadget that proved ants have more brains than you have? The Chief looked at them with incredulous eyes. He was still staring at them silently with a bloodless face when the office messenger came in and told him the general manager wished to see him in his office to discuss budgets. I closed the back office door quietly and went back to work. The other guys clustered around and wanted to know what I'd heard. Nothing, I said, and looked them straight in the eye. Nothing at all. End of The Kenzie Report by Mark Clifton. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Resort by Stephen Bartholomew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Last Resort by Stephen Bartholomew. I inflated a rubber balloon and set it adrift. The idea was that in free fall the balloon would drift slowly in the direction of the leak. This was the first thing I did after I had discovered the trouble. It was the first action I took. I'd been thinking about it for some time. I'd been thinking about what a great distance it was from Pacific Grove, California to Mars, and how I would never breathe the odor of eucalyptus again. I watched the white balloon floating in the middle of the cabin, light reflected from a spot on its surface, and it made me think of a moon globe I used to keep on my desk when I was in college. I had turned off the fan and tried to hold my breath to keep from disturbing the air. The balloon drifted slowly a few feet aft, wobbled there for a minute or two, and then began to drift forward again. I decided to indulge in the rare luxury of a cigarette. I lighted one, reached over and popped the balloon. The piece of rubber hung in the air, limp and twisted. I had not expected that trick to work. The rate of leakage was very low. It had been some 36 hours since I first noticed it. This was one of those things, of course, that were not supposed to happen in space, and often did. Every precaution had been taken against it. The outer shell of the ship was tough enough to stop medium-velocity meteoroids, and inside the shell was a self-sealing goo, like a tubeless tire. Evidently, the goo hadn't worked. Something had gotten through the hole and made a pinhole leak. In fact, the hole was so small that it had taken me nearly 35 hours to compute the rate of leakage exactly. But it was big enough. It would do. I had held the clipboard in my hand for a long time, rechecking the little black numbers on it again and again. Then I had warmed up the transmitter, raised lunar base, and reported what had happened. I had not reported before because I had not even been sure I had a leak. There's a normal seepage rate, of course. A certain amount of air will seep right through the molecular structure of the hull. That's what the reserve tanks are for. But I had been out a long time and there wasn't enough air left in the tanks to compensate for this. Not quite. So I reported to base. The operator on the other end told me to stand by for instructions. That was for my morale. Then I spent some time thinking about Pacific Grove and the White House there and the stand of eucalyptus. Then I blew up the balloon and popped it. As I watched the piece of rubber hang motionless in the air, the receiver began clicking. I waited till it stopped, then pulled the tape out and read it. It said, "Have you inspected hull?" I switched on the send key and tapped out, "Just going to. Stand by." I opened the locker and broke out my spacesuit. This was the first time I'd put it on since liftoff. Without help, it took me nearly half an hour to get it on, then check it out. I always did hate wearing a spacesuit. It's like a straitjacket. In theory, I could have kept it on, plugged directly into the ship's oxygen supply, and ridden all the way back to Earth that way. The trouble with that idea was that the suit wasn't designed for it. You couldn't eat or drink through the helmet, and no one had ever thought up a satisfactory method of removing body wastes. That would be the worst way to go, I thought, poisoned slowly in my own juices. When I finally did get the thing on, I went out the airlock. If the leak had been bad enough, I would have been able to see the air spurting out through the hole, a miniature geyser, but I found no more than what I expected. I crawled around the entire circumference of the hull and found only a thin silvery haze. The air, as it leaked out, formed a thin atmosphere around the hull, held there by the faint gravity of the ship's mass. Dust motes in the air reflecting sunlight were enough to hide any microscopic geyser spout. Before I re-entered the airlock, I looked out into space, in the direction away from the sun. Out there, trailing far away, the air had formed a silver tail. I saw it faintly shimmering in the night. I was going to make a good comet. I got back inside and stripped off the suit. Then I raised Lunar Base again and tapped out, "Have inspected hull. Results negative." A few minutes later the reply came back, "Stand by for instructions." For my morale. I lighted another cigarette and thought about it some more. I looked around the interior of my expensive 10-foot coffin. I figured I would last for about another 75 hours. Of course, I could take cyanide and get it over with, but this wouldn't be such a bad way to go. Within 75 hours, the last of my reserve tanks would be empty. Then I would just wait for the rest of the air to leak out of the cabin. First, I would lose consciousness with anoxia. I'd hardly even notice. Then as the pressure got lower, my body fluids would begin to evaporate. Once I had seen a mummy in a museum. It was some old prospector who had been lying in the Nevada desert for 100 years or so. I was going to look like him. Dried up, yellow, my teeth protruding in a grin, perfectly preserved. With no pilot, the ship would go into a cometary orbit around the sun. Maybe in 100 years or so, someone would come back and take me back to a museum on Earth. I began to think about my wife, Sandy. I got out a piece of paper and wrote a long letter to her. I thought, maybe she'll even get to read it someday. Writing gave me something to do. I wrote about the time we'd gone up to the Sierras together and slept in a sleeping bag at the edge of a 4,000-foot cliff, and about the times we had gone out in our cabin cruiser, the time we both nearly drowned. And I asked about our daughter Wendy, who would be 4 now. I remembered part of an old poem. Christ, that my love were in my arms, and I in my bed again. Writing was all right until I realized that I had begun feeling sorry for myself, and I was letting it get into the letter. I put the letter aside and wondered what else I would do to kill time. I got out some of the film plates I'd made of the surface of Mars. Of course I had transmitted them all to Lunar Base, but it would have been nice if I could have delivered the original plates. I studied them for a while, but didn't find anything I hadn't seen before. Well, I'd done my job at least. I'd orbited Mars. I had the glory of being the first American to do that. I had dropped the instrument package and transmitted all the data I could get back to Lunar. My only failure would be not bringing back the ship. I remember a conversation I'd had at the last International Space Symposium in Geneva. A buddy of mine and I had taken out one of the Soviet cosmonauts and got him drunk. He was a dignified sort of drunk, a party member who told long, pointless Russian jokes with an unwavering, serious expression. He sat sideways on the bar stool, holding his glass of vodka between two fingers and staring straight ahead. He said one thing that I have never forgotten. "Do you know why we are ahead of you in space?" he had said, staring with dignity at a tall blonde at a nearby table. "It is because of your bourgeois sentimentality. You do not like risking men. You build a skyscraper in New York to house some insurance company. 2 or 3 construction workers are maimed or killed on the job. One of your coal mine collapses and 50 men are trapped. Yet look, you're afraid of losing men in space because of what the people at home might think. So you are too conservative. You avoid risks. So we are ahead of you. We send out a ship with 3 men aboard when you would risk only 1. We are not sentimental. That is all. That is why we are ahead of you." He ordered another drink and stared into the mirror for several minutes, letting us think that over. Then he went on. "Yes, you are less scientific than we, less logical. Yet that is your advantage too. You are more alert to the unprecedented, the unpredictable. You are always ready for the wild chance, the impossible possibility. You expect the unexpected. You hope for the hopeless. Being sentimental, you have imagination." His words came back to me. The unpredictable, the wild chance, the impossible possibility. That was all that could save me now. But what? Maybe another meteor would come along and plug the hole the first had made? No, I had to think my way out of this one. But what if there was no way out? I pushed myself to the aft bulkhead, turned and looked forward to the instrument panel. Picked out the smallest meter face. I could just read the numbers on it. I told myself, when I can't read the numbers anymore, I'll know my vision is blurring from the beginning of anoxia. I thought, when that happens, I'll key in the transmitter and tap out, "Tell Sandy goodbye." It would be dramatic anyhow. A withered mummy in a flying tomb. The receiver began clicking again. They're still worried about my morale, I thought. I went over and pulled out the tape. It said, "Bronson here. Suggest you try last resort." Dr. Bronson was the project director. It was a moment before I realized what he meant. When I did, I hesitated for several minutes, then shrugged and tapped out OK. I knew what had been happening down there. They had fed all the data I could give them through a computer, and the computer had said no dice. There was no solution to the problem, at least none that a computer could think of with the data available. There was still the last resort. I wondered if cyanide might not be more pleasant. Well, the execs would have scientific interest anyway. The last resort was still top secret and highly experimental. It was a new drug with a name a foot long, called LRXD for short. It had come out of the old experiments with lysergic acid and mescaline. I had never heard of its existence until a few hours before liftoff from Lunar Base. Then Dr. Bronson had given me a single ampule of the stuff. He had held it up to the light, looking through it. He said, "This is called LRXD. No one knows exactly what it will do. The lab boys say the LR stands for last resort." What it was supposed to do was to increase mental efficiency in human beings. Sometimes it did. They'd given it to one volunteer and then shown him an equation which had taken a computer 10 minutes to solve. He wrote down the answer at once, apparently having gone through the entire process in his head instantaneously. Dr. Bronson told me, it isn't just a matter of IQ, it increases the total level of consciousness. Ordinarily, the human brain screens out thousands of irrelevant stimuli. You're not aware of your watch ticking or the fly on the wall or your own body odor. You just don't notice them. But under LRXD, the brain becomes aware of everything simultaneously. Nothing is screened out. Furthermore, the subject is capable of correlating everything. The human brain becomes as efficient as a Mark 60 computer, with the advantage of imagination and intuition. We don't know how it works yet or exactly what it does. I hate to say this, but there's even some evidence that the drug increases telepathic ability. But then again, 3 of the volunteers had gone insane after taking the drug. 2 had died. On some of the others, there was no apparent effect at all. We don't even know whether the effects are permanent or temporary, Bronson added. So now I was supposed to take this last resort and then try to think of a way out of my predicament, with my IQ boosted up to 1,000 or so. It made me think of my college days when I'd stayed up all night on Benzedrine writing term papers. I remembered Bronson's description of one of the volunteers who had gone insane and shuddered. Well, I had nothing to lose. "It is what the name implies," Bronson had said. "To be used only in extreme emergency. Only when you have nothing to lose." I had put the ampule away in the medicine locker and deliberately forgotten about it. Now I had got it out again and held it up to the light as Bronson had done. Milky white. I strapped myself to the acceleration couch, filled a syringe, and swabbed my arm. I looked at the letter I had started and probably would never finish. I rammed the needle in. The hallucinations began within 5 minutes. This was normal, Bronson had said. I waited, gripping the armrests of the couch, hoping I would not begin believing in what I saw. First there was the meter face directly in front of me. It was blue-green. I had never really seen before what color it was. It was like a round, bright flame. I stared at it, becoming hypnotized. Finally I couldn't stand it anymore. I reached over and switched off the panel lights. Then the meter face became the blackest darkness I had ever seen. It was no longer a flat disc, but the entrance to a long, black tunnel, endless and narrow. I wanted to enter the tunnel, and I quickly shifted my gaze. A gas tube rectifier caught my attention. This was like the meter face, only worse. A cloud of intense blue, flickering, shimmering. As I stared at it, the cloud seemed to be expanding, growing, forever flickering and shimmering until it became vast. It filled the universe, pulsating with energy. It was a kind of blue I had never seen before. I had never seen the color before. There was a red plastic safety guard over one of the toggle switches. Suddenly it seemed alive. Rather, the red was alive. The color was no longer part of the object. It was an entity in itself, blazing like flame, liberated from matter. It was a living drop of blood, a fire. I closed my eyes, trying to escape from color. But that was much worse. The colors inside my head blazed out even brighter, more savage. I turned my head, trying to find something in the cabin to look at that was not bright blue or green or red. With horror, I focused on the spacesuit locker. I'd left the locker open, the suit hanging on its wire stretcher. I saw immediately that the spacesuit was alive. It stood there, motionless, returning my stare. I could not look away from it. I could not move with fear. Slowly, very slowly, the spacesuit raised an arm and pointed at me. I stared at its single oval eye, recalling childhood nightmares. Then the suit came out of its locker and began to advance toward me, still pointing its gauntlet at my face. It seemed to take hours to walk across the cabin toward me. I held my breath, waiting. I thought I would scream if it did not reach me. It was taking too long. Then it did reach me, and bending low above me, wrapped its metallic arms around my body. I turned my face from its mechanical, fiery breath. It began to crush me. I could not breathe. I felt my ribs begin to bend, slowly splinter. My face was pressed against its metallic chest. It was a thin gray wall. Then there was nothing but the wall itself, dark, thin as a membrane, but impenetrably strong. I was pressing toward it, forcing my way, flattening against it, being crushed slowly between its thin gray membrane and the tremendous weight of darkness at my back. I knew that if the membrane did not give, I would break through at last. I would suffocate and die. In fact, I was already dead. The idea came to me with a weight of horror. I twisted, lashing out in total panic. Then the thin gray wall split and gave way, and I was free. I was still strapped to my crash couch, regarding the instrument panel with absolute calm. Bronson had been right. I was aware of everything. I took in every meter indication simultaneously and correlated their data in my mind without help of the computer. I was aware of every sound, the faint hum of the gas tubes and transformers, the whir of the gyros, the reedy buzz of hydraulic actuators, the periodic clicking of the oxygen reclaim unit. I was aware of everything that was happening in the ship, as if it were my own body. My body! I knew that I would have to explore my new self before investigating the ship. With an effort of will, I will shut off my new sense impressions, and looked inside. I sensed the rhythmic muscular action of my heart, the opening and closing of the valves. I felt the surge of blood in all my vessels. I moved my hand to touch the bulkhead and found that I could count the number of microseconds it took for the nerve impulses to travel from my fingers to my brain. Time seemed to have slowed down. It took an hour for the second hand on the panel clock to make one circuit. In retrospect, I know that this condition of super awareness must have lasted only for a few minutes, but it seemed then that I had all the time in the world. I found that I no longer needed to think in words, or even symbols. I could pose myself a problem in, say, four-dimensional vector analysis and see the solution immediately, like a flash of intuition. I had attained some total somatic consciousness. I was able to analyze the exact relationship of the drug to the molecular structure of my own protoplasm. It was then I knew that, although I had recorded no information about Mars that the Russians didn't already have, I was going to bring back home a piece of candy much sweeter. Wait now, I told myself, wait. You have a specific problem to solve. The problem being how to stop that leak in the hull long enough to get home alive. It was a problem of basic survival. I was confident. I knew that if any possible solution to my predicament existed, I would find it. I was my own data computer now, but with eyes and ears and imagination. I opened my senses again and concentrated on the flood of information coming at me from the instrument panel. I found that I had total recall. I could remember, simultaneously, every wiring diagram and blueprint of the ship, every screw and transistor and welded seam that I had ever glanced at. I saw the entire ship as a single entity, a smoothly functioning organism. In a flash I saw hundreds of ways of improving its design, but that would have to wait. For a moment I gathered all my psychic energy and concentrated on the single crucial problem of stopping that leak. And I saw there was no way to stop the leak. No logical way. Back at Lunar Base I tried to explain to Bronson what had happened, but I found that it was impossible to explain in words. In fact, I no longer entirely understood myself what had happened. It was something that had occurred, not altogether on the conscious level, something about my becoming aware for a time of the separate molecules of air within the cabin as extensions of my own body, mind, but I didn't know how to verbalize it. Dr. Bronson gave me a thorough physical and preliminary psychological exam. The effects of the drug had worn off, but I felt somehow changed. I didn't know just how. In fact, I wouldn't know until one day 2 years later when I dropped a vial of nitroglycerin and it miraculously did not go off. Still, Bronson pronounced me ready and fit for a long vacation, and in a few days I was headed back toward Pacific Grove. The vacation lasted for a week. Then it was a Sunday evening, and I was sitting at the front porch of the White House nursing a highball while my wife was upstairs telling Wendy a bedtime story about a princess who kissed a toad, and it turned into a handsome prince. I was sitting there in the evening light, inhaling the scent of eucalyptus, and thinking for the 1000th time about how much better this was than bottled oxygen. Then a rented car pulled into the driveway, and General Bergen got out, wearing civilian clothes. He came up to the porch and sat down next to me. He did not pause for any pleasantry. "Where's your wife?" he said. "Upstairs." "Anyone else in the house?" "Just my daughter." He leaned back and lighted a cigarette. I was about to offer him a drink, but he didn't give me a chance. "Official orders. From now on you're top secret. You're wanted back at the Space Medic Center in Washington. You have 24 hours to straighten out your affairs." "What?" He waved a hand. "I wasn't supposed to tell you this yet. Keep it under your hat." I noticed that the fingers holding his cigarette were trembling. "We spent 4 days going over the hull of your ship, with microscopes. Then we found it. The leak. The hole was still there. It must have been a micrometeor of high density and tremendous velocity. Burned a hole right through the sealing compound." Once again I tried to organize words to explain what I had not been able to explain before. "But the ship's air did stop leaking. I could never have made it back." "But the hole is still there." Then his voice faltered. "Don't you see? My God, what have we yet to learn about psi forces, psychokinesis? There was nothing to prevent all the air in your ship from leaking out through that pinhole. Nothing except you." The general leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, looking out into the gathering darkness. "We've got to find out what this drug does," he said. "The space program," I began. "Space program?" He pulled on his cigarette. "Hell, what are rockets compared to this?" End of Last Resort by Stephen Bartholomew. Recording by Timothy Casey.
McIlvaine's Star by August Derleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Waits. McIlvaine's Star by August Derleth. Old Thaddeus McIlvaine discovered a dark star and took it for his own. Thus he inherited a dark destiny. Or did he? "Call them what you like," said Tex Harrigan. "Lost people or strayed crackpots or warped geniuses. I know enough of them to fill an entire department of queer people. I've been a reporter long enough to have run into quite a few of them." "For example," I said, recognizing Harrigan's mellowness. "Take Thaddeus McIlvaine," said Harrigan. "I never heard of him." "I suppose not," said Harrigan, "but I knew him. He was an eccentric old fellow who had a modest income, enough to keep up his hobbies, which were three. He played cards and chess at a tavern called Bixby's on North Clark Street. He was an amateur astronomer, and he had the fixed idea that there was life somewhere outside this planet and that it was possible to communicate with other beings. But unlike most others, he tried it constantly with the queer machinery he had rigged up. Well, now this old fellow had a trio of cronies with whom he played on occasion down at Bixby's. He had no one else to confide in. He kept them up with his progress among the stars and his communication with other life in the cosmos beyond our own, and they made a great joke out of it, for all I could gather. I suppose because he had no one else to talk to, McIlvaine took it without complaint. Well, as I said, I never heard of him until one morning the city editor, it was old Bill Henderson then, called me in and said, "Harrigan, we just got a lead on a fellow named Thaddeus McIlvaine who claims to have discovered a new star. Amateur astronomer up North Clark. Find him and get a story." So I set out to track him down. It was a great moment for Thaddeus McIlvaine. He sat down among his friends almost portentously, adjusted his spectacles, and peered over them in his usual manner, halfway between a querulous oldster and a reproachful schoolmaster. "I've done it," he said quietly. "Aye, and what?" asked Alexander testily. "I discovered a new star." "Oh," said Leopold flatly, "a cinder in your eye." "It lies just off Arcturus," McIlvaine went on, "and it would appear to be coming closer." "Give it my love," said Richardson with a wry smile. "Have you named it yet? Or don't the discoverers of new stars name them any more?" "McIlvaine star. That's a good name for it. Hard aport of Arcturus, with special displays on windy nights." McIlvaine only smiled. "It's a dark star," he said presently. "It doesn't have light." He spoke almost apologetically, as if somehow he had disappointed his friends. "I'm going to try and communicate with it." "That's the ticket," said Alexander. "Cut for deal," said Leopold. That was how the news about McIlvaine's star was received by his cronies. Afterward, after McIlvaine had dutifully played several games of euchre, Richardson conceived the idea of telephoning the Globe to announce McIlvaine's discovery. "The old fellow took himself seriously," Harrigan went on, "and yet he was so damned mousy about it. I mean, you got the impression that he had been trying for so long that now he hardly believed in his star himself any longer. But there it was. He had a long, detailed story of its discovery, which was an accident, as those things usually are. They happen all the time, and his story sounded convincing enough. Just the same, you didn't feel that he really had anything. I took down notes, of course. That was routine. I got a picture of the old man, with never an idea we'd be using it. To tell you the truth, I carried my notes around with me for a day or so before it occurred to me that it wouldn't do any harm to put a call in to the Yerkes Observatory up in Wisconsin. So I did, and they confirmed McIlvaine's star. The Globe had the story, did it up in fine style. It was 2 weeks before we heard from McIlvaine again. That night McIlvaine was more than usually diffident. He was not like a man bearing a message of considerable importance to himself. He slipped into Bixby's, got a glass of beer, and approached the table where his friends sat almost with trepidation. "It's a nice evening for May," he said quietly. Richardson grunted. Leopold said, "By the way, Mac, whatever became of that star of yours? The one the papers wrote up?" "I think," said McIlvaine cautiously, "I'm quite sure I have got in touch with them. Only," his brow wrinkled and furrowed, "I can't understand their language." "Ah," said Richardson with an edge to his voice, "the thing for you to do is to tell them that's your star, and they'll have to speak English from now on so you can understand them. Why, next thing we know, you'll be getting yourself a rocket or a spaceship and going over to that star to set yourself up as king or something." "King Thaddeus the First," said Alexander loftily. "All you star dwellers may kiss the royal foot." "That would be unsanitary, I think," said McIlvaine, frowning. Poor McIlvaine! They made him the butt of their jests for over an hour before he took himself off to his quarters, where he sat himself down before his telescope and found his star once more, almost huge enough to blot out Arcturus, but not quite, since it was moving away from that amber star now. McIlvaine's star was certainly much closer to the earth than it had been. He tried once again to contact it with his homemade radio, and once again he received a succession of strange, rhythmic noises which he could not doubt were speech of some kind or other. A rasping, grating speech, to be sure, utterly unlike the speech of McIlvaine's own kind. It rose and fell, became impatient, urgent, despairing. McIlvaine sensed all this, and strove mightily to understand. He sat there for perhaps 2 hours when he received the distant impression that someone was talking to him in his own language. But there was no longer any sound on the radio. He could not understand what had taken place, but in a few moments he received the clear conviction that the inhabitants of his star had managed to discover the basic elements of his language by the simple process of reading his mind, and were now prepared to talk with him. What manner of creatures inhabited Earth? They wished to know. McIlvaine told them. He visualized one of his own kind, and tried to put him into words. It was difficult, since he could not rid himself of the conviction that his interlocutors might be utterly alien. They had no conception of man and doubted man's existence on any other star. There were plant people on Venus, ant people on Andromeda, six-legged and four-armed beings which were equal parts mineral and vegetable on Betelgeuse, but nothing resembling man. "You are evidently alone of your kind in the cosmos," said his interstellar correspondent. "And what about you?" cried McIlvaine with unaccustomed heat. Silence was his only answer, but presently he conceived a mental image which was remarkable for its vividness. But the image was of nothing he had ever seen before, of thousands upon thousands of miniature beings, utterly alien to man. They resembled amphibious insects, with thin elongated heads, large eyes, and antennae set upon a scaled four-legged body, with rudimentary beetle-like wings. Curiously, they seemed ageless. He could detect no difference among them. All appeared to be the same age. "We are not, but we rejuvenate regularly," said the creature with whom he corresponded in this strange manner. Did they have names? McIlvaine wondered. "I am Guru," said the star's inhabitant. "You are McIlvaine." "And the civilization of their star?" Instantly he saw in his mind's eye vast cities which rose from beneath a surface which appeared to bear no vegetation recognizable to any human eye, in a terrain which seemed to be desert, of monolithic buildings, which were windowless and had openings only of sufficient size to permit the free passage of its dwarfed dwellers. Within the buildings was evidence of a great and old civilization. You see, McIlvaine really believed all this. What an imagination the man had! Of course the boys at Bixby's gave him a bad time. I don't know how he stood it, but he did. And he always came back. Richardson called the story in. He took a special delight in deviling McIlvaine, and I was sent out to see the old fellow again. You couldn't doubt his sincerity, and yet he didn't sound touched. "But, of course, that part about the insect-like dwellers of the star comes straight out of Wells, doesn't it?" I put in. "Wells and scores of others," agreed Harrigan. "Wells was probably the first writer to suggest insectivorous inhabitants on Mars. His were considerably larger, though. Go on." "Well, I talked with McIlvaine for quite a while. He told me all about their civilization and about his friend Guru. You might have thought he was talking about a neighbor of his I had only to step outside to meet. Later on I dropped around at Bixby's and had a talk with the boys there. Richardson let me in on a secret. He had decided to rig up a connection to McIlvaine's machine and do a little talking to the old fellow, making him believe Guru was coming through in English. He meant to give McIlvaine a harder time than ever, and once he had him believing everything he planned to say, they would wait for him at Bixby's and let him make a fool of himself. It didn't work out quite that way, however. "McIlvaine, can you hear me?" McIlvaine started with astonishment. His mental impression of Guru became confused. The voice speaking English came clear as a bell, as if from no distance at all. "Yes?" he said hesitantly. "Well then, listen to me. Listen to Guru. We have now had enough information from you to suit our ends. Within 24 hours we, the inhabitants of Ali, will begin a war of extermination against Earth." "But why?" cried McIlvaine, astounded. The image before his mind's eye cleared. The cold, precise features of Guru betrayed anger. "There is interference," the thought image informed him. "Leave the machine for a few moments while we use the disintegrators." Before he left the machine, McIlvaine had the impression of a greater machine being attached to the means of communication which the inhabitants of his star were using to communicate with him. McIlvaine's story was that a few moments later there was a blinding flash just outside his window, continued Harrigan. There was also a run of instantaneous fire from the window to his machine. When he had collected his wits sufficiently, he ran outside to look. There was nothing there but a kind of grayish dust in a little mound, as if, as he put it, somebody had cleaned out a vacuum bag. He went back in and examined the space from the window to the machine. There were 2 thin lines of dust there, hardly perceptible, just as if something had been attached to the machine and let outside. Now, the obvious supposition is naturally that it was Richardson out there, and that the lines of dust from the window to the machine represented the wires he had attached to his microphone while McIlvaine was at Bixby's entertaining his other 2 cronies. But this is fact, not fiction, and the point of the episode is that Richardson disappeared from that night on. "You investigated, of course?" I asked. Harrigan nodded. "Quite a lot of us investigated. The police might have done better. There was a gang war on in Chicago just at that time, and Richardson was nobody with any connections. His nearest relatives weren't anxious about anything but what they might inherit. To tell you the truth, his cronies at Bixby's were the only people who worried about him. McIlvaine as much as the rest of them. Oh, they gave the old man a hard time, all right. They went through his house with a fine-tooth comb. They dug up his yard, his cellar, and generally put him through it, figuring he was a natural to hang a murder rap on. But there was just nothing to be found, and they couldn't manufacture evidence when there was nothing to show that McIlvaine ever knew that Richardson planned to have a little fun with him. And no one had seen Richardson there. There was nothing but McIlvaine's word that he had heard what he said he heard. He needn't have volunteered that, but he did. After the police had finished with him, they wrote him off as a harmless nut. But the question of what happened to Richardson wasn't solved from that day to this. "People have been known to walk out of their lives," I said, "and never come back." "Oh, sometimes they do. Richardson didn't. Besides, if he walked out of his life here, he did so with nothing more than the clothing he had on. So much was missing from his effects, nothing more." "And McIlvaine?" Harrigan smiled thinly. He carried on. You couldn't expect him to do anything less. After all, he had worked most of his life trying to communicate with the worlds outside, and he had no intention of resigning his contact, no matter how much Richardson's disappearance upset him. For a while he believed that Guru had actually disintegrated Richardson. He offered that explanation, but by that time the dust had vanished and he was laughed out of face. So he went back to the machine and Guru and the little excursions to Bixby's. "What's the latest word from that star of yours?" asked Leopold when McIlvaine came in. "They want to rejuvenate me," said McIlvaine with a certain shy pleasure. "What's that?" asked Alexander Sarley. "They say they can make me young again, like them up there. They never die. They just live so long and then they rejuvenate. They begin all over. It's some kind of a process they have. And I suppose they're planning to come down and fetch you up there and give you the works. Is that it?" asked Alexander. "Well, no," answered McIlvaine. "Guru says there's no need for that. It can be done through the machine. They can work it like the disintegrators. It puts you back to 30 or 20 or wherever you like." "Well, I'd like to be 25 myself again," admitted Leopold. "I'll tell you what, Mac," said Alexander. "You go ahead and try it. Then come back and let us know how it works. If it does, we'll all sit in." Better make your will first, though, just in case." "Oh, I did, this afternoon." Leopold choked back a snicker. "Don't take this thing too seriously, Mac. After all, we're short one of us now. We'd hate to lose you, too." McIlvaine was touched. "Oh, I wouldn't change," he hastened to assure his friends. "I'd just be younger, that's all. They'll just work on me through the machine, and overnight I'll be rejuvenated." "That's certainly a little trick that's got it all over monkey glands," conceded Alexander, grinning. "Those little bugs on that star of yours have made scientific progress, I'd say," said Leopold. "They're not bugs," said McIlvaine with faint indignation. "They're people, maybe not just like you and me, but they're people just the same." He went home that night, filled with anticipation. He had done just what he had promised himself he would do, arranging everything for his rejuvenation. Guru had been astonished to learn that people on Earth simply died when there was no necessity of doing so. He had made the offer to rejuvenate McIlvaine himself. McIlvaine sat down to his machine and turned the complex knobs until he was en rapport with his dark star. He waited for a long time, it seemed, before he knew his contact had been closed. Guru came through. "Are you ready, McIlvaine?" he asked soundlessly. "Yes, all ready," said McIlvaine, trembling with eagerness. "Don't be alarmed now. It will take several hours," said Guru. "I'm not alarmed," answered McIlvaine. And indeed he was not. He was filled with an exhilaration akin to mysticism, and he sat waiting for what he was certain must be the experience above all others in his prosaic existence. "McIlvaine's disappearance coming so close on Richardson's gave us a beautiful story," said Harrigan. "The only trouble was, it wasn't new when the Globe got around to it. We had lost our informant in Richardson. It never occurred to Alexander or Leopold to telephone us or anyone about McIlvaine's unaccountable absence from Bixby's. Finally, Leopold went over to McIlvaine's house to find out whether the old fellow was sick. A young fellow opened up. 'Where's McIlvaine?' Leopold asked. 'I'm McIlvaine,' the young fellow answered. 'Thaddeus McIlvaine,' Leopold explained. 'That's my name,' was the only answer he got. 'I mean the Thaddeus McIlvaine who used to play cards with us over at Bixby's,' said Leopold. He shook his head. 'Sorry, you must be looking for someone else.' 'What are you doing here?' Leopold asked then. 'Why, I inherited what my uncle left,' said the young fellow. And sure enough, when Leopold talked to me and persuaded me to go around with him to McIlvaine's lawyer, we found that the old fellow had made a will and left everything to his nephew, a namesake. The stipulations were clear enough. Among them was the express wish that if anything happened to him, the elder Thaddeus McIlvaine, of no matter what nature, but particularly something allowing a reasonable doubt of his death, the nephew was still to be permitted to take immediate possession of the property." "Of course you called on the nephew," I said. Harrigan nodded. "Sure. That was the indicated course in any event. It was routine for both the press and the police. There was nothing suspicious about his story. It was straightforward enough, except for one or two little details. He never did give us any precise address. He just mentioned Detroit once. I called up a friend on one of the papers there and put him up to looking up Thaddeus McIlvaine. The only young man of that name he could find appeared to be the same man as the present inhabitant's uncle, though the description fit pretty well." "There was a resemblance, then?" "Oh, sure. One could have imagined that old Thaddeus McIlvaine had looked somewhat like his nephew when he himself was a young man. But don't let the old man's rigmarole about rejuvenation make too deep an impression on you. The first thing the young fellow did was to get rid of that machine of his uncle's. Can you imagine his uncle having done something like that?" I shook my head, but I could not help thinking what an ironic thing it would have been if there had been something to McIlvaine's story, and in the process to which he had been subjected from outer space, he had not been rejuvenated so much as just sent back in time, in which case he would have no memory of the machine nor of the use to which it had been put. It would have been as ironic for the inhabitants of McIlvaine's star, too. They would doubtless have looked forward to keeping this contact with Earth open, and failed to realize that McIlvaine's construction differed appreciably from theirs. He virtually junked it, said he had no idea what it could be used for, and didn't know how to operate it. "And the telescope?" "Oh, he kept that. He said he had some interest in astronomy, and meant to develop that if time permitted. So much ran in the family then. Yes, more than that. Old McIlvaine had a trick of seeming shy and self-conscious. So did this nephew of his. Wherever he came from, his origins must have been backward. I suspect that he was ashamed of them, and if I had to guess, I'd put him in the Kentucky Hill Country or the Ozarks. Modern concepts seemed to be pretty well too much for him, and his thinking would have been considerably more natural at the turn of the century. I had to see him several times. The police chivied him a little, but not much. He was so obviously innocent of everything that there was nothing for them in him. And the search for the old man didn't last long. No one had seen him after that last night at Bixby's, and since everyone had already long since concluded that he was mentally a little off-center, it was easy to conclude that he had wandered away somewhere, probably an amnesiac. That he might have anticipated that is indicated in the hasty preparation of his will, which came out of the blue, said Barnevall, who drew it up for him. I felt sorry for him. For whom? The nephew. He seemed so lost, you know, like a man who wanted to remember something, but couldn't. I noticed that several times when I tried to talk to him, I had the feeling each time that there was something he wanted desperately to say. It hovered always on the rim of his awareness, but somehow there was no bridge to it, no clue to put it into words. He tried so hard for something he couldn't put his finger on. What became of him? Oh, he's still around. I think he found a job somewhere. As a matter of fact, I saw him just the other evening. He had apparently just come from work, and he was standing in front of Bixby's with his face pressed to the window, looking in. I came up nearby and watched him. Leopold and Alexander were sitting inside, a couple of lonely old men looking out, and a lonely young man looking in. There was something in McIlvaine's face, that same thing I had noticed so often before, a kind of expression that seemed to say there was something he ought to know, something he ought to remember, to do, to say, but there was no way in which he could reach back to it. Or forward, I said, with a wry smile. As you like, said Harrigan. Pour me another, will you? I did, and he took it. That poor devil, he muttered. He'd be happier if he could only go back where he came from. Wouldn't we all, I asked. But nobody ever goes home again. Perhaps McIlvaine never had a home like that. You'd have thought so if you could have seen his face looking in at Leopold and Alexander. Oh, it may have been a trick of the street light there. It may have been my imagination. But it sticks to my memory, and I keep thinking how alike the two were. Old McIlvaine trying so desperately to find someone who could believe him, and his nephew now trying just as hard to find someone to accept him, or a place he could accept on the only terms he knows. End of McIlvaine's Star by August Derleth. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Project Hush by William Tenn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Project Hush by William Tenn. The biggest job in history, and it had to be done with complete secrecy. It was, which was just the trouble. I guess I'm not a stickler, a perfectionist, but if you do a thing, I always say, you might as well do it right. Everything satisfied me about the security measure of our assignment except one, the official Army designation. I don't know who thought it up, and I certainly would never ask, but whoever it was, he should have known better. Damn it, when you want a project kept secret, you don't give it a designation like that. You give it something neutral, some name like the Manhattan and Overlord they used in World War II, which won't excite anybody's curiosity. But we were stuck with Project Hush, and we had to take extra measures to ensure secrecy. A couple of times a week, everyone on the project had to report to Psycho for DD and HA, dream detailing and hypoanalysis, instead of the usual monthly visit. Naturally, the commanding general of the heavily fortified research post to which we were attached could not ask what we were doing. under penalty of court-martial, but he had to be given further instructions to shut off his imagination like a faucet every time he heard an explosion. Some idiot in Washington was actually going to list Project Hush in the military budget by name. It took fast action, I can tell you, to have it entered under Miscellaneous X Research. Well, we'd covered the unforgivable blunder, though not easily, and now we could get down to the real business of the project. You know, of course, about the A-bomb, H-bomb, and C-bomb, because information that they existed had been declassified. You don't know about the other weapons being devised, and neither did we, reasonably enough, since they weren't our business. But we had been given properly guarded notification that they were in the works. Project Hush was set up to counter the new weapons. Our goal was not just to reach the moon. We had done that on 24 June 1967 with an unmanned ship that carried instruments to report back data on soil, temperature, cosmic rays, and so on. Unfortunately, it was put out of commission by a rock slide. An unmanned rocket would be useless against the new weapons. We had to get to the moon before any other country did, and set up a permanent station, an armed one, and do it without anybody else knowing about it. I guess you see now why we on damn the name, Project Hush, were so concerned about security. But we felt pretty sure, before we took off, that we had plugged every possible leak. We had, all right. Nobody even knew we had raised ship. We landed at the northern tip of Mare Nubium, just off Regiomontanus, and after planting a flag with appropriate throat-catching ceremony, had swung into the realities of the tasks we had practiced on so many dry runs back on Earth. Major Monroe Gridley prepared the big rocket, with its tiny cubicle of living space, for the return journey to Earth, which he alone would make. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hawthorne painstakingly examined our provisions and portable quarters for any damage that might have been incurred in landing. And I, Colonel Benjamin Rice, first commanding officer of Army Base No. 1 on the Moon, dragged crate after enormous crate out of the ship on my aching academic back, and piled them in the spot 200 feet away where the plastic dome would be built. We all finished at just about the same time, as per schedule, and went into Phase 2. Monroe and I started work on building the dome. It was a simple prefab affair, but big enough to require an awful lot of assembling. Then, after it was built, we faced the real problem, getting all the complex internal machinery in place and in operating order. Meanwhile, Tom Hawthorne took his plump self off in the single-seater rocket, which, up to then, had doubled as a lifeboat. The schedule called for him to make a rough 3-hour scouting survey in an ever-widening spiral from our dome. This had been regarded as a probable waste of time, rocket fuel, and manpower, but a necessary precaution. He was supposed to watch for such things as bug-eyed monsters out for a stroll on the lunar landscape. Basically, however, Tom's survey was intended to supply extra geological and astronomical meat for the report which Monroe was to carry back to Army HQ on Earth. Tom was back in 40 minutes. His round face, inside its transparent bubble helmet, was fish-belly white, and so were ours once he told us what he'd seen. He had seen another dome. The other side of Mare Nubium, in the Riffian Mountains, he babbled excitedly. It's a little bigger than ours, and it's a little flatter on top, and it's not translucent either, with splotches of different colors here and there. It's a dull, dark, heavy gray, but that's all there is to see. No markings on the dome? I asked worriedly. No signs of anyone or anything around it? Neither, Colonel. I noticed he was calling me by my rank for the first time since the trip started, which meant he was saying, in effect, "Man, have you got a decision to make." "Hey, Tom," Monroe put in, "couldn't it be just a regularly shaped bump in the ground? Could it?" I'm a geologist, Monroe. I can distinguish artificial from natural topography. Besides, he looked up, I just remembered something I left out. There's a brand new tiny crater near the dome. The kind usually left by a rocket exhaust. Rocket exhaust? I seized on that. Rockets, eh? Tom grinned a little sympathetically. Spaceship exhaust, I should have said. You can't tell from the crater what kind of propulsive device these characters are using. It's not the same kind of crater our rear jets leave, if that helps any. Of course it didn't. So we went into our ship and had a council of war. And I do mean war. Both Tom and Monroe were calling me Colonel in every other sentence. I used their first names every chance I got. Still, no one but me could reach a decision. About what to do, I mean. Look, I said at last, here are the possibilities. They know we are here, either from watching us land a couple of hours ago, or from observing Tom's scout ship. Or they do not know we are here. They are either humans from Earth, in which case they are in all probability enemy nationals, or they are alien creatures from another planet, in which case they may be friends, enemies, or what have you. I think common sense and standard military procedure demand that we consider them hostile until we have evidence to the contrary. Meanwhile, we proceed with extreme caution, so as not to precipitate an interplanetary war with potentially friendly Martians, or whatever they are. All right, it's vitally important that Army headquarters be informed of this immediately, but since Moon to Earth radio is still on the drawing boards, the only way we can get through is to send Monroe back with the ship. If we do, we run the risk of having our garrison force, Tom and me, captured while he's making the return trip. In that case, their side winds up in possession of important information concerning our personnel and equipment, while our side has only the bare knowledge that somebody or something else has a base on the moon. So our primary need is more information. Therefore, I suggest that I sit in the dome on one end of a telephone hookup with Tom, who will sit in the ship, his hand over the firing button, ready to blast off for Earth the moment he gets the order from me. Monroe will take the single-seater down to the Riphaen Mountains, landing as close to the other dome as he thinks safe. He will then proceed the rest of the way on foot, doing the best scouting job he can in a spacesuit. He will not use his radio, except for agreed-upon nonsense syllables to designate landing the single-seater, coming upon the dome by foot, and warning me to tell Tom to take off. If he's captured, remembering that the first purpose of a scout is acquiring and transmitting knowledge of the enemy, he will snap his suit radio on full volume and pass on as much data as time and the enemy's reflexes permit. How does that sound to you? They both nodded. As far as they were concerned, the command decision had been made, but I was sitting under 2 inches of sweat. One question, Tom said. Why did you pick Monroe for the scout? I was afraid you'd ask that, I told him. We're 3 extremely unathletic PhDs who have been in the Army since we finished our schooling. There isn't too much choice, but I remembered that Monroe is half Indian. Arapaho, isn't it, Monroe? And I'm hoping blood will tell. Only trouble, Colonel, Monroe said slowly as he rose, is that I'm 1/4 Indian, and even that. Didn't I ever tell you that my great-grandfather was the only Arapaho scout who was with Custer at the Little Bighorn? He'd been positive Sitting Bull was miles away. However, I'll do my best. And if I heroically don't come back, would you please persuade the security officer of our section to clear my name for use in the history books? Under the circumstances, I think it's the least he can do. I promised to do my best, of course. After he took off, I sat in the dome over the telephone connection to Tom and hated myself for picking Monroe to do the job. But I'd have hated myself just as much for picking Tom. And if anything happened and I had to tell Tom to blast off, I'd probably be sitting here in the dome all by myself after that, waiting. Brosnagel came over the radio in Monroe's resonant voice. He had landed the single-seater. I didn't dare use the telephone to chat with Tom in the ship, for fear I might miss an important word or phrase from our scout. So I sat and strained my ears. After a while I heard Mishkashu, which told me that Monroe was in the neighborhood of the other dome and was creeping toward it under cover of whatever boulders were around. And then, abruptly, I heard Monroe yell my name, and there was a terrific clattering in my headphones. Radio interference. He'd been caught, and whoever had caught him had simultaneously jammed his suit transmitter with a larger transmitter from the alien dome. Then there was silence. After a while, I told Tom what had happened. He just said, "Poor Monroe." I had a good idea of what his expression was like. "Look, Tom," I said, "if you take off now, you still won't have anything important to tell. After capturing Monroe, whatever's in that other dome will come looking for us. I think I'll let him get close enough for us to learn something of their appearance, at least if they're human or non-human. Any bit of information about them is important. I'll shout it up to you and you'll still be able to take off in plenty of time. All right?" "You're the boss, Colonel," he said in a mournful voice. "Lots of luck." And then there was nothing to do but wait. There was no oxygen system in the dome yet, so I had to squeeze up a sandwich from the food compartment in my suit. I sat there, thinking about the expedition. 9 years, and all that careful secrecy, all that expenditure of money and mind-cracking research, and it had come to this, waiting to be wiped out in a blast from some unimaginable weapon. I understood Monroe's last request. We often felt we were so secret that our immediate superiors didn't even want us to know what we were working on. Scientists are people. They wish for recognition, too. I was hoping the whole expedition would be written up in the history books, but it looked unpromising. 2 hours later, the scout ship landed near the dome. The lock opened, and from where I stood in the open door of our dome, I saw Monroe come out and walk toward me. I alerted Tom and told him to listen carefully. It may be a trick. He might be drugged. He didn't act drugged, though. Not exactly. He pushed his way past me and sat down on a box to one side of the dome. He put his booted feet up on another, smaller box. "How are you, Ben?" he asked. "How's every little thing?" I grunted. "Well." I know my voice skittered a bit. He pretended puzzlement. "Well, what?" "Oh, I see what you mean. The other dome. You want to know who's in it." "You have a right to be curious, Ben." "Certainly. The leader of a top secret expedition like this, Project Hush they call us, huh, Ben, finds another dome on the moon. He thinks he's been the first to land on it, so naturally he wants to—" "Major Monroe Gridley," I rapped out, "you will come to attention and deliver your report now." Honestly, I felt my neck swelling up inside my helmet. Monroe just leaned back against the side of the dome. "That's the Army way of doing things," he commented admiringly. "Like the recruits say, there's a right way, a wrong way, and an Army way. Only there are other ways, too." "Lots," he chuckled. "Lots of other ways." "He's off," I heard Tom whisper over the telephone. "Ben, Monroe has gone and blown his stack." "They aren't extraterrestrials in the other dome, Ben," Monroe volunteered in a sudden burst of sanity. "No, they're human all right, and from Earth. Guess where?" "I'll kill you," I warned him. "I swear I'll kill you, Monroe. Where are they from? Russia? China? Argentina?" He grimaced. "What's so secret about those places? Go on. Guess again." I stared at him long and hard. "The only place else?" "Sure," he said. "You got it, Colonel. The other dome is owned and operated by the Navy. The goddamn United States Navy." End of Project Hush by Philip Klass.
By Jesse F. Bone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. A Question of Courage by Jesse F. Bone. I smelled trouble the moment I stepped on the lift and took the long ride up the side of the Lachesis. There was something wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but 5 years in the Navy gives a man a feeling for these things. From the outside, the ship was beautiful. A gleaming shaft of duralloy, polished until she shone. Her paint and bright work glistened. The anti-radiation shields on the gun turrets and launchers were folded back exactly according to regulations. The shore uniform of the liftman was spotless, and he stood at his station precisely as he should. As the lift moved slowly up past no man's country to the life section, I noted a work party hanging precariously from a scaffolding, smoothing out meteorite pits in the gleaming hull, while on the catwalk of the gantry, standing beside the main cargo hatch, a steady stream of supplies disappeared into the ship's belly. I returned the crisp salutes of the white-gloved side boys, saluted the colors, and shook hands with an immaculate ensign with an OD badge on his tunic. "Glad to have you aboard, sir," the ensign said. "I'm Marsden," I said, "Lieutenant Thomas Marsden. I have orders posting me to this ship as executive." "Yes, sir, we have been expecting you. I'm Ensign Halloran." "Glad to meet you, Halloran." "Skipper's orders, sir. You are to report to him as soon as you come aboard." Then I got it. Everything was SOP. That ship wasn't taut, she was tight. And she wasn't happy. There was none of the devil-may-care spirit that marks crews of the scouting force and separates them from the stodgy mass of the line. Every face I saw on my ship to the skipper's cabin was blank, hard-eyed, and unsmiling. There was none of the human noise that normally echoes through a ship. No laughter, no clatter of equipment, no deviations from the order and precision so dear to admirals' hearts. This crew was GI right down to the last seam tab on their uniforms. Whoever the skipper was, he was either bucking for another cluster or a cold-feeling automaton to whom the Navy code was Father, Mother, and Bible. The OD stopped before the closed door, executed a mechanical right face, knocked the prescribed 3 times, and opened the door smartly on the heel of the words "come" that erupted from the inside. I stepped in, followed by the OD. "Commander Chase," the OD said. "Lieutenant Marsden." Chase? Not cautious Charlie Chase. I could hardly look at the man behind the command desk, but look I did, and my heart did a 90-degree dive straight to the thick soles of my space boots. No wonder this ship was sour. What else could happen with Lieutenant Commander Charles Augustus Chase in command? He was 3 classes up on me, but even though he was a first-classman at the time I crawled out of Beast Barracks, I knew him well. Every midshipman in the academy knew him. Rulebook Charlie. By the numbers Chase. His nicknames were legion, and not one of them was friendly. "Lieutenant Thomas Marsden reporting for duty," I said. He looked at the OD. "That'll be all, Mr. Halloran," he said. "Aye, sir," Halloran said woodenly. He stepped backward, saluted, executed a precise about face, and closed the hatch softly behind him. "Sit down, Marsden," Chase said. "Have a cigarette." He didn't say, "Glad to have you aboard," but other than that, he was Navy right down to the last parenthesis. His voice was the same dry schoolmaster's voice I remembered from the academy, and his face was the same dry gray with the same fishy blue eyes and rat-trap jaw. His hair was thinner, but other than that, he hadn't changed. Neither the war nor the responsibilities of command appeared to have left their mark upon him. He was still the same lean, undersized, square-shouldered blob of nastiness. I took the cigarette, sat down, puffed it into a glow, and looked around the drab 6-by-8-foot cubicle called the captain's cabin by ship designers who must have laughed as they laid out the plans. It had about the room of a good-sized coffin. A copy of the Navy Code was lying on the desk. Chase had obviously been reading his Bible. "You are 3 minutes late, Marsden," Chase said. "Your orders direct you to report at 0900. Do you have any explanation?" "No, sir," I said. "Don't let it happen again. On this ship, we are prompt." "Aye, sir," I muttered. He smiled, a thin quirk of lips. "Now let me outline your duties, Marsden. You are posted to my ship as executive officer. An executive officer is the captain's right hand." "So I have heard," I said dryly. "Belay that, Mr. Marsden. I do not appreciate humor during duty hours." You wouldn't, I thought. "As I was saying, Marsden, executive officer, you will be responsible for..." He went on and on, covering the code, chapter, book, and verse on the duties of an executive officer. It made no difference that I had been exec under Randy Royce, the skipper of the Clotho, the ship with the biggest confirmed kill in the entire fleet scouting force. I was still a new exec, and the book said I must be briefed on my duties, so briefed I was, for a solid hour. Feeling angry and tired, I finally managed to get away from Rulebook Charlie and find my quarters, which I shared with the engineer. I knew him casually, a glum reservist named Allen. I had wondered why he always seemed to have a chip on his shoulder. Now I knew. He was lying in his shock couch as I came in. "Welcome, sucker," he greeted me. "Glad to have you aboard." "The feeling's not mutual," I snapped. "What's the matter? Has Lieutenant Commander been rolling you out on the red carpet?" "You could call it that," I said. "I've just been told the duties of an exec. Funny, no?" He shook his head. "Not funny. I feel for you. He told me how to be an engineer 6 months ago." Allen's thin face looked glummer than usual. "Did I ever tell you how our captain," Allen went on, "or do I have to tell you? I see you're wearing an academy ring." "You can't tell me much I haven't already heard," I said coldly. I didn't like wardroom gossips as a matter of policy. A few disgruntled men on a ship can shoot morale to hell. And on a ship this size, the exec is the morale officer. But I was torn between two desires. I wanted Allen to go on, but I didn't want to hear what Allen had to say. I was like the proverbial hungry mule standing halfway between two haystacks of equal size and attractiveness. And like the mule, I would stand there turning my head one way and the other until I starved to death. But Allen solved my problem for me. "You haven't heard this," he said bitterly. "The whole crew applied for transfer when we came back to base after our last cruise. Of course they didn't get it, but you get the idea. Us reservists and draftees get about the same consideration as the Admiral's dog. No, damn it, less than the dog. They wouldn't let a mangy cur ship out with Gutless Gus." Gutless Gus? That was a new one. I wondered how Chase had managed to acquire that sobriquet. "It was on our last patrol," Allen went on, answering my question before I asked it. "We were out at maximum radius when the detectors showed a disturbance in normal space. Chase ordered us down from the CTH for a quick look, and so help me God, we broke out right in the middle of a rebel supply convoy. Big, fat, sitting ducks all around us. We got off about 20 Mark 7 torpedoes before Chase passed the word to change over. We scooted back into CTH so fast we hardly knew we were gone. And then he raises hell with the detector section for not identifying every class of ship in that convoy. And when Bancroft, that's the exec whom you've relieved, asked for a quick check to confirm our kills, Chase sat on him like a ton of brick. 'I'm not interested in how many poor devils we blew apart back there,' our captain says. 'Our mission is to scout, to obtain information about enemy movements, and to get that information back to base. We cannot transmit information from a vaporized ship, and that convoy had a naval escort. Our mission cannot be jeopardized merely to satisfy morbid curiosity. Request denied. And Mr. Bancroft, have communications contact fleet. This information should be in as soon as possible.' And then he turned away, leaving Bancroft biting his fingernails. He wouldn't even push out a probe. Scooted right back into the blue where we'd be safe. You know, we haven't had one confirmed kill posted on the list since we've been in space. It's getting so we don't want to come in anymore. Like the time the apropos came in just after we touched down. She was battered, looked like she'd been through a meat grinder, but she had 10 confirmed and 6 probable. 4 of them were escorts. Hell, our boys couldn't hold their heads up. The Lachesis didn't have a mark on her, and all we had were a few possible hits. You know how it goes. Someone asks you where you're from, you say the Lachesis, and they say, oh yes, the cruise ship. And that's that. It's so true you don't even feel like resenting it. I didn't like the bitter note in Allen's voice. He was a reservist, which made it all the worse. Reservists have 10 times the outside contacts we regulars do. In general, when a regular and a reservist tangle, the academy men close ranks like musk oxen and meet the challenge with an unbroken ring of horns. But somehow, I didn't feel like ringing up. I kept hoping there was another side to the story. I'd check around and find out as soon as I got settled. And if there was another side, I was going to take Allen apart as a malicious troublemaker. I felt sick to my stomach. We spent the next 3 days taking on stores and munitions, and I was too busy supervising the stowage and checking manifests to bother about running down Allen's story. I met the other officers, Lieutenant Pollard, the gunnery officer, Ensign Esterhazy, the astrogator, Ensign Blackstone. Nice enough guys, but all wearing that cowed, frustrated look that seemed to be a Lachesis trademark. Chase, meanwhile, was up in Flag Officer's country picking up the dope on our next mission. I hoped that Allen was wrong, but the evidence all seemed to be in his favor. Even more than the officers, the crew was a mess underneath their clean uniforms. From Communications Chief CPO Haskins to Spaceman Zelinsky, there was about as much spirit in them as you'd find in a punishment detail polishing bright work in base headquarters. I'm a cheerful soul, and usually I find no trouble getting along with a new command. But this one was different. They were efficient enough, but one could see that their hearts weren't in their work. Most crews preparing to go out were nervous and high-tempered. There was none of that here. The men went through the motions with a mechanical indifference that was frightening. I had the feeling that they didn't give a damn whether they went out or not, or came back or not. The indifference was so thick you could cut it with a knife. There was nothing you could put your hand on. You couldn't touch people who didn't care. 4 hours after Chase came back, we lifted Gravs from Earth. Chase was sitting in the control chair, and to give him credit, we lifted as smooth as a silk scarf slipping through the fingers of a pretty woman. We hypered at 8 miles and swept up through the monochromes of CTH until we hit middle blue, when Chase slipped off the helmet, unfastened his webbing, and stood up. "Take over, Mr. Marsden," he said. "Lay a course for Parth." "Aye, sir," I replied, slipping into the chair and fastening the web. I slipped my helmet on my head, and instantly I was a part of the ship. It's a strange feeling, this synthesis of man and metal that makes a fighting ship the metallic extension of the commander's will. I was conscious of every man on duty. What they saw, I saw. What they heard, I heard, through the magic of modern electronics. The only thing missing was that I couldn't feel what they felt, which perhaps was a mercy considering the condition of the crew. Using the sensor circuits in the command helmet, I let my perception roam through the ship, checking the engines, the gun crews, the navigation board, the galley, all the manifold stations of a fighting ship. Everything was secure, the ship was clean and trimmed, the generators were producing their megawatts of power without a hitch, and the converters were humming contentedly, keeping us in the blue as our speed built to fantastic levels. I checked, of course, noted it was true, set the controls on standby, and relaxed, half dozing in the chair as loom after loom dropped astern with monotonous regularity. An hour passed, and Halloran came up to relieve me. With a sigh of relief, I surrendered the chair and the headset. The unconscious strain of being in rapport with the ship and crew didn't hit me until I was out of the chair, but when it did, I felt like something was crushing me flat. Not that I didn't expect it, but the Lachesis was worse than the Clotho had been. I had barely hit my couch when general quarters sounded. I smothered a curse as I pounded up the companionway to my station at the bridge. Chase was there, stopwatch in hand, counting the seconds. "Set," Halloran barked. 14 seconds, Chase said. "Not bad. Tell the crew well done." He put the watch in his pocket and walked away. I picked up the annunciator mic and pushed the button. "Skipper says well done," I said. "He got 10 seconds out of us once last trip," Halloran said, "and he's been trying to repeat that fluke ever since. Bet you a minute that to an F ration that he'll be down with the section chief trying to shave off another second or two. Hey, what's that? Oh!" He looked at me. "Disturbance in CTH, yellow, straight down. Shall we go?" "Stop ship," I ordered. "Sound general quarters." There was no deceleration. We merely swapped ends as the alarm sounded, applied full power, and stopped. That was the advantage of CTH. No inertia. We backtracked for 3 seconds and held in middle blue. "What's going on?" Chase demanded as he came up from below. His eyes raked the instruments. "Why are we stopped?" "Disturbance in CTH yellow, sir," I said. "We're positioned above it." "Very good, Mr. Marsden." He took the spare helmet from the exec's chair, clapped it on, fiddled with the controls for a moment, nodded, and took the helmet off. "Secure and resume course," he said. "That's the Amphitrite, Fleet Supply and Maintenance, one of our people." "You sure, sir?" I asked, then looked at the smug grin on Halloran's face and wished I hadn't. "Of course," Chase said. "She's a 3-converter job running at full output. Since the rebels have no 3-converter ships, she has to be one of ours. And since she's running at full output and only in CTH yellow, it means she's big, heavy, and awkward, which means a maintenance or ammunition supply ship. There's an off-phase bead in her number 2 converter that gives a 20% cycle pulse to her pattern. And the only heavy ship in the fleet with this pattern is the Amphitrite. You see?" I saw, with respect. "You know all the heavies like that, sir?" I asked. "Not all of them, but I'd like to. It's as much a part of a scout ship commander's work to know our own ships as those of the enemy." "Could that trace be a rebel ruse?" "Not likely. Traveling in the yellow, a ship would be cold meat this far inside our perimeter. And besides, there's no rebel alive who can tune a converter like a Navy mechanic. You sure? I persisted. I'm sure, but take her down if you wish. I did, and it was the Amphitrite. I served on her for 6 months, Chase said dryly as we went back through the components. I understood his certainty now. A man has a feeling for the ships if he's a good officer, but it was a trait I'd never expected in Chase. I gave the orders and we resumed our band and speed. Chase looked at me. You acted correctly, Mr. Marsden, he said. Something I would hardly expect, but something I was glad to see. I served under Andy Royce, I reminded him. I know, Chase replied. That's why I'm surprised. He turned away before I could think of an answer that would combine insolence and respect for his rank. Keep her on course, Mr. Halloran, he tossed over his shoulder as he went out. We kept on course, high and hard, despite a couple of disturbances that lumbered by underneath us. Once I made a motion to stop the ship and check, but Halloran shook his head. Don't do it, sir, he warned. Why not? You heard the captain's orders. He's a heller for having them obeyed. Besides, they might be Rebs, or we might get hurt shooting at them. We'll just report their position and approximate course. Keep on traveling. Haskins is on the Dirac right now. Halloran's voice was sarcastic. I didn't like the sound of it and said so. Well, sir, we won't lose them entirely, Halloran said comfortingly. Some cruiser will investigate them. Chances are they're ours anyway. And if they aren't, there's no sense in us risking our nice shiny skin stopping them, even though we could take them, like Lundy took Kurojama. Since the book doesn't say we have to investigate, we won't. His voice was bitter again. At 0840 hours on the 4th day out, my annunciator buzzed. Sir, the talker's voice came over the intercom. Lieutenants Marsden and Allen are wanted in the captain's quarters. Chase was there, toying with the seals of a thin brown envelope. I have to open this in the presence of at least 2 officers, he said, nodding to Allen, who came in behind me. You 2 are senior on the ship and have the first right to know. He slid a finger through the flap. Effective 12, 8th month, GY 2964, he read. USN Lachesis will proceed on offensive mission against enemy vessels as part of the Advanced Cover Screen Fleet 4 for major effort against enemy via sectors YD-274, YD-275, and YD-276. Entire Scouting Force 4 quadrant will be grouped as Fleet 4 screen unit under command Rear Admiral Sims. Initial station Lachesis coordinates X06042, Y 1327, Betelgeuse Rigel baseline, ETA rendezvous point 0830 plus or minus 30, 13864. A. Evers, Fleet Admiral, USN commanding. There it was. I could see Allen stiffen as a peculiar sick look crossed Chase's dry face, and suddenly I heard all the ugly little nicknames. Subspace Chase, Gutless Gus, Cautious Charlie, and the dozen others. For Chase was afraid. It was so obvious that not even the gray mask of his face could cover it. Yet his voice when he spoke was the same dry, pedantic voice of old. You have the rendezvous point, Mr. Marsden. Have Mr. Esterhazy set the course and speed to arrive on time. He dismissed us with the traditional, that's all, gentlemen, and we went our separate ways. I didn't want to look at the triumphant smile on Allen's face. We hit rendezvous at 0850, picking up a message from Admiral at 0853, and on 0855 we're on our way. We were part of a broad hemispherical screen surrounding the cruiser force, which englobed the line and supply train, the heavies that are the backbone of any fleet. We were headed roughly in the direction of the rebels' 4th sector, the one top-heavy with metals and industries. Our exact course was known only to the brass and the computers that planned our interlock. But where we were headed wasn't important. The Lachesis was finally going to war. I could feel the change in the crew, the nervousness, the anticipation, the adrenal responses of fear and excitement. After a year in the doldrums, Fleet was going to try to smash the rebels again. We hadn't done so well last time, getting ambushed in the 50 Suns group and damn near losing our shirts before we managed to get out. The Rebs weren't as good as we were, but they were trickier, and they could fight. After all, why shouldn't they be able to? They were human just as we were, and any one of a dozen extinct intelligent races could testify to our fighting ability, as could others not quite extinct. Man ruled this section of the galaxy, and someday if he didn't kill himself off in the process, he'd rule all of it. He wasn't the smartest race, but he was the hungriest, the fiercest, the most adaptable, and the most unrelenting. Qualities which, by the way, were exactly the ones needed to conquer a hostile universe. But man was slow to learn the greatest lesson, that they had to cooperate if they were to go further. We were already living on borrowed time. Before the war, 10 of 11 exploration ships sent out into the galactic center had disappeared without a trace. Somewhere, buried deep in the billions of stars that formed the galactic hub, was a race that was as tough and tricky as we were, maybe even tougher. This was common knowledge, for the 11th ship had returned with news of the aliens, a story of hair's breadth escape from destruction, and a pattern of their culture that was enough like ours to frighten any thinking man. The worlds near the center of humanity's sphere realized the situation at once and quickly traded their independence for a federal union to pool their strength against the threat that might come any day. But as the Union Space Navy began to take shape on the dockyards of Earth and 100 other worlds, the independent worlds of the periphery began to eye the Union with suspicion. They had never believed the exploration report and didn't want to unite with the worlds of the center. They thought that the Union was a trick to deprive them of their fiercely cherished independence, and when the Union sent embassies to invite them into the common effort, they rejected them. And when we suggested that the interests of racial safety, they abandoned their haphazard colonization efforts that resulted in an uncontrolled series of jumps into the dark, punctuated by minor wars and clashes, when colonists from separate origins landed, more or less simultaneously, on the promising planet, they were certain we were up to no good. Although we explained and showed them copies of the exploration ship's report, they were not convinced. Demagogues among them screamed about manifest destiny, independence, interference in internal affairs, and 1,000 other things that made diplomatic climate between the center and the periphery unbearably hot, and their colonists kept moving outward. Of course, the Union was not about to cooperate in this potential race suicide. We simply couldn't allow them to give that other race knowledge of our whereabouts until we were ready for them. So we informed each of the outer worlds that we would consider any further efforts at colonizing an unfriendly act, and would take steps to discourage it. That did it. We halted a few colonizing ships and sent them home under guard. We uprooted a few advanced groups and returned them to their home worlds. We established a series of observation posts to check further expansion. And 6 months later, we were at war. The outer worlds formed what they called a defensive league, and with the characteristic human rationality, promptly attacked us. Naturally, they didn't get far. We had a bigger and better fleet, and we were organized while they were not, and so they were utterly defeated at the Battle of Ophiuchus. It was then that we had two choices. We could either move in and take over their defenseless worlds, or we could let them rebuild and get strong, and with their strength acquire a knowledge of cooperation, and take the chance that they would ultimately beat us. Knowing this, we wisely chose the second course, and set about teaching our fellow man a lesson that was now 15 years along and not ended yet. By applying pressure at the right places, we turned their attention inward to us rather than to the outside. By making carefully timed sorties here and there about the periphery, we forced them through sheer military necessity to gradually tighten their loosely organized league into tightly centralized authority, with the power to demand and obtain, to meet our force with counterforce. By desperate measures and straining all their youthful resources, they managed to hold us off, and with every strain they were welded more tightly together, and slowly they were learning through war what we could not teach through peace. Curiously enough, they wouldn't believe our aims even when captured crews told them. They thought it was some sort of tricky mental conditioning designed to frustrate their lie detectors. Even while they tightened their organization and built new fleets, they would not believe that we were forcing them into paths they must travel to avoid future annihilation. It was one of the ironies of this war that it was fought and would be fought with the best intentions, for it was obvious now that we could never win, nor could they. The rebels, as we called them, were every whit as strong as we, and while we enjoyed the advantages of superior position and technology, they had the advantage of superior numbers. It was stalemate. The longest, fiercest stalemate in man's bloody history, but it was stalemate with a purpose. It was a crazy war, a period of constant hostilities mingled with sporadic offensive actions like the one we were now engaged in, but to us at least it was a war with a purpose, the best and noblest of human purposes, the preservation of the race. The day was coming, not too many years away, when the first of the aliens would strike the outer worlds. Then we would unite, on the League's terms if need be, to crush the invaders and establish mankind as a superior race in the galaxy. But this wasn't important right now. Right now I was the executive officer of a scout ship commanded by a man I didn't trust. He smelled too much like a stinking coward. I shook my head. Having Chase running the ship was like putting a moron in a jet car on one of the superhighways and then sabotaging the automatics. Just one fearful mistake and the whole squadron could be loused up. But Chase was the commander, the ultimate authority on this ship. All I could do was pray that things were going to come out all right. We moved out into the lower red. Battles weren't fought in CTH. There was no way to locate a unit at firing range in that monochromatic madness. Normal physical laws simply didn't apply. A ship had to come into the 3 space to do any damage. All CTH was a convenient road to the battlefront, with one exception. By hanging in the infraband on the ragged edge of 3 space, a scout ship could remain concealed until a critical moment, break out into 3 space, discharge her weapons, and flick back into CTH before an enemy could get a fix on her. Scouts, with their high-capacity converters, could perform this maneuver, but the ponderous battle wagons and cruisers with their tremendous weight of armor, screens, and munitions couldn't maneuver like this. They simply didn't have the agility. Yet only they had the ability to penetrate defensive screens and kill rebel heavies. So space battle was conducted on the classic pattern, the lines slugging it out at medium range while the screen of scouts buzzed around and through the battle, trying to add their weight of metal against some overstrained enemy and ensure his destruction. A major battle could go on for days, and it often did. In the 50 Suns action, the battle had lasted nearly 2 weeks subjective before we withdrew to lick our wounds. For nearly a day we ran into nothing, and such are the distances that separate units of a fleet, we had the impression that we were alone. We moved quietly, detectors out, scanning the area for a light day around as we moved forward at less than 1 loom through CTH. More would have been fatal, for had we been forced to resort to a quick breakout to avoid enemy action, and if we were traveling above 1 loom when we hit 3 space, we'd simply disappear, leaving a small spatial vortex in our wake. On the morning of the 3rd day, the ships at the apex of Quadrant Run ran into a flight of Rebel scouts. There was a brief flurry of action. The Rebels were englobed, a couple of cruisers drove in, latched onto the helplessly straining Rebel scouts, and dragged them into 3 space. The Rebs kept broadcasting right up to the end, after which they surrendered before the cruisers could annihilate them. Smart boys. But the Rebels were warned. We couldn't catch all their scouts, and the disturbance our line was making in CTH would register on any detector within 20 parsecs. So they would be waiting to meet us. But that was to be expected. There is no such thing as a surprise in a major action. We went on until we began to run into major opposition. Half a dozen scouts were caught in englobements at half a dozen different places along the periphery as they came in contact with the Rebels' covering forces. And that was that. The advance halted, waiting for the line to come up, and a host of small actions took place as the forward screening forces collided. Chase was in the control chair, hanging in the blackness of the infraband on the edge of normal space. But we weren't flicking in and out of 3 space like some of the others. We had a probe out, and the main buffeting was taken by the Duralloy tube with its tiny converter at its bulbous tip. With consummate pilotage, Chase was holding us in infra. It was a queasy sensation, hanging halfway between normalcy and chaos, and I had to admire his skill. The infraband was black as ink and hot as the hinges of hell, and since the edges of 3 space and CTH are not as knife sharp as they are further up in the CTH components, we bucked and shuddered on the border, but avoided the bone-crushing slams and gut-wrenching twists that less skillful skippers were giving their ships as they flicked back and forth between 3 space and CTH. Our scouting line must have been a peculiar sight to a 3 space observer, with the 1,000 or so scouts flickering in and out of sight across the huge hemisphere of space. And then we saw them. Our probe picked up the flicker of enemy scouts. "Action imminent," Chase said dryly. "Stand by." I clapped the other control helmet over my head and dropped into the exec's chair. A quick check showed the crew at their stations, the torpedo hatches clear, the anti-radiation shields up, and the ship in fighting trim. I stole a quick glance at Chase. Sweat stood out on his gray forehead. His lips were drawn back into a thin line, showing his teeth. His face was tense, but whether with fear or excitement, I didn't know. "Stand by," he said, and then we hit threespace. Just as the enormous cone of the Rebel line flicked into sight, the enemy line had taken the field, and under comparatively slow speeds of threespace was rushing forward to meet our line, which had emerged a few minutes ago. Our launchers flamed as we sent a salvo of torpedoes whistling toward the Rebel fleet, marking perhaps the opening shots of the main battle. We twisted back into CTH as one of the scanner men doubled over with agony, heaving his guts out into a disposal cone. I felt sorry for him. The tension, the racking agony of our motion, and the fact that he was probably in his first major battle had all combined to take him for the count. He grinned greenly at me and turned back to his dials and instruments. "Good man. Target range 1804. Azimuth 240. Elevation 107, the rangefinder reported. Mass 4. Mass 4, a cruiser. "Stand by," Chase said. "All turrets prepare to fire." And he took us down. We slammed into threespace and our turrets flamed. To our left, rear, and above hung the mass of an enemy cruiser, her screens glowing on standby as she drove forward in her place in the line. We had caught her by surprise, 1,000 to 1 shot, and our torpedoes were on their way before her detectors spotted us. We didn't stay to see what happened, but the probe showed an enormous fireball which blazed briefly in the blackness, shooting out gobs of scintillating molten metal that cooled and disappeared as we watched. "Scratch one cruiser," someone in fire control yelped. The effect on morale was electric. In that instant, all doubts of Chase's ability disappeared. All except mine. One lucky shot isn't a battle, and I guess Chase figured the same way, because his hands were shaking as he jockeyed us alongside the edge of CTH. He looked like he wanted to vomit. "Take it easy, Skipper," I said. "Mind your own business, Marsden, and I'll mind mine," Chase snapped. "Stand by," he ordered, and we dove into threespace again, loosed another salvo at a Reb, and flicked out of sight. And that was the way it went for hour after hour until we pulled out, our last torpedo fired, and the crew on the ragged edge of exhaustion. Somehow, by some miracle compounded of luck and good pilotage, we were unmarked. And Chase, despite his twitching face and shaking hands, was one hell of a combat skipper. I didn't wonder about him anymore. He had the guts all right, but it was a different sort of courage from the icy contempt for danger that marked Andy Royce. Even so, I couldn't help thinking that I was glad to be riding with Chase. We drove to the rear, heading for the supply train, our ammunition expended, while behind us the battle wagons and cruisers were hammering each other to metal pulp. In the quiet rear area, it was hard to believe that a major battle was going on ahead of us. We raised the Amphitrite, identified ourselves, and put in a request for supply. "Lay aboard," Amphitrite signaled back. "How's the war going?" "Don't know, we've been too busy," our signalman replied. "I'll bet you're the Lachesis, aren't you?" "Affirmative." "How'd you lose your ammo? Jettison it?" "Stow that, you unprintable obscenity," Haskins replied. "We're a fighting ship." Amphitrite chuckled nastily. "That I'll believe when I see it." "Communications," Chase snapped. "This isn't a social call. Get our heading and approach instructions." He sounded as schoolmasterish as ever, but there was a sickly smile on his face and the gray-green look was gone. "Morale seems a little bit better, doesn't it, Marsden?" he said to me as the Amphitrite flicked out into threespace and we followed. I nodded. "Yes, sir," I agreed. "Quite a little." Our cargo hatches snapped open and we cuddled up against Amphitrite's bulging belly while our crew and the supply echelon worked like demons to transfer ammunition. We had 50 torpedoes aboard when the IFF detector alarm shrilled. 300 feet above us, the Amphitrite's main battery let loose a salvo at 3 Rebel scouts that had flicked into being less than 50 miles away. Their launchers flared with a glow that lighted the blackness of space. "Stand by," Chase yelled as he threw the converter on. "Hatches," I screamed as we shimmered and vanished. Somehow we got most of them closed, losing only the crew on number 2 port turret, which was still buttoning up as we slipped over into the infra band. I ordered the turret sealed. CTH had already ruined the unshielded sighting mechanisms, and I had already seen what had happened to men caught in CTH unprotected. I had no desire to see it again, or let our crew see it if it could be avoided. A human body turned inside out isn't the most wholesome of sights. "How did they get through?" Chase muttered as we put out our probe. "I don't know. Maybe someone wasn't looking. "What's it like down there?" Chase asked. "See anything?" "Amphitrite's still there," I said. "She's what?" "Still there," I repeated. "And she's in trouble. She's big, she can take it, but here, you look," I said, flipping the probe switch. "My God," Chase muttered as he took one look at the supply ship lying dead in deep space, her protective batteries flaming. She had gotten one of the Rebel scouts, but the other two had her bracketed and were pouring fire against her dim screens. "She can't keep this up," I said. "She's been hulled and it looks like her power's taken it." "Action imminent," Chase ordered, and the rangefinder took up his chant. We came storming out of CTH right on top of one of the Rebel scouts. A violent shock raced through the ship, slamming me against the web. The rebound sent us a good 2 miles away before our starboard battery flamed. The enemy scout, disabled by the shock, stunned and unable to maneuver, took the entire salvo amidships and disappeared in a puff of flame. The second Rebel disappeared and so did we. She was back in the CTH looking for a better chance at the Amphitrite. The big ship was wallowing like a wounded whale, half of one section torn away, her armor dented and her tubes firing erratically. We took one long look, jumped back into CTH, but not before Haskins beamed a message to the supply ship. "Now you've seen it, you damn storekeeper," he gloated. "What do you think?" Amphitrite didn't answer. "Probe out," Chase ordered, neglecting, I noticed, to comment on the signalman's act. I pushed the proper buttons, but nothing happened. I pushed again and then turned on the scanners. The one after the probe was half covered with a twisted mass of metal tubing that had once been our probe. We must have smashed it when we rammed. Quickly I shifted to the auxiliary probe, but the crumpled mass had jammed the hatch. It wouldn't open. "No probe, sir," I announced. "Damn," Chase said. "Well, we'll have to do without them. Hold tight, we're going down." We flicked into threespace just in time to see a volcano of fire erupt from the Amphitrite's side, and the metallic flick of the Rebel scout slipping back into CTH. "What's your situation, Amphitrite?" our signal asked. "Not good," the faint answer came back. "They've got us in the power room and our accumulators aren't going to stand this load very long. That last salvo went through our screens, but our armor stopped it. But if the screens go down..." Our batteries flared at the Rebel again as he came into sight. He didn't wait, but flicked right back into CTH without firing a shot. Pollard was on the ball. "Brave lad, that Reb," Chase said. There was a sneer in his voice. For a moment it was a stalemate. The Reb wasn't going to come close range with a warship of equal power to his own adding her metal to the Amphitrite's. But he could play cat and mouse with us, drawing our fire until we'd used up our torpedoes and then come in to finish the supply ship. Or he could harass us with long-range fire, or he could go away. It was certain he wouldn't do the last, and he'd be a fool if he did take the second. Amphitrite could set up a mine screen that would take care of any long-range stuff, and we could dodge it. His probe was still working, and he had undoubtedly seen ours crushed against our hull. If he hadn't, he was blind, and that wasn't a Rebel characteristic. We could hyper, of course, but we were blind up there in CTH. His best was to keep needling us and take the chance that we'd run out of torps. "What's our munition?" Chase asked, almost as an echo of my thought. I switched over to Pollard. 30 Mark 7s, Pollard said, and a little small arms. "One good salvo," Chase said thoughtfully. The Rebel flashed in and out again, and we let go a burst. 20 now, I said. Chase didn't hear me. He was busy talking to Allen on damage control. "You can't cut it, eh? All right, disengage the converter on the auxiliary probe and break out that roll of duralloy cable in the stores. Pollard, don't fire over one torp at a time when that lad shows up. Load the other launchers with blanks. Make him think we're shooting. We have to keep him hopping. Now listen to me. Yes, Allen, I mean you. Fasten that converter onto the cable and stand by. We're going to make a probe." Chase turned to me. "You were exec with Royce," he said. "You know how to fight a ship. What are you planning to do?" "We can't hold that Rebel off. Maybe with ammunition we could. But there's less than a salvo aboard and he has the advantage of position. We can't be sure he won't try to take us in spite of Amphitrite's support. And if he does finish us, Amphitrite's a dead duck." The latches quivered as the port tubes belched flame. "That leaves 19 torpedoes," he said. "In CTH we're safe enough, but we're helpless without a probe. Yet we can only get into attack position from CTH. That leaves us with only one thing to do: improvise a probe." "And how do you do that?" I asked. "Put a man out on a line with the converter from the auxiliary, give him a command helmet, and have him talk the ship in." "But that's suicide." "No, Marsden, not suicide. Just something necessary. A necessary sacrifice like this whole damned war. I don't believe in killing men. It makes me sick. But I kill if I have to and sacrifice if I must." His face twisted with the gray-green look come back. "There are over 1,000 men on the "Amphitrite" and a vital cargo of munitions. One life, I think, is a fair trade for 1,000, just as a few 100,000 is a fair trade for a race." The words were schoolmasterish, and would have been dead wrong coming from anyone except Chase, but he gave them an air of reasonable inevitability. And for a moment I forgot that he was cold-bloodedly planning someone's death. For a moment I felt the spirit of sacrifice that made heroes out of ordinary people. "Look, Skipper," I said, "how about letting me do it?" I could have kicked myself a moment later, but the words were out before I could stop them. He had me acting noble, and that trait isn't one of my strong suits. He smiled. "You know, Marsden," he said, "I was expecting that." His voice was oddly soft. "Thanks." And then it became dry and impersonal. "Request denied," he said. "This is my party." I shivered inside. While I'm no coward, I didn't relish the thought of slamming around at the end of a duralloy cable stretching out into a nowhere where there is no inertia. A hair too heavy a hand on the throttle and CTH would crush the man on the end to a pulp. But he shouldn't go either. It was his responsibility to command the ship. "Who else is qualified?" Chase answered the look on my face. "I know more about maneuver than any man aboard, and I'll be controlling the ship until the last moment. Once I order the attack, I'll cut free and you can pick me up later." "You won't have time," I protested. "Just in case I don't make it," Chase continued, making the understatement of the war with a perfectly straight face. "Take care of the crew. They're a good bunch, just a little too eager for the real Navy, but good. I've tried to make them into spacemen, and they've resented me for it. I've tried to protect them, and they've hated me." "They won't now," I interrupted. "I've tried to make them into a unit," he went on, as though I hadn't said a thing. "Maybe I've tried too hard, but I'm responsible for every life aboard this ship." He picked up his helmet. "Take command of the ship, Mr. Marsden," he said, and strode out of the room. The Lachesis shuddered to the recoil from the port turrets. 18 torpedoes left, I thought. We lowered Chase a full 100 feet on the thin strand of duralloy. He dangled under the ship, using his converter to keep the line taut. "You hear me, Skipper?" I asked. "Clearly, and you?" 4-4. "Hang on now, we're going up." I eased the Lachesis into the CTH and hung like glue to the border. "How's it going, Skipper?" "A bit rough, but otherwise all right. Now steer right. Easy now. Ah! Skipper!" "Okay, Marsden, you nearly pulled me in half, that's all. You did fine. We're in a good position in relation to Amphitrite. Now let's get our signals straight. Front is the way we're going now. Base all my directions on that. Got it?" "Aye, sir." "Good, Marsden. Throttle back and hang on your converters." I did as I was told. "Ah, there she is. Bear a little left. She's looking for us. Looks suspicious. Now she's turning toward Amphitrite. Guess she figures we're gone. She's in position, preparing to fire. Now! Drop out and fire. Elevation 0. Azimuth 36. Move!" I moved. The Lachesis dropped like a stone. Chase was dead now. Nothing made of flesh could survive that punishment. But we came out right on top of them, just like Chase had done to the other, except that we fired before we collided. And as with the other Rebel, we gained complete surprise. Our 18 torpedoes crashed home. Her magazines exploded into that hell of molten and vaporized metal that had once been a Rebel scout. And we crashed a split second later. 2,000 miles per second relative is too fast for even an explosion to hurt much if there isn't any solid material in the way, and we passed through only the outer edges of the blast. But even so, the vaporized metal scored our starboard plating down to the insulation. It was like a giant emery wheel had passed across our flank. The shock slammed us out of control, and we were tumbling in crazy gyrations across space for several minutes before I could flip the Lachesis into CTH, check the speed and motion, and get back into 3-space. Chase was gone, and Lachesis was done. A week in dry dock and she'd be as good as new, but she was no longer a fighting ship. She was a wreck. For us, the battle was over, but somehow it didn't make me happy. The Amphitrite hung off our port bow, a tiny silver dot in the distance, and as I watched, 2 more silver dots winked into being beside her. Haskins reported the IFF readings. "They're ours," he said. "A couple of cruisers." "They should have been here 10 minutes ago," I replied bitterly. I couldn't see very well. You can't when emotion clogs your tubes. Coward, Chase, not him. He was man clear through, a better one than I'd ever be if I lived out my 200 years. I wondered if the crew knew what sort of man their skipper was. I turned up the command helmet. "Men," I began, but I didn't finish. "We know," the blended thoughts and voices came back at me. Sure they knew. Chase had been on command circuit too. It was enough to make you cry. The mixture of pride, sadness, and shame that rang through the helmet. It seemed to echo and re-echo for a long time before I shut it off. I sat there thinking. I wasn't mad at the rebels. I wasn't anything. All I could think was that we were paying a pretty grim price for survival. Those aliens had better show up pretty soon, and they'd better be as nasty as their reputation. There was a score, a big score, and I wanted to be there when it was added up and settled. End of A Question of Courage by Jesse F. Bone. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Me by Frank W. Cogans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Say Hello for Me by Frank W. Cogans. 20 years is a long time to live in anticipation. At least Professor Pettibone thought so, until the 20 years were up. This was to be the day, but of course Professor Pettibone had no way of knowing it. He arose as he had been doing for the previous 20 years, donned the tattered remnants of his spacesuit, and went out into the open. He stood erect, bronzed, magnificent, faced distant Earth, and recited, "Good morning, bright sunshine, we're glad that you are here. You make the world happy and bring us good cheer." It was something he had heard as a child, and, isolated here on Mars, he had remembered it and used it to keep from losing his power of speech. The ritual finished, he walked to the edge of the nearest canal and gathered a bushel or so of dried Martian moss. He returned and began polishing the shiny exterior of the wrecked spaceship. It had to really glitter if it was to be an effective beacon in guiding the rescue ship. Professor Pettibone had known for years, that a ship would come. It was just a matter of time, and as the years slipped by, his faith diminished not a whit. With his task half completed, he glanced up at the sun and quickened the polishing. It was a long walk to the place where the berry bushes grew, and if he arrived too late, the sun would have dried out the night's crop of fragile berries, and he would have to wait until the morrow for nourishment. But on this day, he was fated to arrive at the bush area not at all, because an alien sound from above again drew the professor's eyes from his work, and he knew that the day had arrived. The ship was 3 times as large as any he had ever visualized, and its futuristic design told him sharply how far he had fallen behind in his dreaming. He smiled and said quite calmly, "I dare say I am about to be rescued." And he experienced a thrill as the great ship set down and 2 men emerged therefrom. A thrill tinged with a guilt sense, because emotional experiences were rare in an isolated life and seemed somehow indecent. The 2 men held weapons. They advanced upon Professor Pettibone, looked up into his face, reflected a certain wary hostility. That the hostility was tinged with instinctive respect, even awe, made it no less potent. One of them asked, "Fella, man came in ship. Skyboat, long time ago. Him dead. Where?" Appropriate gestures accompanied the words. Professor Pettibone smiled down at the little men and bowed. "You are of course referring to me. I came in the ship. I am Professor Pettibone. It was nice of you to hunt me up." The eyes of the 2 Terran spacemen met and locked in startling inquiry. One of them voiced the reaction of both of them when he said, "What the hell?" You no doubt are curious as to the fate of the other members of the expedition. They were killed, all save Fletcher, who lasted a week." Professor Pettibone waved a hand. "There, in the graveyard." But their eyes remained on the only survivor of that ill-fated expedition. It was hard to accept him as the man they sought, but faced with undeniable similarity between what they expected and what they had found, the two spacemen had no alternative. "I hope your food supply is ample and varied," Professor Pettibone said. This seemed to bring them out of their bemusement. "Of course, Professor. Would you care to come aboard?" The other made a try at congenial levity. "You must be pretty hungry after 20 years." "Really? Has it been that long? I tried to keep track at first." "We can blast off any time you say. You're probably pretty anxious to get back." "Indeed I am. The changes in 20 years must be breathtaking. I wonder if they'll remember me." A short time later the professor said, "It's amazing. A ship of this size handled by only 2 men." Then he sat down to a repast laid out by one of the awed spacemen. But after nibbling a bit of this, a forkful of that, he found that satisfaction lay in the anticipation more so than in the eating. "We'll look around and see what we can find in the way of clothing for you, Professor," one of the spacemen said. Then the man's bemusement returned. His eyes traveled over the magnificent physique before him. The perfect giant of a man, the great Apollo-like head with the calm, clear eyes, the expression of complete contentment and serenity. The spaceman said, "Professor, to what do you attribute the changes in your body? What is there about this planet?" "I really don't know." Professor Pettibone looked down his torso with an impersonal eye. "I think the greenish skin pigmentation is a result of mineral-heavy vapors that occur during certain seasons. The growth? As to my body, I really don't know." But the two spacemen, though they didn't refer to it, were not concerned with the body so much as the aura of completeness, the radiation of contentment which came from somewhere within. And it was passing strange that nothing more was said about the professor returning to Earth. No great revelation suddenly arrived at that he would not go. Rather, they discussed various things the three gentlemen, meeting casually, would discuss. Then Professor Pettibone arose from his chair and said, "It was kind of you to drop off and see me." And one of the spacemen replied, "A pleasure, sir. A real pleasure indeed." Then the professor left the ship and watched it lift up on a tail of red fire and go away. He raised an arm and waved. "Say hello for me," he called. Then he turned away and from force of habit he began again to polish the hull, knowing that he would keep it shining and be proud of it for many years to come. Almost beyond the reach of the planet, one of the spacemen flipped a switch and put certain sensitive communication mechanisms to work. So sensitive they could pick up etheric vibrations far away and make them audible. But only faintly came the pleasant voice of a contented man. "Good morning, bright sunshine. We are glad that you are here. You make the world." End of Say Hello for Me by Frank W. Cogans. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. By Ando Binder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Shipwreck in the Sky by Ando Binder. The flight into space that made pilot Captain Dan Barstow famous. The flight was listed at GHQ as Project Songbird. It was sponsored by the Space Medicine Labs of the U.S. Air Force, and its pilot was Captain Dan Barstow. A hand-picked man, Dan Barstow, chosen for the AF's most important project of the year because he and his VX-3 had already broken all previous records set by hordes of V-2s, Navy Aerobes, and anything else that flew the skyways. Dan Barstow, first man to cross the sea of air and sight open, unlimited space. Pioneer flight to infinity. He grinned and hummed to himself as he settled down for the long jaunt. Too busy to be either thrilled or scared, he considered the 37 instruments he'd have to read, the twice that many records to keep, and the miles of camera film to run. He'd been hand-picked and thoroughly conditioned to take it all without more than a 10% increase in his pulse rate. So he worked as matter-of-factly as if he were down in the G's centrifuge of the space medicine labs where he'd been schooled for this trip for months. He kept up a running fire of oral reports through his helmet radio down to Rough Rock and his CO. All roger, sir. Temperature falling fast, but this rubberoid spacesuit keeps me cozy, no chills. Doc Blaine will be happy to hear that. Weightless sensations pretty queer, and I feel upside down as much as right side up, but no bad effects. Taking shots of the sun's corona now through color film, huh? Oh yes, sir. It's beautiful all right, now that you mention it. But hell, sir, who's got time for aesthetics now? Oops, that was a close one. 10th meteor whizzing past. Makes me think of the flak back on those Berlin bombing runs. Dan couldn't help wincing when the meteors peppered down past. The flak of space. Below, he could see the meteors flare up brightly as they hit the atmosphere. Most of those near his position were small, none bigger than a baseball. And Dan took comfort in the fact that his rocket was small too, in the immensity around him. A direct hit would be sheer bad luck, but the good old law of averages was on his side. Yes, Colonel, this tin can I'm riding in is holding together okay, Dan continued to Rough Rock. If he paused even a second in his reports, a top sergeant's yell from the colonel's throat came back for him to keep talking. Every bit of information he could transmit to them was a vital revelation in this USAF Alpha exploration of open space beyond Earth's air cushion, with ceiling unlimited to infinity. Cosmic rays, sir? Sure, the reading shot up double on the Geiger. Huh? No, I don't feel a thing. Like Doc Baird suspected, we invented a lot of old wives' tales in advance before going into space. I feel fine, so you can put down cosmic ray intensity as a boogeyman. What's that? Yeah, sir, the stars shine without winking up here. What else? Space is inky black, no deep purples or queer more than blacks like some jetted up writers dreamed up. Just plain old ordinary dead black. Earth, sir? Well, it does look dish-shaped from up here, concave. Sure, I can see all the way to Europe, and say, here's something unexpected. I can see that hurricane off the coast of Florida. You said it, sir. Once we install permanent space stations up here, it will be easy to spot typhoons, volcano eruptions, tidal waves, earthquakes, what have you, the moment they start. If you ask me, with a good telescope you could even spot forest fires the minute they broke out, not to mention a sneak bombing on a target city. Sorry, sir, I forgot. Dan broke off and almost retched as his stomach turned to flip-flop to end all flip-flops. The VX-3 had reached the peak of its trajectory at over 1,000 miles altitude and now turned down, lazily at first. He gulped oxygen from the emergency tube at his lips and felt better. Turning back on schedule, Rough Rock. Peak altitude 1,037 miles. Everything fine, no danger. This was a cinch. Hey, wait. Something not in the books has popped up. Stand by. Dan had felt the rocket swing a bit strangely, as if gripped by a strong force. Instead of falling directly toward Earth, with a slight pitch, it slanted sideways and spun on its long axis. And then Dan saw what it was. Beneath, intercepting his trajectory, coming around fast over the curvature of Earth, was a tiny black worldlet, 998 miles above Earth. It might be an enormous meteor, but Dan felt he was right the first time, for it wasn't falling like a meteor, but swinging parallel to Earth's surface on even keel. He stared at the unexpected discovery, amazed as if it were a fire-breathing dragon out of legend. For it was, actually, he realized in swift, stunned comprehension, more amazing than any legend. Dan kept his voice calm. Hello, Rough Rock? Listen. Nobody expected this. Hold your hat, sir, and sit down. I've discovered a second moon of Earth. Uh-huh, you heard me right, a second moon. Tie that, will you? Sure, it's tiny. Less than a mile in diameter, I'd say. Dead black in color. Guess that's why telescopes never spotted it. Tiny and black, blends into the black backdrop of space. It has terrific speed, and that little maverick's gravitational field caught my rocket. Of course, it can't yank me away from Earth gravity, But the trouble is, yike, my rocket and that moonlet may be in for a mutual collision course. Dan's trained eye suddenly saw that grim possibility. Barreling around Earth in narrow orbit with a speed something near to over 12,000 miles an hour, the tiny new moon had, since his ascent, charged directly into his downward free fall. It was a chance in 1,000 for a direct hit, except for one added factor. The moonlet exerted enough gravity pull out of its many million-ton bulk to warp the rocket into its path, and the 1,000-to-1 odds were thus wiped out, becoming even money. "Nip and tuck," reported Dan, answering the excited pleadings and questions from Rough Rock. "It won't be a head-on crash, and I may even miss it entirely." "Oh, Lord, not with that spire of rock sticking up from it. I'm going to hit that." Dan heard an atomic bomb blast once, and it sounded like a string of them set off at once as the rocket smashed into the rocky prominence. The rock splintered, the rocket splintered, but Dan was not there to be splintered likewise. He had jammed down a button at the critical moment, and the rocket's emergency escape hatch had ejected him a split second before the violent impact. But Dan blacked out, receiving some of the concussion of the exploding rocket. When his eyes snapped open, he was floating like a feather in open, airless space. His rubberoid spacesuit, living up to its rigid tests, had inflated to its elastic limit, but it held, and within its automatic units began feeding him oxygen, heat, and radio power. He had a chance now because he had been ejected cleanly from the rocket, without damage to the protective suit. The stars wheeled dizzily around him. Dan finally saw the reason why. He was not just floating as a free agent in space. He was circling the black moonlet, at perhaps 1,000 yards from its pitted surface. "Hello, Rough Rock," he called. "Still alive and kicking, sir, only now, of all crazy mad things, I'm a moon of this moon. The collision must have knocked me clear out of my down-to-Earth orbit. I must have been ejected in the same direction as the moonlet's course, in its gravity field. I don't know. Let an electronic brain figure it out sometime. Anyway, now I'm being dragged along in the orbit of this moonlet. How about that? Yes, sir, I'm circling down closer and closer. No, don't worry, sir. It has a weak gravity pull. Only a fraction of an Earth G, so I'm drifting down as gently as a cloud, standing by for my landing on Earth's second moon." The bloated figure in the bulging spacesuit circled the black stony surface several more times, in a narrowing spiral, and finally landed with a soft skidding bump that didn't even jar Dan's teeth. He bounced several times from a diminishing height of 50-odd feet in grotesque slow motion before he finally came to a stop. He sat still for a moment, adjusting to the fantastic fact of being shipwrecked on an uncharted moonlet, crowding down his pulse rate, which must be over 10% normal now. "Okay, Rough Rock, I hear you. You're telling me, sir? Obviously I'm marooned here. No rocket to leave with. No way to get back to terra firma. What? If you'll pardon my saying so, sir, that's a silly question." "Of course I'm scared. Scared green. Sorry about the rocket, sir. Losing it for you." "Me, sir? Thank you, sir, but stop apologizing, will you? I know you haven't got any duplicates of the VX-3 ready. No rescue rocket." Dan listened for a moment longer, then broke in roughly. "Oh, for Pete's sake, will you stop crying over me, sir? So I get mine here. I might have gotten it over Berlin, too. Forget it, sir." Dan grinned suddenly. "Look, what have I got to kick about? I'll go out in a flash of glory. At least one headline will put it that way. And I'll get credit in the history books as the man who discovered that Earth has 2 moons. What more could I ask, really?" Dan blushed at the reply from Rough Rock. "Will you lay off, please, Colonel? How else should a man take it? I'm still scared silly inside, but look, I've really got something to report now. This little runt moon makes tracks around Earth in probably 2 hours minus. If I remember my spacenautics right, I'm already looking down over the Grand Canyon heading west. I'm going to get a pretty terrific bird's eye view of the whole world in 2 more hours, which is just about how much oxygen I've got left. Lucky, huh?" Dan looked down, watching in fascination the majestic wheeling of the Earth below him. His little moonlet did not rotate, or rather it rotated once for each revolution around Earth, as the moon did, keeping one face earthward, giving him an uninterrupted view. The Sierras on Earth hove into clear view, and the broad Pacific. There would follow Hawaii, then Japan, Asia, Europe. No, he saw he was slanting southwest. It would be across the equator, past Australia, perhaps near the South Pole, then up around over the top of the world, past Greenland, following that great circle around the globe. In any case, his was the speediest trip around the world ever made by man. Before we're out of mutual range, Rough Rock, I'm going to explore this new moon. Me and Columbus. Stand by for reports. Dan did his walking in huge leaps that propelled him 50 feet at a step with slight effort, due to the extremely feeble gravity of the tiny moon. What did he weigh here? Probably no more than an ounce or two. Nothing much to report, Colonel. It's a dead, airless, pipsqueak planetoid. Just a big, mile-thick rock, probably. No life, no vegetation, no people, no nothing. Guess you might call me the man in the second moon. And the joke's on me. Well, 1 3/4 hours of oxygen left by the gauge, or 105 minutes. Sounds like more that way. What's that, sir? Your voice is getting faint. Any last requests from me? Well, one favor, maybe. Pick up my body someday on another rocket. Yeah, it'll stay preserved up here in this deep freeze of space. Thanks, sir. Can't hear you much now. Going out of range. Give Betty my fondest. You know, the blonde. Well, sir, goodbye now. Dan was glad that Rough Rock's radio voice had faded to a whispery nothingness. It wasn't easy to stay casual now. There was nothing more to say, really. He didn't want to hear any more crying from the CO. The old man had sounded almost hysterical. He wanted just to be alone with his thoughts now, making his final peace with the universe. He checked the gauge with his watch. 90 minutes of oxygen to 0. Or, he thought with a grin, eternity minus 90 minutes. He was beginning to have trouble breathing, but it was awesomely grand watching the sweep of Earth beneath him. The procession of dots that were islands strung across the South Pacific seas like a necklace of green beads. He was still within radio range of ships below at sea, yet he didn't contact them. He had nothing to say, like a ghost in the sky. Idly he kept pitching loose stones, watching their rifle-like speed away from him. Again, a phenomenon of the weak gravity of the moonlet. Actually, he was able to pick up a boulder 10 feet across and heave it away with ease. We who are about to die amuse ourselves, he thought. Then, because of a thread of stubborn hope still clung in the corner of his mind, he got an idea. It had lurked just beyond his mental grasp for some time now. Something significant. Abruptly, face alight, Dan switched on his radio and contacted a ship, asking them to relay him to Rough Rock with their more powerful transmitter. Ahoy, Rough Rock. Stop adding up my insurance. Colonel, I'm coming back. No, sir, I haven't gone out of my head. It's so simple. It's a laugh, sir. I'll see you in a few hours, sir. And he did. Dan grinned when they hauled his dripping form from the sea. Aboard the search plane, they cut him out of his spacesuit, to which he was still attached his emergency twin parachute. But his helmet was gone, ripped loose, for Dan had been breathing fresh Earth air during the long parachute descent. They stared at him as a dead man come alive. Impossible to escape, he chuckled, repeating their babble. That's what I thought, too, until I remembered those data tables on gravity and escape velocity and such. How on the moon the escape velocity is much less than on Earth. And on that tiny second moon, well, my clue was when I threw a stone into the air. And it never came back. Dan gulped hot coffee. I got off the moonlet myself then, got up to more than a mile above it where I was free of its feeble gravity, but I was still in the same orbit, circling Earth. I'd have continued revolving as a human satellite forever, of course, but this emergency gadget hooked to my belt. Dan held up the metal gun with its empty tank and needle nose half burned away. Reaction pistol. Fires hydrazine and oxidizer. Ordinary jet rocket principle. Aiming it toward the stars opposite Earth, its reactive blast shoved me earthward, thanks to Newton. I needed a speed of about 1/2 mile a second. The powerful little jet gun had only my small mass to shove in free space without gravity or friction. That broke me from free fall around Earth to gravity fall toward Earth. Then I spiraled down under gravity pull. I reached lung-filling air density just in time before my oxygen gave out. One more danger was that I began heating up like a meteor due to air friction. I flung out a prayer first, followed by my twin parachutes, designed for extreme initial shock. They held. Slowed me down to a paratrooper's drift the rest of the way down. Wait, a puzzled pilot objected. Your story doesn't hang together. How did you get off that moonlet? How did you get up there a mile above it, away from its gravity? There was no one to throw you like a stone. I threw myself, said Dan. First I ran as fast as I could, maybe a halfway around that moonlet to get a good running start. Then Dan Barstow's grin was undoubtedly the biggest grin in history. Well then, since the feeble gravity couldn't pull me back again, what I really did was to jump clear off that moon. End of Shipwreck in the Sky by Yando Binder. Business by William Boyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Show Business by William Boyd. Recording by Timothy Casey. Except for old Dworken, Kotha's bar was deserted when I dropped in shortly after midnight. The ship from Earth was still 2 days away, and the Martian flagship would get in next morning with 700 passengers for Earth on it. Dworken must have been waiting in Luna City a whole week, at 6,000 credits a day. That's as steep to me as it is to you, but money never seemed to worry Dworken. He raised the heavy green lids from his protruding brown eyes as I came in. He waved his tail. "Sit down and join me," he invited in his guttural voice. "It is not good for a man to drink alone. But I have no company in dis by de God's deserted hole. A man must something be doing, what?" I sat down in the booth across from my Venusian friend and stared at him while he punched a new order into the drink board. "For me, another schick," he announced. "And for you, de same?" Against my better judgment, for I knew I'd have plenty to do handling that mob of tourists, the first crowd of the season is always the roughest, tomorrow. I consented. Dworken had already consumed 6 of the explosive things, as the empty glasses on the table showed, but he exhibited no effect. I made a mental note, as I'd often done before, that this time I would not exceed the safe terrestrial limit of 2. "You must be in the money again, drinking imported schick," I remarked. "What are you doing in Luna City this time?" He merely lifted his heavy eyelids and stared at me without expression. "Nah, in de money I am not. There are too many chiselers in the business. Just when I think I have a good thing going, I am swindled. It is too bad." He snorted through his ugly snout, making the Venusian equivalent of a sigh. I knew there was a story waiting behind that warty skin, but I was not sure I wanted to hear it, for the next round of drinks would be on me, and schick was 150 credits a shot. Still, a man on a moon assignment has to amuse himself somehow. So I said, "What's in the latest episode of the Dworken soap opera? What is the merchandise this time? Gems? Pet Mercurian fire insects? A new supply of dengue?" "I do not smuggle drugs. That is a base lie," replied my friend stolidly. He knew, of course, that I still suspected him to be the source of that last load of that potent narcotic, although I had no more proof than did the Planetary Bureau of Investigation. He took a long pull at his drink before he spoke again. "But Dworken is never down for long. This time it is show business. You remember how I have always been by the theater so fascinated? Well, I decided to open a show here in Luna City. Think of all the travelers, bored stiff by space and the emptiness thereof, who pass through here during the season. Even if only half of them go to my show, it cannot fail." I waited for some mention of free tickets, but none was made. I was about as anxious to see Dworken's show as I was to walk barefoot across Mare Imbrium, but I asked with what enthusiasm I could force. "What sort of act are you putting on? Girls?" I shuddered as I recalled the pathetic shop-worn chorus girls that Sam Lowe had tried to pass off last year on the gullible tourists of the spaceways. That show had lasted 10 nights, 9 more than it deserved. There are limits, even to the gullibility of Earth lovers. "Yes, girls," replied Dworken, "but not perhaps what you are thinking. Martian girls." This was more interesting. Even if the girls were now a little too old for the stage in the Martian capital, they would still get loud cheers on the moon. I knew. I started to say so, but Dworken interrupted. "And not the miserable girls they buy from the slave traders in Bestin. These girls I collected myself from the country along the upper canal." I repressed my impulse to show my curiosity. It could all be perfectly true, and if it were not the opening night would tell. But it sounded a lot like one of Dworken's taller tales. I'd never been able to disprove any one of them, but I found it a little hard to believe that so many improbable things had ever happened to one man. However, I like being entertained if it doesn't cost me too much. So finally I said, "I suppose you're going to tell me you ventured out into the interior of Mars carrying a 6-week supply of water and oxygen on your back and visited the zoo theaters on the spot." "How did you know?" "That is just what I did," solemnly affirmed my companion. He snorted again and looked at his glass. It was empty, but he tilted it into his face again in an eloquent gesture. No words were needed. I punched the symbols for Shik in my drink board on my side of the table. Then, after hesitating, I punched the 2 in signal. I must remember, though, that this was my second and last. His 8th Shik seemed to instill some animation into Dworken. "I know you feel skepticism after my exploits. You will see tomorrow night that I speak true." "Amazing," I said, "especially as I just happened to remember that 3 different expeditions from Earth tried to penetrate more than 100 kilometers from Bestin, but either they couldn't carry the water and oxygen that far, or they resorted to breathing Mars air and never came back. And they were Earthmen, not Venusians who are accustomed to 2 atmospheres of carbon dioxide." "My friend, you must not reason. It was so. It always will be so. The principle of induction is long exploded. I did indeed breathe Mars air. Wait, I tell you how." He took another long swig of Shik. "What your Earthmen did not realize was that they cannot acclimate themselves as do we Venusians. You know the character of our planet made adaptability a condition of survival. It is true that our atmosphere is heavy, but on top of our so high mountains the air is thin. We must live everywhere, the space is so few. I first adapted myself on Earth to live. I was there a whole year, you will recollect. Then I go further. Your engineers construct air tanks that make air like the air of the mountains. Then, so I learned to live in those tanks. Each day I have spent 1, 2, 3 hours in them. I get so I can breathe air at 1/3 the pressure of your already thin atmosphere, and at 1/6 the tension of oxygen. No, my friend, you could not do this. Your lungs burst, but old Dworken, he has done it. I take with me only some water, for I know the Martians do not give water. To trade, some miniature kerosene lamps. You know they got no fuel oil now, only atomics, but these little lamps stay like for antiques, for sentiment, because their great-grandfathers used them. Well, I walk through Velas and not stop. Too close by the capital. Too much contact with men of other planets. I walk also through Bur and Zamat. I come to a small place where they never see foreigner, named Tasaha. Oh, I tell you, the men of the other planets do not know Mars. How delightful, how unspoiled are the Martians. Once you get away from the people by tourists so spoiled, how wonderful, across the sands to go. Free as birds, the soul-friendly greetings of the Martian men and the Martian women. Ah. Well, in Tasaha I go to theater. Such lovely girls, you shall see. But I saw something else. That, my friend, you hardly believe." Dworken looked down at his empty glass and snorted gently. I took the hint, although for myself I ordered the less lethal Martian Azadni. I was already having difficulty believing parts of his narrative. It would be interesting to see if the rest were any harder. My companion continued. "They not only have the chorus, which you have seen on Earth, imported from Mars, And such a chorus. Such girls. But they have something else. You recall your terrestrial history? Once your ancestors had performers on the stage who did funny motions and said amusing remarks. The spectators make to laugh. I think you call it vaudeville. Well, on Mars they also have vaudeville. He paused and looked at me from under half-shut eyelids and grinned widely to show his reptilian teeth. I wondered if he'd really found something new. I would even be willing to pay for a glimpse of Martian vaudeville. I wondered if my Martian was too rusty for me to understand jokes in the spoken lingo. They have not only men and women telling jokes, they have trained animals acting funny, Dworkin went on. This was too much. I suppose the animals talked too, I said sarcastically. Do they speak Earth or Martian? He regarded me approvingly. My friend, you catch on quick. He raised a paw. Now don't at conclusions jump. Let me explain. At first I did not believe it either. They sprang it with no warning. Onto the stage came a Tlul. You know him, I think. And a Shiuklid. The Shiuklid was riding a bicycle. I mean, a monocle. One wheel. The Tlul moved just as awkward as he always does, and then tried to ride a tandem four-wheeled vehicle, which had been especially made for him. In spite of my resolve, I chuckled. The picture of a Tlul trying to ride a four-wheeled bicycle, pumping each of his 8 three-jointed legs up and down in turn, while maintaining his usual supercilious and indifferent facial expression, was irresistibly funny. Wait, said my friend, and again raised a paw. You have as yet nothing heard. They make jokes at the same time. The Shiuklid asked the Tlul, who was that Tlul I saw you with up on the canal? And the Tlul replies, that was no Tlul, that was my steed. I doubled up laughing. Unless you have visited Mars, this may not strike you as funny, but I collapsed into a heap, put my head on the table, and wept with mirth. It seemed like 5 minutes before I was able to speak. Oh, no. Yes, yes, I tell you, yes, insisted my friend. He even smiled himself. If you don't know the social system of the Martians, there is no point in me trying to explain the idea of a Tlul's being out with the neuter of neuters, a sky, as so devastatingly funny. But that suddenly was not quite the point. Did it happen? I had large doubts. Nobody had ever heard a Tlul make any sort of sound, and it was generally supposed that they had no vocal cords. And no Shiuklid, they sometimes resemble a big groundhog, and live in burrows along the canals of Mars, had ever been heard to make a noise except a high-pitched whistle when frightened. Now just a minute, Dworkin, I said. I know, my friend, I know. You think it is impossible. You think the talking is faked. So I thought too, but wait. It seems Dworkin had inquired among the audience as to who owned the performing animals. The local Martians were not as impressed as he was with the performance, but they guided him to the proprietor of the Trained Animal Act. He was a young Martian, hawk-nosed, with flashing black eyes, dusky skin, and curly hair. So I say to him, "Dis Martian," Dworkin continued, "if your act on the level is, I buy." I had 3 small diamonds with, he explained. But the Martian was hard to deal with. First, he said he would not sell his so valuable and so beloved animals. The only talking animals on Mars, he said. The liar! At long last I get him to make a price, but on condition that he brings the animals around to my inn in the morning for a private audition. I suppose, I interrupted, you are beginning to have some doubts as to the Martian's good faith. After all, a talking Tlul and a talking Shiuklid all at one time is quite a lot to ask, I would have. "Please, friend, please," interrupted my companion. "Do you not think of Dworkin knows these things? Of course he does. I think. The owner, he is pulling a fake, I guess. I know that animals do not really talk. Next morning I think he no show up. But no, I am mistaken. Promptly at 9 o'clock he come to my inn with a little dog cart with the animals. He put them on the stage in the bar of the inn. They act like before. But they didn't talk, of course. Oh, my friend, that's where you are wrong. They talk like nobody's business. The jokes are funnier than ever, even dirtier maybe. But Dworken is not fooled. He think, aha! I say to the Martian, you fake this, what? The animals not talk. Suppose you have them do the act while you stay outside, what? Then I think I have him. The Martian tear his curly hair, flash his black eyes. He takes insult that I think he is fake. Name of the Martian gods, he cry. But at last he agrees to go away and tell the animals to go ahead. Dworken, you were a sap to string along with him even as far as that, I said wearily. I hope you hadn't paid the guy any money. He shook his head. No, my old and best, he said. Dworken no fool is, even on Mars. No, no money. But wait, the animals go on without the owner. Same stage business, same talk, same jokes, and even funnier yet. What? I stared at Dworken. He did not smile, but finished off the 11th sheik, the 5th I had bought him. Listen, I said, are you sitting there telling me you have a Tllul and a Shiokid that can really talk? You listen, my friend. Like you, I think something is wrong. I say to the Martian owner, my friend, maybe I buy your act if you tell me how it is done. But you know as well as I do that it is impossible that these animals to talk. Tell me, what is the trick? Dworken lifted his glass and shook it as though he could not believe it was empty, then looked at me questioningly. I shook my head. He snorted, looked melancholy, writhed up from his chair and reached for his fur cape. Well, thanks for the drinks, he said. A dark suspicion crept into my mind, but I could not restrain myself. Wait, Dworken, I shouted. You can't just leave me up in the air like that. What happened then? Dworken snorted into his green handkerchief. The Martian admitted it was a fake after all, he said mournfully. Can you imagine it? What a chiseler. The Shiokid, he said, can't really talk. The Tllul just throws his voice. End of Show Business by William Boyd. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Terror by Don Barry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. The Sound of Terror by Don Barry. What is more frightening than the fear of the unknown? Johnny found out. The day was still no more than a ragged streak of red in the east. The pre-dawn air was sharply cold, making Johnny Youngbear's face feel slightly brittle as he dressed quietly in the gray bedroom. He sat down on the bed, pulling on his boots, and felt his wife stir sleepily beneath the covers. Suddenly she stiffened, sat upright in the bed, startled into wakefulness. Johnny put one dark, bony hand on her white shoulder, gently, reassuring. After a moment, finding herself, she turned away and lit a cigarette. Johnny finished pulling on his boots and stood, his hawk-like face unreadable in the cold gray light streaming through the huge picture window. "Johnny?" said his wife hesitantly. He murmured an acknowledgement, watching the bright flare of color she drew on the cigarette. Her soft, dark hair was coiled loosely around her shoulders, very black against the pale skin. Her eyes were invisible in shadow. Johnny could not read their expression. He turned away, knowing she was watching him. "Be careful," she said simply. "Try," he said, then shrugged his shoulder. "Not my day, anyway." "I know," she said, "but be careful." He left the house and walked out into the chill desert dawn. He turned his face to the brightness in the east, trying to catch a little warmth, but could not. He warmed up the Jeep, listening to the engine grumble protest until it settled to a flat, banging roar. He swerved out of the driveway with a screaming of tires, reaching the long ribbon of concrete that led out into the desert. He settled down hard on the accelerator, indifferent to the whining complaint of the Jeep's motor. It was 8 miles from his sprawling house to the Mesa Dry Lake launching site, due east into the sun. He pulled to the top of 6 Mile Hill and stopped in the middle of the highway. 2 miles ahead was Launching Base 1, throwing long, sharp shadows at him in the rosy dawn light. A cluster of squat gray blockhouses, a long runway tapering into the distance with an Air Force B-52 motionless at the near end, that was all. except the ship. The ship towered high, dominating the desert like a pinnacle of bright silver. Even silhouetted against the eastern sky, it sparkled and glistened. Impassive it stood, graceful, seeming to strain into the sky, anxious to be off and gone. The loading gantry was a dark, spidery framework beside the ship, leaning against it, drawing strength from its sleek beauty. Johnny watched in silence for a moment, then turned his eyes up to the sky. Somewhere up there, a tiny satellite spun wildly about the Earth, a little silver ball in some celestial roulette wheel. Gradually it would spiral closer and closer, caught by the planet's implacable grasp, until it flared brightly like a cigarette in the heavens, before dissolving into drops of molten metal. But it would serve its purpose. In its short life, it would have given man knowledge of space, knowledge enough that he could go himself, knowing what he would find in the emptiness between the Earth and the Moon. Or knowing nearly. What's it like out there? The satellite answered partly. The ship would answer more. Johnny slammed the Jeep into gear, hurtled down the other side of 6 Mile Hill. Through his mind ran the insistent repetition of an old song he knew, and he hummed it tunelessly through closed teeth. I had a true wife, but I left her, oh, oh, oh. The Jeep skidded to a halt beside Control. Mitch Campbell's green station wagon was already there, creaking and settling as the motor cooled. Control was full of people, Air Force brass, technicians, observers, enlisted men of indiscernible purpose. The room hummed with the muted buzz of low, serious conversation. Mitch Campbell sat in one corner, apparently forgotten in the confusion. He had nothing to do. Not yet. He was already in flight dress, holding the massive helmet in his hands morosely, turning it over and over, staring at it as though he thought he might find his head inside, if he looked carefully enough. "Morning, Colonel," said Johnny, forcing his voice to be casual and cheerful. "You're up early this morning." "Morning, Colonel, yourself," said Mitch, looking up. "Big day today?" "Well, yeah, you might say so," Mitch said, smiling faintly and with obvious effort. "Thought I might go once around lightly," he said, hooking his thumb upward. Upward through the concrete ceiling, into the air, through the air, up where there was no air for a man to breathe. Once around lightly. Around the world. Lightly. "Tell you what, Mitch." "Okay, tell me what," he said. "You like the movies?" Johnny asked. "You like to get a little adventure in your soul? You like a little vicarious thrill now and then?" "Yeah, I like that. Tell you what, we'll go. No, don't thank me. We'll go. Tonight, 8 o'clock, you come by." "Wives and everybody?" Mitch asked. "Why not?" Johnny said. "They're cooped up in the house all day." They both knew the wives would be in control in an hour, listening to the radio chatter, waiting, eyes wide, shoulders stiff and tight. "Fine," said Mitch. "Fine." A crew chief came up and touched Johnny's shoulder. "Colonel Youngbear," he said, "observation is going up." Johnny stood and looked out the tiny window at the red-painted B-52. "See you tonight, Mitch. 8 o'clock. Don't forget. Westerns." "See you," said Mitch. He looked back down at the helmet and was turning it over and over again when Johnny left. The observation B-52 climbed, screaming. Johnny lit a cigarette and watched out the port at the contrails rolling straight and white behind the jets. He sat by the radio man, a sergeant, ignoring the rest of the officers in the converted bomb bay. "Hope he makes it, Colonel," said the sergeant. "He'll make it," Johnny said flatly, irritated. Relenting, he added in a gentler tone, "The pilot section breaks away. If he gets in serious trouble, he can dump it and ride the nose down, like a bird. He'll make it." There was a raucous buzz, and the squawk box said, "On my mark, it will be 0 - 4 minutes. Mark." The voice of Control, 35,000 feet below. The B-52 swung ponderously onto the base leg of its circle, and there was a creaking of stretching metal inside. -2 minutes. Not my day anyway, Johnny thought. He lit another cigarette. "Control," said a new voice. "This is Red Leader. Red Leader, Red Flight is in position." "Rog, Red Leader," Control acknowledged. The observation flight of jet fighters was waiting too. -5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Silence. "I had a true wife, but I left her, oh, oh, oh." There was another rattle of the speaker and Mitch's voice came through, grunting, heavy, as the acceleration of the ship laid a heavy hand on his chest. "Acceleration, 8G, controls respond." silence. "There he is," someone said. A wavering trail of smoke was barely visible below, a thread of white, coming up fast, blown erratically by winds into a distorted tiny snake. "Altitude," said Mitch's voice. 40,000. Acceleration dropping. The white snake wriggled up to their level, rose above them. Johnny could not see the silver head. "Altitude 65,000. I have a loud, very high buzz in my headphones. I'm going to... There, it's gone now. Went out of my range." His voice sounded wrong to Johnny, but he couldn't pin it down. "Altitude 105,000. Beginning the orbital correction. Beginning... I can't... I'm... The voice became unintelligible. It was pitched very high like a woman's, and it sounded as if his teeth were chattering. "Mitch," Johnny pleaded softly. "Mitch, baby, dump it, boy. Come on home now. Dump it." There was no more from the speaker. A confused babble broke out in the bomb bay. The sergeant fiddled with his dials frantically, spinning across wavelengths, trying to find a word. The confusion ceased when the speaker rattled again, seemingly hours later. "Hello, Control? This is Red 3. Do you read me?" One of the fighter flight. "Rog, Red 3. Go ahead," came Control's voice from below. "Control, I have a flash and smoke cloud on my bearing of 37 degrees. Red 3, what altitude? What altitude?" "None," said the fighter pilot. "On the deck." After a moment, Johnny climbed unsteadily to his feet in the midst of a booming silence. He made his way back to the catwalk, to the head, where he retched violently until tears came to his eyes. 3 weeks later, Johnny sat in Dr. Lambert's office. He watched the lean, graying psychologist turn off the tape recorder, watched him methodically tamp tobacco in his pipe. "That's all she wrote, Johnny," said Lambert finally. "That recording of Mitch's voice is just about all we have. The ship was under full power when it hit. There wasn't much left." Johnny looked absently out of the window at the gleaming needle of Ship 2 beside the flimsy-looking gantry. Full power was a lot of power. The psychologist followed Johnny's eyes. "Beautiful," he said, and the word brought to Johnny's mind the wide-eyed, pale face of Mitch's wife staring at him. "That ship is the best we can make her," Lambert said. "Engineering is as certain as they can be that there was no structural failure on Ship 1. "So?" Johnny said, still staring at the ship. Even at this distance, he could almost believe he could see his own lean face reflected in the shining metal. "So we looked somewhere else for the cause of failure," said Lambert. "Where?" said Johnny. He turned back, saw the psychologist was putting a new reel of tape on the recorder. "The weak link in the control system," Lambert said. "There weren't any." "One." "What?" "Mitch Campbell." Johnny stood, angry. Mitch was good. Damn good. The psychologist looked up. His eyes were tired. "I know it," he said calmly. "Listen to this." He started the machine playing the new tape. Johnny listened to it through. The voice that came out was high and wavering. It shook, it chattered, words were indistinguishable. It was thin with tension, and it rang in Johnny's ears with unwanted familiarity. "What's it sound like to you?" Lambert asked when it had finished. "Like Mitch's voice," Johnny admitted reluctantly. "It did to me too. What do you think it is?" "Don't know," said Johnny shortly. "Might be a pilot whose plane is shaking apart." "Nope." "I don't know." Lambert sat back down behind his desk and sucked on his pipe stem. He regarded Johnny impassively, seeming to consider some problem remote from the room. Abruptly he stood up again and went to the window, watching the ant-like activity around the base of Ship 2. "That was a madman's voice," he said. "I made the recording while I was interning at a state institution." "So?" "Mad with fear," Lambert said. "Pure, simple, unadulterated. That was the sound of terror you heard, Johnny. Terror such as few humans have ever known. That man knew such fear that he could not remain sane and live with it. I had a true wife, but I left her. Oh, oh, oh." "You think Mitch?" "You said yourself the voices were alike," Lambert pointed out. "I don't believe it." "Don't have to," said Lambert, turning from the window. "But I'll tell you something, Johnny. That ship," he hooked his thumb out the window, "is a very big toy. Maybe too big." "Meaning?" "Meaning it's possible we've reached beyond man's limitations. Meaning it's possible we've built something too big for a man to handle and stay sane. Maybe we've finally gone too far. Maybe. I don't insist it's true, said the psychologist. It's an idea. Fear. Fear of the unknown, maybe. Too much fear to hold. You think I'll crack? Asked Johnny. The psychologist didn't answer directly. It's an idea, as I said. I just wanted you to think it over. I will, said Johnny. He stood again, his jaw held tight. Is that all? Yes, Colonel, that's all, said Lambert. When Johnny left, the psychologist sat brooding silently, staring morosely at a trail of smoke rising from his pipe bowl. He sat there until the afternoon light faded from the desert base. Then he stood in the darkened office, sighed, lit his pipe, and went home. He was very tired. 6 weeks later, Johnny Youngbear walked out of the control blockhouse into the desert morning, carrying his helmet under his arm. He ran his eyes swiftly up the length of Ship 2, trying to forget those other eyes staring at his back from the blockhouse. The ship rippled and gleamed, alive, eager, the thundering power in her belly waiting to be born. Oh, you bitch, you beautiful bitch, Johnny thought, pregnant with power like a goddess with God's child. Bitch, bitch, bitch. I love you, I hate you, you kill me. The crew chief walked by his side. Nice morning, Colonel, he said. Very, said Johnny. I had a true wife, but I left her. Oh, 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 for you, you beautiful bitch. Say something, Colonel? Asked the crew chief. No, song running through my head, he explained. Yeah, the other man chuckled. I know how it is. They strapped him into the padded control chair, the controls arranged around him in a neat semicircle, easy to reach. This is my day. They left him alone, once around lightly. The loneliness was in his belly, aching like a tumor. Read me? Control's voice in his earphones. Loud and clear, he said absently. -2 minutes. Mark. A different voice. So many different voices. They knew him. They talked to him. But he was alone with his bitch. I had a true wife, but... -1 minute. Mark. This is my day. I had a true wife. 3, 2, 1. Mark. There was the sound of a world dying in his mind. The sound of thunder. The sound of a sun splitting. The sound of a goddess giving birth, with pain, with agony and loneliness. A giant's fist came down from nothingness and smashed into his body. His chest was compressed. His face was flattened. He could not get enough air to breathe. The heavy sledge of acceleration crushed him back into the padded chair. Inexorable, implacable, relentless, heavy. His vision clouded in red and he thought he would die. Instead, he spoke into the lip mic, resenting it bitterly. Acceleration 9G. He looked at the gauge that shimmered redly before him, disbelieving. Altitude 20,000. He blacked out, sinking helplessly into the black plush night of unawareness. I had. Awakening to pain, he glanced at the gauges. He'd been gone only a split second. Altitude 28,000, acceleration pressure dropping. His face began to resume its normal shape as the acceleration dropped. 6G, he said, and breathing was easier. The giant reluctantly began to withdraw his massive fist from Johnny's face. He tipped a lever, watching the artificial horizon tilt slightly. Air-controlled surfaces respond, he said. But soon there would be no air for the surfaces to move against, and then he would control by flicking the power that rumbled behind him. Altitude 40,000. 85,000. 100,000. The sky was glistening black. He was passing from the Earth's envelope of air into the nothingness that was space. Now. Now it was time to change angle, flatten the ship out, bring it into the position to run around the Earth. Once around lightly. There was a high-pitched scream in his headphones. He remembered it had been there for long and wondered if he had told Control. He flicked the switch and ignited the powerful steering rockets, and the whine grew louder, unbearably loud. It sang to him. His bitch sang. I had a true wife, but I left her. Oh, oh, oh. He began to feel a light tingle over his body, tiny needles delicately jabbing every inch. His face became wooden, felt prickly. He tried to lick his lips and could feel no sensation there. His vision fogged again and he knew it was not from acceleration this time. It was something else. Something else. What's it like out there? His belly told him. Fear. He reached out his hand to touch the control panel, and his arm did not respond. It was shaking uncontrollably and moved off to the right of where he wanted it to go. When he tried to correct, it swung too far to the left, waving as if it were alive. It hung there before him as in a dream, oscillating back and forth. He could not control his body, and the realization nurtured the tiny seed of panic that lay heavily in his belly. Dump it. What did that mean? Dump it. Go home now, baby. I had a true decision. There was a decision he had to make, but he was too frightened to know what it was. He had been born in fear and lived in fear, and his body was full of it, quivering to the lover's touch of fear. Falling, darkness, the fear of dying, the unknown, the unimaginable waves lurking just out of the corner of his eyes. He wanted to scream, and the fear choked it off. His hands were at his sides, limply useless, dangling at the seat. He had to hang on to something. His hand found a projection at the side of the seat. He clutched it desperately. He knew he would fall down, spiraling, weightless, off the cliff as in a dream, off the ladder, the tree. He was a child, and his toes were tingling as he stood too near the edge of the cliff, knowing he might fall. He clutched tightly, pulling every ounce of his strength into holding on to the lever, the single solid reality in a world of shifting unreality. He was going to fall. He was falling. I love you. I hate you. I had a true wife. There was softness beneath his back, and he moved his hands, feeling the crispness of sheets. There was a low murmur of voices. He raised his hands to his eyes, and the voices stopped. There were heavy bandages on his eyes. "Colonel?" came a questing voice, and Johnny realized it was Dr. Lambert. "Awake?" I can't see. Why can't I see?" "You'll be all right. It's all right." "What happened?" "How much do you remember?" asked the voice. "The blast off?" Yes, I remember that." "The orbit? The landing?" "No," he said. "Not that." "You did it," said the voice. "You made it." "This is my day." "Once around lightly." "Johnny," said the voice, "I don't know just how to say this. We know what was wrong with the ship and why it killed Mitch. We know. Hell, we don't even begin to realize what we have at our fingertips now. It's so big, it's impossible to evaluate." "What?" "I don't... Sound, Johnny, sound. Or rather vibration. It's something we're just beginning to learn about. We know a few things. We know you can boil water with sound if the frequency is high enough. And you can drill metal with it. And it does things to the human body. There are frequencies of sound which can act directly on human nerves, directly on the human brain. It means that if we know the right frequency, we'll be able to produce any state we want in a man, any emotion, fear, anguish, anything. When the steering rockets were cut in, the ship began to vibrate. It generated frequencies so high that the ordinary human senses couldn't detect them. And when your nerves were exposed to those vibrations, it produced fear. Pure and absolute fear. Motor control went, rational processes went, all the nervous functions of the body went out of control. Your body became a giant tuning fork, and the frequency to which it vibrated was fear. I can't remember. Sanity went too, Johnny, said the man softly. You could not stand that fear and remain sane, so something cut off. That was what happened to Mitch. How did I get back? We don't know. The films show your face suddenly going blank. Then you flew. That's all. We hoped you could tell us. No, I don't remember. There was something in you so strong it overrode everything else, even the fear. We'd like to know what it is. We'll find out, Johnny, and it will mean a lot to the human race when we do. This is my day. Is my wife here? There was a cool hand on his forehead. Yes, Johnny. Well, he said helplessly. Well, how are you? I'm fine, Johnny, she whispered, and there was a sound of tears in her voice. I'm just fine. He felt the warm softness of her lips on his. I had a true wife, but I left her. Oh, oh, oh. And then he came home again. End of Sound of Terror by Don Barry. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. by John Berryman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Vigorish by John Berryman. If it takes a thief to catch a thief, what does it take to catch a psi-gifted thief? What do you hate and fear most? I know a girl who gags and throws up at the mere sight of a bird. Poor kid. When she was a barefoot moppet, she stepped on a fledgling robin in the grass. She hasn't gotten over the squish of it yet. Birds don't trouble me. I can look at them all day. It takes snakes to give me the green shudders. I hate them. She was getting better at them, I decided. This was the fourth one since breakfast, and the roughest looking of the lot. It was a diamondback rattler, and it lay coiled on the rug at my feet. I turned my swivel chair slowly back to my desk and riveted my eyes to the blotter. Snakes are ghastly things, but there was no future in letting them shake me up. I bent over my swivel chair and swung my left arm like a flail just below the rattler's raised head. He struck at me, but late, and missed. The swipe I took at him should have swept him over, but he got his coils around me. When I heaved back up straight before my desk, he was as neatly wrapped around my forearm as a Western Union splice. Enough of his tail was free to make that buzz that means look out. About a foot of his business end stood up off my arm. His forked tongue flicked out over his horny lip, pink and dainty. "Now vanish," I said to the snake. It didn't. Instead, the door to my office opened, letting in a little more of the unmistakable smell of the hospital, as well as old Maragon, Grand Master of the Lodge. He was complaining and shaking a finger at me as he came toward my desk. He didn't jump more than a foot when he got a look at my arm. His shaggy gray eyebrows climbed way, way up his forehead in a mutely shouted question. I wouldn't give the old goat the time of day. When I deadpanned him, he shrugged and lowered himself into the chair beside my desk. "Thought you hated snakes, Lefty," he said. "A guy could get used to almost anything, Grand Master," I said. "I found a cobra under my pillow when I rolled out of the sack this morning. A coral snake fell out of the folds of my towel when I went to take a shower. Somebody stashed a bushmaster here in my locker to meet me when I dressed for surgery. I'm getting almost fond of snakes." Maragon semaphored doubt by squeezing his eyebrows down in a scowl. "Even real snakes?" he protested. "It's the most artful hallucination I've ever experienced," I granted. "This snake has weight, a cold feel, and a scratchy scaliness. This new witch of yours really knows her stuff. I just would have thought—" I dribbled off, raising my shoulders. "Thought what, Lefty?" "Oh," I said, "that it was somehow beneath the dignity of the Grand Master to drag himself down here to the hospital just to add a little conviction to the hallucination. I mean, working up a big entrance and all this pretense of yours seeing a snake." His smile was a little weary. "Try a lift, Lefty," Maragon said. He had finally overplayed his hand. Hallucinations don't respond to telekinesis. There's nothing there to lift. I fixed on the rattler's crouching head and lifted. The TK jerked the S-shaped curve out of his neck. I could feel his coils fight my lift. At some moment there, I must have gotten to the point that this snake was real. I guess I was screaming and shaking it from me for 5 minutes after Maragon had unwrapped the coils from my arm. All right, I said, shaking my head. "So it had no fangs. You still got me sold. I'll go to Nevada for you." I'd have gone clear to hell to get away from that hallucinating witch he had working on me. I'd gotten used to hallucinations, but who can get used to the doubt that one of those dreadful visions is real? I'd had my lesson. It served me right, of course. It had begun when Peno Rose had first visored me from Lake Tahoe. I told him no. Too busy, much too busy with the TK surgery at Memorial Hospital. It didn't mean a thing to me that some crossroader with plenty of TK was stealing the Sky High Club's casino blind. But Peno had known me from my days on the Crap Patrol, and wasn't much impressed that I'd reached the 33rd degree. He'd gotten the senior United States Senator from Nevada to put heat on the lodge. When Maragon first visored me on it, I simply refused to discuss it and switched off. That was the big mistake. I had an obligation to the lodge for my TK training, and there was no honorable way I could turn my back on it. The Grand Master is patient, if deadly. Old goat. And he came after me in person. I had just walked out of surgery and was still in mask and gown. The surgeon who had done the cutting while I put the TK clamps on the inaccessible arteries was at my side, breathing a sigh of relief that the patient hadn't died on the table. He'd still die, I figured, but not on the table. I felt the fluttery rasp of his heart muscle as it had strained against my lip. He didn't have too long. "Thank God for a dry field," the scalpel surgeon said, politely holding out his left hand to me. I shook it with my left. That's why I hadn't done the cutting, too. There aren't any one-handed surgeons. My right arm looks fine, it just hasn't any strength. Old Maragon had told me once that my TK powers were a pure case of compensation for a useless arm. The surgeon dropped my hand. "You're the best, Wally Bupp," he said. He's too good a friend of mine to call me a lefty and remind me that I'm a cripple. It was Maragon who did that. I hadn't noticed him, but somebody gave me the grip, and I looked around. He was back against the wall, short, gray, and square. I gave his earlobe a TK tug in return, harder perhaps than was necessary, and nodded for him to follow both of us to my office. "We'll have to talk about it, Lefty," he said as he closed the door against the smell of iodoform. "No, we don't," I said. "I don't care who is losing how much money at Pino Rose's Sky High Club. Right here in this hospital people are dying. Ask old Thousand Cuts," I went on, nodding to the scalpel surgeon. "We just pulled one out of the fire. When does this come in second best to saving the skin of some tin horn gambler?" "Your lodge obligations come first," he said quietly. "We have a replacement for you here. Here's your ticket for Lake Tahoe," he added, holding out an envelope from a travel agency. "I'm staying here, Maragon," I said. "I'm a TK surgeon. I'm all through with tipping dice." "You may not find it practical," he said, getting up to leave. Well, I hadn't. 3 snakes inside my head had made me a sucker for the real one on my arm. Maragon had made his point. I might have reached the 33rd degree, but I wasn't quite as a big shot as I thought I was. I could feel that rattler on my arm all the way to Lake Tahoe. Like any gambling house, the Sky High Club was a trap. Pino had tried to kid the public with a classy decor. It was a darn good copy of a 19th century ranch house. At the gambling tables, everything was free. The liquor, the hors d'oeuvres, the entertainment. Everything, that is, but the gambling and the women. The casino was taking its cut. And the women? Or should I be so sure? You paid for your drinks if you stood up to the long mahogany bar. I turned my back to the rattle of cocktail shakers and the chink of glasses, one heel hooked over the replica brass rail, and took a long, careful look at the crap tables. There was a job for me at one of them. I began to shut out the distractions of sight and sound. I wanted nothing to dull my psi powers. A blonde bombshell slithered down the bar and ground herself against my leg. "Want to buy me a drink, honey?" she gasped. I smuggled a lift and slipped all 4 of her garters off the top of her hose. A funny, stricken look replaced the erotic face she had made at me. She headed for dry dock. B girls usually work in pairs, so I looked down at the other end of the polished mahogany. Sure enough, there was the brunette, frowning as she tried to figure out why the blonde bomber had hightailed it out of there. I shook my head at her and she let it lie. That should have cut out the last distraction, but no. I could see one more bimbo working her way through the laughing, drink-flushed crowd toward me. She had hair-colored hair, which was sort of out of character for a barroom hustler. I put plenty of TK on the heel of her right slipper and she stepped right out of it. It might as well have been nailed to the floor. Nothing was going to discourage this one, I saw. I let her pick it up off the floor, squeeze it back on her skinny foot, and come toward me. This new babe leaned over toward me and struck her nose up against mine. It was long, thin, and not a little red. "Billy Joe," she said, and sniffed loudly. "My darlin' Billy." How nearsighted can you get? I don't think there's such a thing as a case of mistaken identity around a guy like me. I didn't know her darlin' Billy from Adam's ox, but I'd have bet a pretty we didn't look alike. "You're wasting it," I told her, looking out over the crap tables. "It's new and different, but I'm not anybody's darling." A jerk of my head told her to move on, but she sniffled and stayed put. I gave up and started through the press of gamblers towards the cashier's cage. "Billy Joe," this hustler moaned behind me, clutching at my jacket. "I knew I'd find you here, and I came such a far piece, Billy Joe. Don't make me go off again, darling Billy." Well, I prefer to gamble for cash. I had reason while on the job for sticking to a known amount of chips. She stood there while I got $1,000 worth of $10 markers, looking at me with some kind of plea in her eyes. This again was not in the pattern. Most hustlers can't keep their eyes off your chips. She puppy-dogged behind me to the crap table I had decided needed my attention. It was crowded, but there's always room for one more sucker, and still one more for the sniffly girl with the hair-colored hair pressed against my useless right arm when I elbowed my way in between the gamblers, directly across from the dealers. "Billy Joe," she said, just loud enough to hear over the chanting of the dealers and the excited chatter of the dice players. "Billy Joe." What a cornball routine. I took stock before beginning to lose my stack of chips. There were more than 20 gamblers of both sexes pressed up against the green baize of the crap layout. 3 stickmen in black aprons that marked them for dealers were working on the other side of the table. We had at least one dealer too many for the crowd. That screamed out loud that the table was having trouble. Big gambling layouts know within minutes if a table is not making its vigorish. A Nevada crap layout with moderately heavy play should make 6% of the amount gambled on every roll. That's its vigorish, its percentage. If the take falls below that, the suspicion is that the table is being taken to the cleaners by a crooked gambler, or crossroader. The table I had picked was the only one in the Sky High Club's casino with more than one stickman working it. The girl sniffled and her long skinny arm reached around behind me to snag a couple of sandwiches the size of postage stamps from a waiter's tray. She wolfed them down, wiping at the end of her long nose with a wadded up hunk of cambric. She'd done it before, and plenty, for her nose was red and sore. She made cow eyes at me. "Don't say it," I told her. "I'm not your darlin' Billy." The dice were to my right. I'd get them after a couple more losers rolled. My unwanted hustler stood on that side of me too. They never have any money of their own. I wasn't about to give her any of mine. I wanted to lose some dough in a hurry. I started playing field numbers and TK'd the dice away from the field every time a gambler came out. Of course, I could have let the table's 6% vigorish take it away from me, but that would have taken longer. Even with losing on every roll, the dice got around to me before I had lost the 900 I'd set out to drop. Put 4 chips on the don't pass side of the line and shook my left hand because of my weak right arm and got ready to come out. Sniffles seized me. "Don't, Billy Joe," she said suddenly. "You'll lose." She pushed my chips across the line to the pass side. That burned me up. "Get your hands off my chips," I said, annoyed by bad gambling manners. Her face was all resignation and sadness. Well, not quite all. A lot of it was thin red nose and buck teeth. "You'll lose, darlin' Billy," she said. "Pull those chips back," I said. Her eyebrows shrugged, but she did as I told her. I came out and tipped the dice to 11. I kept the dice, but lost my chips, which is what I wanted. Throwing 6 more down on the don't pass side, I rattled the ivories in my left hand. Tears began to roll down her unhealthy cheeks. "Lose," she cried nasally and sniffed. "Billy Joe, listen to me, darlin' Billy. You'll lose." Her eyes rolled up toward the top of her head as I ignored her and came out. Sniffles gasped. "Hits a 7." Well, that's the number I'd tipped them to, but she called it before the dice stopped rolling. That left me 13 chips. Half absent-mindedly, I put 3 of them on the pass side of the line and tipped the dice to 12. Mostly I was looking at this scarecrow beside me. "Boxcars," one of the dealers called. "My future home." But he wasn't as quick as Sniffles. She had called the turn before the galloping dominoes bounced from the back rail. The boxcars cost me the dice. The next gambler blew on them, cursed, and rolled. I didn't bet. Spent the next couple of rolls looking at her. The girl was a mess. Some women have no style because they don't even know what it means. Centuries have taught them to be lean and hungry looking. This chicken was underfed in a way that wasn't stylish. They call it malnutrition. Her strapless gown didn't fit her, nor did anybody within 20 pounds of her weight. She was all shoulder blades and collarbones. I suppose that a decent walk would have given her some charm. Most of those hustlers have a regular Swiss movement. But this thing had a gait that tied it in the slack way her skirt hung across her pelvic bones and hollered, "White trash," at you. I wasn't much flattered that she'd tried to pick me up. People have a pretty accurate way of measuring their social station, and she thought she was what I'd go for. Well, I guess I don't look like much, either. I'd missed my share of meals when they might have put some height on me. My long freckled face ends in a chin as sharp and pointed as her nose. and there's always something about a cripple, even if my powerless right arm doesn't exactly show. My days at the crap table came back to me. That's where the lodge had found me, down on my knees in an alley, making the spots come up my way without even knowing I could do it. And when they'd convinced me I was really a TK and started me on the training that finally led me to the 33rd degree, they'd put me right back in those alleys and cheap hotel rooms, watching for some other unknowing TK tipping the dice his way. Did Sniffles have it? She wasn't tipping dice exactly, but she sure was calling the turn. She was tall as well as skinny, and our eyes weren't far apart. "Billy Joe," she whispered above the racket of the gambler in the casino, putting her mouth close to my ear. "I told you, sugar, and now you lost. You lost." Her perfume was cheap but generous, and pretty well covered up her need for a bath. "There's some left," I told her. "Show me how." She hugged my arm to her skinniness. That's all any of the hustlers ever wanted, to get their hands on your chips. They figure some of them will stick to their fingers. The gambler next to me had won $1 bet without my help. He acted mighty glad for a win. Maybe it was a while since he'd hit it. I decided to give him a run of luck. Now in charge of my chips, Sniffle called the turn on every roll. She was hot. It wasn't just that she followed where the gambler next to me put his dough. She was ahead of him on pushing out the chips on half the rolls. He quickly saw that my chips had stayed on the same side of the line each roll as his. He cursed me for a good luck mascot. "Stick with me, Lefty," he said. "We'll break the table." I rammed a hard lift under his heart, and then, ashamed of myself, quit it. He turned pale before I took it off him. "What's the matter?" I asked him, supporting his sagging elbow, still mad at myself for acting so childish. "Nothing, nothing," he gasped, starting to recover. He'd only been dying, that's all. But it came in the second best compared to holding the dice. No point calling too much attention to him. I decided 4 passes were enough while he held the dice. What do you know, as he came out for the 5th time, Sniffles put my stack of chips on the don't pass side of the line, while scraping at the chapped end of her skinny nose with the back of her free hand. Like every compulsive gambler I've ever seen, the roller next to me was sure he was on a rampage. 4 passes and he thought he had the dice licked. "Ride with me," he yelled at Sniffles, who plainly had the management of my chips. "No mo'," she said. "You'll lose." Of course he did. I'd TK'd the 1-2 up. "Little Joe from Kokomo," one of the stickmen called. They raked losing bets and paid winners with the speed of prestidigitators. "Roller keeps the dice," the stickman told my neighbor. The gambler cursed and threw the dice to the roller on his left. He spat blame at Sniffles for not riding with him. He was one big clot of crushed misery. After all, hadn't he wanted to lose? They'll do. I couldn't get very upset over his curses. So far he had lost $1 net. And he'd had some action. So much for gamblers. I kept control of the dice while each new gambler handled them. I was having a good night. Of course, by that time I had handled the dice, which always improves my TK grip. Every point I'd TK'd came up. For all the perception I kept on the ivories, I could sense no other TK force at work, which, after all, was the whole reason for my gambling. The interesting note was the way Sniffles handled my chips. Sometimes more sure than others. She occasionally let a winning stack ride. On other rolls she keened and chanted oddly to herself, eyes closed, and pinched down most of the stock. But she was never on the wrong side of the pass line. I kept track, not wanting my stack to build up past the 1,000 with which I had started. Most of all, I watched the skinny gal dope the dice, sniffle, and wipe the end of her nose. She was one homely sharecropper, that was a fact. But she had a nice feel for Lady Luck, or for what I planned next. Wanting to come out with an even 1,000, I adjusted the size of her last bet. When I won it, I pulled my chips off the table, which Sniffles didn't resist. She used the lull to grab a handful of sandwiches from another waiter's tray. A gambler at the far end of the table came out, calling loudly to the dice. The cubes made the length of the table, bounced off the rail, and came to a stop dead center, between me and the 3 stickmen on the black aprons. That's the instant when every eye is on the dice, trying to read the spots. And that's when the dice jumped up straight off the bays, a good 6-inch hop in the air, and came down snake eyes. The old signal. Wow, I'd had it. "TK!" somebody yelled. He might as well have screamed fire, the way that mob of gamblers scuttled away from the table. "No dice," one of the dealers said automatically. He raked the hopping cube sadly to him with his hoe-shaped dice stick. I made a break for it with the rest of the crowd, trying to keep my eye on Sniffles. but she had the sure loser's touch of slipping away from any authority. She vanished into the milling mob. My last glimpse had been of a skinny arm reaching up to pluck some more free hors d'oeuvres from a tray as she fled. I should have saved myself the trouble. They had a bouncer on each of my elbows before I'd moved 5 feet. They carried more than dragged me into a private dining room behind the bar. It went along with the ersatz rustic decor of the rest of the Sky High Club. There was sawdust on the genuine wood floor, big brass spittoons, and a life-sized oil color of a reclining nude done with meaty attention to detail. Behind a small mahogany-topped bar, stacks of clean glasses vied for space with labeled bottles on the back bar. One of the stickmen followed us into the room, taking his apron off as he closed the door behind him, shutting out the roaring clatter of the casino. "Crossroader," he hissed at me. I should have known what was coming, but I missed it. He slapped me hard across the face, saving his knuckles, but not doing my jaw a whole lot of good. I would have fallen clean over, but the bouncers were still tight on my elbows. "Wait," I tried to say, but he cuffed me with the other hand, harder, if that were possible. This is the moment when you have to stop and think. A blackout is quite effective. It's hard to hit when you can't see. And there's something mighty unnerving about being stricken suddenly blind. Oh, face it, I suppose the real reason I felt for the artery supplying blood to his retina was that so few TKs can do it. I clamped down tight and his lights went out. He cried out in fright and both hands came groping up in front of him, his fingers trembling. "I'm blind," he said, not able to believe it. He began to lose his balance. Felt one of the bouncers go for his sap. "Try it, you gorilla," I told him, wrenching around now that I was free on his side. "Try it and I'll rip the retinas off your eyeballs the way you'd skin a peach." He recoiled as though I were a puff adder. The other bouncer let go of me, too. I skidded in the slippery sawdust, scared half to death, but got my back against a wall, just as the stick man who had slugged me lost his orientation completely and fell to his knees in the sawdust. It would be some minutes before his vision started dribbling back. The click of the door latch broke the silence. One of the other stickmen eased himself in, holding the door only wide enough to squeeze past the jamb. Don't give the suckers a peek at the seamy side. They might just take their money to the next clip joint down the street. He didn't look like the others somehow. He was older, for one thing. Perhaps it was his nearly bald scalp. Perhaps the thick, bookish glasses in heavy brown frames. "What's that?" he asked mildly, poking a finger at the dealer kneeling in the sawdust on the floor. My blackout victim was reaching out, trying to find something he could use to raise himself to his feet. His face was frozen in a fierce, unseeing stare as he mentally screamed at his eyes to see. "Blackout," one of the bouncers told the second stick man in a muffled voice. Sharp Eyes fired a quick, surprised look at me. "Well," said the bald dealer. "Good evening, brother." I had a surge of relief. The strong arm stuff was over. This was the casino's TK. "What kept you, brother?" I said, sounding a little sore. "These characters were going to kick my teeth out." His grin had a taste of viciousness. "I did give them a little time," he agreed. "How was I to know?" He looked calmly at them over the tops of his glasses. "You can go now," he said, like a schoolmarm dismissing class. The gorillas helped the blindly staring dealer to his feet, brushing at the sawdust that clung to his clothing, and had him presentable by the time they let him through the door. They seemed glad to get away. "The blackout," the TK said musingly to me. "You hear about it, and the Silas cringe when they think it might happen to them, but you don't see it every day. You're in the lodge, of course," he added. "Of course," I said coldly. "Please," he said, waving a hand at me, "don't take it so big. So am I." From 5 feet apart we exchanged the grip, the tactile wordless impossible for the Silas to duplicate. Just a light tug at each other's earlobes, but perfect identification as TKs. "I'm Fowler Smythe," he said. 25th degree, he added, flexing his TK muscles. "What is it, Buster? You on crap patrol?" I paused before I answered. 25th degree. Since when could a gambling casino afford a full-time 25th? TKs in the upper degrees came high. I had already figured my fee at $100,000 a day, if I straightened out the casino's losses to the Crossroader. "Wally Bupp," I said, at last, deciding there was no point in trying some cover identity. My gimpy right wing was a dead giveaway. 33rd degree, I added. He had a crooked grin, out of place beneath his scholarly glasses. "I've heard of Wally Bupp," he admitted. Well, he should have. There aren't so many 33rds hanging around. And you are young, smug, and snotty enough to play the part, he concluded without heat. Still, that's all it might be, just play acting, with Barney going through the motions of being blind. You could still be outside the lodge, sonny. Any crossroader who can tip dice the way you were working them can twitch an ear. Let's see some credentials. He scuffed through the sawdust to the bar and took a stack of silver dollars from his apron. He held them, dealer-wise, in the palm of his hand, with his fingertips down so they were a column surrounded by offensive fingers. How many? He asked. I shrugged. The whole stack, Smythe, I told him. His eyebrows went halfway up his tall forehead, but he put them all down on the bar top, about 25 silver dollars. Show me, I said. He ran his fingertips down the side of the stack of silver. Another tactile. Well, he certainly wasn't much of a perceptive, or he would have been able to handle the blackout himself. He closed his eyes for the hard lift. Some do that. The coins came up off the mahogany an inch or so and made a solid smack when the lift broke, and he dropped them. Not very impressive work for a 25th degree. The coins spilled over. I used the excuse of straightening up the stack to get a touch myself. I could have done it visually, of course, or I could have straightened them up with TK, but touch helps my grip. I took a good look at the door to the main casino, a heavy job of varnished native cedar, just to show him. Turned my back to the bar, leaning against it with one foot on the brass rail. The lift was as clean as I've ever managed. Anger, fear, any strong emotion is a big help. They came up all together, staying in a stack, and I could perceive that they hung in the air behind me, a good foot clear of the bar, about 20 feet from the door to the casino. In a smug show of control, I dealt the cartwheels off the top of the stack one at a time, and fired them hard. Each one snapped away from the hovering stack, like a thrown discus. My perception was of the best. Each coin knifed into the soft cedar of the door, burying itself about halfway. My best sustained lift. I suppose about 200 times the weight of a silver dollar. But with the lift split by the need to keep the stack together, about 20 G's was all the shove I gave the cartwheels. Still, you might figure out how fast those cartwheels were traveling after moving 20 feet across the bar at an acceleration of 20 G's. Smythe gasped. I doubt he'd ever seen better, even in the controlled conditions of lodge meeting. A little something to remember me by, I said as I opened the silver-studded door. Now let's see the boss. You're a TK bruiser, he said, impressed. If you'd hit Barney's eyes like that, he'd be blind Tom for a fair. Hardly, I sniffed. You ought to know that no respectable TK would lay a lift on a retina. I just squeezed off a couple of small arteries. He's back in business already, I'd say. Had I mentioned the rustic decor of the Sky High Club? When Las Vegas had deteriorated to the point where it could turn most stomachs, the better clubs migrated up among the tall pines along the shores of Lake Tahoe, and in place of the dated chromium glitter of Vegas, they had reached way back to the good old days for styling. The Sky High Club was typical. The outside was all hand-hewn logs. The inside had a low, rough-beamed ceiling and a sure enough genuine wood floor. The planks were random width, tree-nailed to the joists. Even the help was dressed up like a lot of cowpokes, whatever cowpokes were. This ersatz ranch house was owned by two completely unlovelies. Pino Rose, who had used his political leverage to get me on the job, I had known since he'd been a policy number runner on the Lower East Side. His partner, Simonetti, was something else, but somehow I wasn't looking forward to meeting him any more than I was to seeing Rose again. I guess it's the filth within these croupier types that makes them surround themselves with the aseptic immaculacy of iridium and glass. Their office was in a penthouse perched on the slanting roof shakes of the casino. It was as big as a squash court, and as high and as square. Every wall was glass. It couldn't have been in greater contrast to the contrived hominess of the casino if they'd thought about it for a year. Then, for the last twist, the furnishings were straight out of the old Southwest. Navajo rugs, heavy Spanish oak desks, and a pair of matching couches or divans of whole steer leather stitched over oak frames. Pino Rose came quickly toward me the moment Fowler Smythe showed me into the office, spurs jingling. Hey, there he is, the boy they had to rule off the track. How's the boy, Lefty? Long time no see. He held his hand stuck way out ahead of him. His sharp, dried-out features repelled me twice as much as they had 10 years ago. That hatchet face of his was gashed with what he thought was a smile. I've seen sharks with a pleasanter gape. Naturally, I didn't take his hand. "Hi, Pino," I said. He jerked his hand back and straightened up. He snapped the hole in his face shut. "My partner," he said, waving his hand at the dark-skinned gent standing over against one of the fumed oak desks. "Slime, meet Lefty Bupp, the hottest TK artist with dice in the whole damn country." Simonetti leaned against the desk. He drew a zipper open in his fancy blouse, dragged out the Bull Durham, and started to roll his own. They watch too much TV. It makes terrible hams of them all. He spat on the floor. "A living doll," I said. I took a better look at this honey. Face it, he was oily as a snake. Cleaned up as much as possible, but not enough. No amount of Dude Ranch duds, gold spurs, or Indian jewelry could hide his stiletto mentality. He was just a tenderloin hoodlum with some of the scum scraped off. Well, I should know, so was I. Simonetti finished licking the seam of his roach. He came forward as he lit it and blew too much smoke in my face. "What are you doing here?" he said in a husky voice. "I told Rose no dice. We need another TK like we need a hole in our head." "You think I want to be in this trap?" I snapped at him. "Say the word, Tex, and I'm gone." "You're fired," he said huskily. "Scram!" I started for the door, glad to be rid of the lot of them. Pino Rose beat me to it. He showed me several rows of teeth, the way sharks will. "Half of this joint is mine," he snarled, holding a hand lightly against my chest. He knew better than to push. "My half is hiring you." The whiff of garlic over my shoulder told me that Simonetti had followed me too. He didn't have any reservations about grabbing me and twisting me around to give me a full face. "If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here." "Freak," I said, laying it on his mitral valve. After his heart had missed about 8 beats, he started to sink, and I quit the lip. "Be polite, Simonetti," I said to the panic in his yellowish face. "Next time I'll pinch down tight. The coroner will call it heart failure. Tough." He wanted his stiletto. He needed it. He was sorry he had ever quit carrying it. A couple of seconds of reflection told him I was too tough for him. He went for his partner, his face darkening with rage now that his heart could get some blood to it. He had his hands out, for Rose's throat, I guess. For my dough, it took guts to put fingers that close to all those teeth. But he never got a chance to try it. An ashtray, one of those things with a shot-loaded cloth bag under it, flew off a desk and smacked him in the back of the head and dropped to the floor with a thump. It wasn't a hard blow, but an upsetting one. Fowler Smythe grinned at him from where he was sitting in one of the cool leather divans. "Sit down and shut up, Slime," he suggested coolly. Simonetti sagged with defeat. "Look, Rose," he gasped, "I want out. Bad enough that our losses can't be stopped with this creep Smythe. Now you drag another TK. Buy me out." "What's a business worth that's losing its shirt?" Rose sneered. "We were in clover, you fool, till this crossroader got to us. This is our only chance to get even." That finished Simonetti. He went back to his desk and slumped against it, scowling at the points in his hand-tooled boots. Rose looked over at me. "Let's make sense," he said quietly. "We watched you on the TV monitor from the time you came in." "Sure. What about it?" he demanded. I shrugged. "I had my way with the dice, Pino. I dropped 9 yards as fast as I could, then won it back. The spots came up for me every single roll but 2 when I had my eye on something else." He snickered. "We saw her," he said. "How about it, Fowler?" asked my lodge brother. "Was a worker tipping the dice tonight?" "I never felt it," he said. "But the table had dropped nearly 40 grand during the shift, which was about over when you started to play. He's too good for me, Wally." "But you felt my lifts," I protested. "You called TK on the table." Smythe shrugged and took off his glasses. "I thought I felt you tipping when you first came to the layout," he said, waving them around. "I needed confirmation. But it was smooth work, and I could hardly be sure. Most of these maverick TKs strong-arm the dice, and they skid across the layout with their spots up. You're way ahead of that. You don't touch them till the final few tumbles. And then, you were losing, and I couldn't see that the table was being hit." "I thought it was a smart move," I explained. "I was still controlling the dice, and if there'd been a crossroader working, I should have felt him skidding them." Smythe nodded. "Of course," he added. "I could feel you more clearly after you got the dice, and later, while that scarecrow was with you, handling your chips. You were building a stack, so I fingered you." "Careful," I said sourly. "You're talking about the woman I love." There was a strained moment of silence, then they all laughed. She'd been a sight, all right. Simonetti came alive with that one. His husky voice cut in on the laughter. "Where does that bag fit?" he demanded. "No idea," I said truthfully. "A random factor. I don't think she fits." "Something has to fit," he yelled in his oversized whisper. "How about the way our lawsuits follow Curly Smythe around from table to table?" This was something. "The table you watch is the one that gets hit?" I asked Smythe. He blushed clear to the top of his bald head. "A subtle, nasty operator," he said gruffly. "And he's had the gall to stick it in me pretty bad. Wally, what Syme says is true." Well, this we wouldn't stand for. I didn't give a care if every gambling house in Nevada went broke, but Smythe was in the lodge, and it finally made sense that the lodge had sent me to bail him out. I gave old Maragon my mental apology. The Grand Master wouldn't stand still for anybody's making a fool out of the lodge. Still, nobody that good is out of captivity, I snapped. "I don't believe it. It's not TK that's robbing you." "Oh, ridiculous," Rose said, showing his teeth. "Gambling is our business, Lefty. Don't you think we could spot any of the ordinary kinds of crossroading? This is TK, and it has real voltage. We can't spot it. We've got to have psi power do it for us." "Maybe," I agreed, "but no TK can do it if Smythe can't. Have you tried a PC?" Simonetti grabbed a piece of Heavens in rage. "No!" he yelled in a loud whisper. "None of your crystal ball witches in here." I knew how he felt. PCs give me the collywobbles too. "What's the matter with precognition?" I asked him. "If this crook has got you stuck, Rose is right. Only Psi-Force will get you out of this jam. If you know in advance where this operator is going to hit you, you can nail him. There's a dozen techniques." Pina Rose looked at me from under lowered brows. "Are you a PC, Lefty?" he asked me. "No," I said shortly. The lodge had proved that several times, in spite of my strong feeling that I had flashes of precognition. Why should I resent not having PC? How many Psi personalities have more than one power? Not many. And as for precognition, as Simonetti said, more than their fair share is possessed by wild-looking women. Like Sniffles, I thought suddenly. "Well," said Rose, turning back to his partner, "let Syme and me talk it over. Maybe we should get a PC." "Nuts," Simonetti told him. "I'll think it over too," I said. "See you tomorrow." I turned to go. Simonetti and Smythe followed me out, each for his own reasons, I guess, leaving Rose behind in the cube of glass on the roof, looking like he was going to turn belly up and take a bite out of the PBX on his desk. I wasn't exactly shadowed, but I knew someone had his eye on me as I wandered the crowded casino, looking for Sniffles. As far as I could make out, she had vamoosed without trying to hustle another sucker. Her percentage of my winnings had certainly been a disappointment to her. At last I went down the ersatz wooden steps into a neon-gashed night and started across the nearly deserted main drag toward the motel where I had registered. A powerful turbine howled as a car pulled away from the curb, perhaps 100 yards up the way. His lights came on and snapped up to bright. I had a perfect flash of PC. I do have moments of it, no matter what the lodge thinks. The car was going to take a dive into the fountain pool in front of my motel, but it sure didn't act like it. I froze in the middle of the road, hearing rubber scream as the driver floored the throttle and hurtled the automobile right at me. He might as well have been on tracks. There was no place I could go. I was in the middle of a 6-lane boulevard, and I could never make either curb before he ran me down. This is when it pays to be perceptive. I've talked to many TKs about how they visualize their lips. We all conceive of it differently. With me, a real strain is like shining a bright beam of light on the spot you're lifting. Be glad, Wally Bupp, I had time to tell myself. Be glad for a mechanical mind. Where do you lift 4,000 pounds of car aimed right at you? Well, there's a small valve that can't weigh half an ounce, lightly spring-loaded, that is the power steering mechanism. I seared a lift at it. You know what happened. The feedback of the power steering wrenched the wheel from the driver's hand. It was 10 times as strong as he was, dragging its power as it did from a 400 horsepower shaft turning 30,000 RPM. The car careened and skidded across the curb, took out a small marble rail across the fountain pool and dived in, still screaming rubber. The fountain went over with a crash, and then the racket dwindled off in the shriek of twisted buckets. The turbine had gotten what for in the collision. I didn't hang around to see what happened to the driver. He was just some heavy who had the job of rubbing me out. But I did seek another haven. If they knew me that well, I'd never be safe where I'd stashed my suitcase. There was a copter squatting at the Sky High's ramp. I jumped for it and had him drop me towards the outskirts of the town of Lake Tahoe, and then walked a few blocks, mostly in circles, to see if I were being followed, before darting into a fairly seedy motel a couple of blocks off the main drag. My room was on the 3rd floor of the flea bag. Part of the place was only 2 stories high. The door at the end of my corridor opened out onto the roof. When I had calmed down, I stepped through the door onto the cool of the desert night. The gravel on the built-up roof crunched in the darkness under my feet as I walked cautiously to the parapet and looked over its edge to the hunk of desert that stretched away toward Reno, out behind the motel. The 3rd story behind me cut off the neon glare from the strip and left the place in inky darkness. There was silence and invisibility out behind the motel. Feeling a little creaky about falling a couple of stories to the ground, I lay down on my back on the narrow parapet with my hands behind my head to soften the concrete a little, and looked straight up into the night sky. A dawdling, honest Perseid scratched a thin mark of light across the blackness. I heard a coyote howl. This was the desert. This was peace. The dice and the chuck-a-luck seemed 10,000 miles away. I heard a sound. Gravel crunched dimly under another foot. Somebody had stepped invisibly onto the roof. It scared the daylights out of me, more so because I was flat on my back. Cautiously, I turned my head toward the door I had come through to see the fuzzy redness of a cigarette in the dark. It brightened as the smoker took a drag. Then I heard the sniffle and knew who it was. She stood there, apparently leaning against the wall behind her, silently, invisible but for the glow of her cigarette, and not moving her feet. "Hello," I said at last. "Wasn't sure you wanted to talk," she said out of the dark. It shook me up. She couldn't see me. "How'd you know I was here?" I asked her. "I don't know how, but I knew you would be." That wasn't what I had asked exactly. She sniffled, and I could almost see the back of her hand swipe the bead of moisture that kept forming at the tip of her skinny nose. Made me think. Psi powers crop up more often than they should in folks who are marked with debility. It's the old compensation story. Look at my weak right arm. What she had said about expecting to find me on the roof sounded like precognition, and she sniffled and sniffled. Maybe it was one more of those tied-in hysterical psi weaknesses. "What are you doing out here?" I asked her. "Resting," she said wearily. "I just hit town today." "And tired already?" "I was broke," she said. "Worked in a hotel laundry till dinner time to get eatin' money. Hot work, but I swiped a nice dress to wear when I went looking for you, Billy Joe." "Yeah," I said, hiding my snicker over the dress. "Say, I wanted to thank you for handling my chips. I'd have lost my shirt if I hadn't let you show me how. I wanted to slip you a cut, but you bugged out of there." "I figure you should handle our money, Billy Joe," she said. "Anyway, I can't take the money for my gift." She had me shaking with excitement. "You have a gift?" I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Just some nights. Since I broke my vow, I've lost most of my prophecy. My real gift is healing. Lost all of that," she concluded, not bitterly. "God is punishing me." Gravel crunched as she came slowly across the roof toward me. The fag end of her cigarette made a spinning arc in the night as she snapped it over the side of the roof. Now there was no way to see her at all. Perception is nice in the dark. I tracked her automatically. "What was the vow you broke?" I said. She sighed near me. "Divorce my husband, my own darling Billy," she said. "There's no divorce in heaven." "Tough," I said. I thought I was her darling Billy. Talk about double-think. "Will you miss never having a man again? I mean, once you've been a wife," I added, letting it drift off. "God has been good to me," she said out of the dark. "He let me see my own future, that he would give me a husband again." That was a curve. "Isn't that an even worse breaking of vows?" I said. "I mean, if in God's sight you're still married to Billy Joe." "Would be," she conceded from the black, now right next to me. "But he told me that the man I would seek would be Billy Joe. It's a miracle work for me." Her voice lowered. "A miracle that come to pass tonight, my darling Billy." A shiver ran its fingers up my spine. She meant every word of it. I was her darling Billy. I wasn't in any mood to get married, and least of all to a seeress. Precognition is the least understood of the psi powers, and the most erratic. But of all people, I could least afford to sneer at the power of psi. For the first time, I guess, I realized the awful helplessness that comes over the psiless when a TK invokes his telekinetic power. I wanted no part of the future this corn-fed oracle had conjured up, but it might be the only future I'd ever have. I tried to recall her looks. Thinking about them, they really added up to no more than hysterical sniffles, not enough to eat, and the pathetic evidence that there hadn't been any money for orthodonture. Fatten her up, straighten her teeth, and talk about religious rationalization. I snapped out of it. Maybe she could call the turn of the dice, but I'd be damned if she could call the turn of people. Let her try me. I sat up on the parapet, swinging my feet on the gravel of the roof. So tonight you found the husband God's been going to give you? I asked. Yes, she said softly. And I'm the one. Yes. Not that again, I growled, grabbing her thin shoulders and shaking her. Her glasses bobbed on her nose. I'm not your darling Billy, and you well know it. Admit it. She closed her lips over her buck teeth and sniffled. I reckon not, she said, raising her head and looking at me without flinching. I lied to you. Why? Kinda made me feel more decent about being divorced. I gave her a last shake for the lie. Let's have it, I went after her. How much of what you've been feeding me is just window dressing? She shrugged but stayed silent. Have you been married? I insisted. Yes, Billy Joe. And divorced? Oh, darling Billy, she sighed. I just shouldn't have never done that, but I did. Talk English, I snapped. This chitterlings and corn pone are just more window dressing, right? Her face was solemn behind the glasses. When you are a smart girl and you know the future too, they hate you and try to hurt you, she said. They don't seem to mind so much if it comes from a piece of white trash that never could be no account. By the time I was 12 or so, I just learned to act a little stupid and corn-fed. This, her longest speech, she delivered in the quiet, neutral American, the speech that covers the great prairie states and is near accentless and pure American English ever is. It branded her Ozark twang as a lie, and a great many other things about her, but it added something very solemn to her claims of prophecy. All this, I said, because you see the future? Yes, Billy Joe. And this talk about losing your prophecy because of divorce was just that? Talk? I insisted. Her mouth worked silently. I talk like trash, and sometimes I start to think like it, she confessed. I even act like it. I've tried not to see things a-comin', but, she added, drifting back into her Ozark lingo, I always knowed I was to find you. I knowed I was to go and search in spots of sin, for there you would be, and it kept me getting stronger on me where to seek. This night I knew it was the time. I never got a dress and all before. Chilly fingers touched me again. Still, what she was saying made some kind of weird sense. What about the healing? I tried, feeling a trap slowly descending over me. She smiled at that. I guess I put that punishment on myself for what I done, she said. Then you can still heal the sick? I asked. She shrugged. I want you to try, I added. Not till I get a sign, she said, moving uneasily. I'm to get a sign. I waved my hands in disgust and turned away from her. There had to be some fakery in it somewhere, I said. You couldn't heal a hangnail. Not a fake, she said hotly. I have healed the sick. Don't get uppity, I said. So have I, you see, I told her. I'm a doctor. Not much of one, I admitted, pointing to my weak right arm. I can't heal myself. Oh, your poor arm, she said. Show me, I said, turning on her. Heal me. I'm to have a sign, she wailed. Well, she got one. I took her to my room and pointed at the dresser. One of the glasses on the tray beside the pitcher rose, floated into the bath, and after we had both heard the water run, came back through the air and tilted the trickle of a few drops of water on her head. Her words gave her away. She was no mystic. She swung her eyes back to me. TK, she gasped. She recoiled from me. She'd had a viper in her bosom. Heal me, I snapped. You've had your sign, and I'm your darling Billy. I got to find it, she said desperately. The weak place. I flopped on the bed, stretched my arm out against the counterpane. She ran her fingers over it. the old laying on of hands. If she were the real thing, I knew what it was. Perception at a level a TK can't match. The real healers feel the nerves themselves. I'd been worked on before. Some more hysterical healers, some real creepy witches, had given me some signs of relief, but none could ever find the real weak place, as she called it. She was mumbling to herself. I guess you could call it an incantation. I got a picture of a nubile waif too freakish to fit in where she'd been raised. What had her Hegira been like? What frightful places had she found herself welcome? From her talk, it could have been an Ozark backwater. I didn't want to know what backwoods crone had taught her some mnemonic rendition of the Devil's Litany. Her hands passed up beyond my shoulder to my neck. "It's in your head," she said. "Your darling head." Fingers worked over my scalp. "Oh, there," she gasped. "It's a-hurtin' me. Hurtin'. I'm a-draggin' it offen you." Her backwoods twang sharpened as she aped some contemporary witch. Hurt? She didn't know what it meant. She fired a charge of thermite in my head, and it seared its way down my arm to my fingers. My right arm came off the bed and thrashed like a wounded snake. She wrestled it, climbed onto the bed, and held it down with her bony knees, her fingers kneading it, working some imaginary devil out through the fingertips, till the hurt was gone. We sat close together on the edge of the bed at last, as I worked and moved my arm. One of us more in awe of what had happened than the other. It was weak, with those flabby, unused muscles. It had to be, but I could move it to any normal position. "I've never done like that before," she breathed. "Just small ailin'." "You're a healer, all right," I said, "and a prophetess too, from what I saw at the dice table." "You know what a psi personality is?" I asked her. "Say, what is your name, anyway?" "Pheloa," she said. "Yes, I've heard of them," she said. "You're one," I told her. "You can heal many people." She shook her head. "Only could do it 'cause I love you, Billy Joe," she said. "We'll teach you," I promised her. "Would you like to learn? You've heard of the Lodge, haven't you?" "Lordy!" she gasped. "You're as good as in it," I told her. "Now tell me, what am I going to do tomorrow morning?" She got up and started to pace the room, sniffling. "Why would you do that?" she said at length. "You're going to the bank first thing. You've got all that money. It's $1,000 bills. And you're writing on them." She frowned at me, sniffling again. "Do I really see it?" she asked. "Is that right?" "I'll make it right," I said. "Come on," I told her. "If we're going to stay up all night, we need fuel. How long since you've tackled a 20-ounce sirloin?" The Lodge has unmentioned influence. No, psi powers aren't a secret government, but what high official can afford to be at odds with us? They know where the Lodge stands. A little while on the visor as the east pinked up got me what I wanted. Because of the 3-hour time difference, the Washington brass got me carte blanche before banking hours at the Tahoe Bank that supplied the Sky High Club with its cash. Working with the cashier, who hadn't even taken time to shave after getting his orders from the Federal Reserve Bank, I went over their stock of $1,000 bills, as Pheloa had PC'd I would, and marked down the edges of the stacks with grease pencil. Mostly I did it to make my grip firmer. When the time came, I could make that money jump. Pheloa let me get her a cocktail dress out of one of the women's shops. The right dress helped, but more steaks would have helped even more. I'll bet I put 5 pounds on her that day. She was one hungry cropper, hungry and sniffly. We idled away the afternoon and waited till nearly midnight to go back to the Sky High Club. Action is about at its peak then, and if the Crossroader had been tipping dice again, as they suspected, they would have had to notice which table wasn't making its vigorish. Plain enough where they were having trouble. Fowler Smythe was scowling through his glasses behind a table with Barney, the dealer I'd hit with the blackout. Their faces were sweating in the dry desert air. The table was being taken. "Now watch it, Pheloa," I said, as we squeezed into the crowd opposite the dealers. "Almost anything can happen. I want to know the instant you get a feeling. You understand?" She nodded and wiped at her drippy nose with a clean handkerchief. I'd gotten her a dozen. There was the same old racket. The burned-out voice of a chanteuse coming over the PA system from the dining room. Tried to remember the sultry insouciance with which it had sung "Eddie Was a Lady" in its youth. Waiters in Dude Ranch get-up swivel-hipped from table to table like wraiths through the mob of gamblers, trays of free drinks in their hands. This time Pheloa didn't have the same greedy grab for the hors d'oeuvres. She'd wrapped herself around a couple of pounds of high-quality protein before we had come to the casino. The gamblers were urging the dice with the same old calls, and the stickmen were chanting, "Coming out, 5's the point, and 7, the dice pass," and all the rest. The ivories had a way to go before they reached us. I gave Philloa a stack of $10 chips and let her bet without making any effort to tip the dice. She still had it. She moved chips back and forth from pass to don't pass and won at every roll. I could see Fowler Smythe beginning to scowl as she let her winnings ride, building up a real stack. Without warning, she dragged down her winnings and leaned close to me, sniffling. "You'll get all wet." I looked around and seeing a waiter near me, he had just served drinks to the rear half of the table, to the gamblers nearest the dealers. His tray was still half full. This was the moment. It was a generalized sort of lift, the kind of thing that qualifies a TK for the 33rd degree. I heaved at the $1,000 bills I had had marked in the morning, without the faintest idea of where they were. The tray lurched in the waiter's hand, throwing glasses to the floor. Most of them shattered when they struck the real wood planks, splashing whiskey and mix on our legs. I looked across the table and grinned at Fowler Smythe. His scowl had an awful lot of forehead to work on. "What the devil?" I could read his lips say over the racket, but Barney, the stickman who'd felt my blackout, caught on a lot quicker. I was about to freeze him with a clamp on his thyroid. It's just as effective as wrapping your fingers around the throat, but Philloa upset the apple cart. She grabbed my right arm, so newly powerful. "No, Billy Joe," she cried. "I don't want to die." "Who's dying?" I snapped. "He's shooting me," she gasped. "Shoot? With what?" I had one terrified moment. What to lift? What was aimed at her? At the last possible moment I saw it. His crapstick was a hollow tube, and he was raising it toward me, not Philloa. I had heard of things like that. A gas-powered dart gun, silent and shooting a tiny needle with nerve poison in grooves cut in its tip. I lifted, but half in panic. Fowler Smythe squeezed his trigger, and the tiny dart leaped unseen across the crap layout. My lift had been way off. It should have thrown the stick toward the ceiling where no one would have been hurt. Instead, it merely twitched the crapstick, and the dart struck Philloa in the left hand. She screeched a little and grabbed at the needle prick with her fingernails. You never know how much power there is in psi until you use it without restraint. I threw the crowd back away from us with a lift that nearly blacked me out, and had Philloa on the wet boards of the floor before she could blink. She had only seconds to live unless I blocked all circulation to and from her arm. I found the spots in her armpit and lifted the veins and arteries into a complete block. A whiff of garlic told me that Simonetti had reached the table. He'd been watching on the TV monitor, of course. He knelt down beside us. "A doctor, quick," I said. "She's been pinked with nerve poison." "She's gone then," he said huskily. "Who done it?" "Fowler Smythe," I said bitterly. "A snake within the lodge. You might try to stop him, but your partner Rose is the real crook. Get the doc, then tie up Rose." "She's gone," he insisted. "Nerve poison kills right now." "He's right, Billy Joe," Philloa said softly. "I'm going numb all over." "What did I tell you?" Simonetti husked at me. I'd had enough left to hit him sharply over the temples with a lift. "A doctor with antidote," I snapped. He trotted away. "Darling Billy," she said, and her heart stopped. She was dead. I picked her up in my arms and carried her to the same strata-strewn private dining room where they'd given Barney the blackout. I had to split the lift. The tourniquet was an absolute necessity, or more of the nerve poison would enter her system. But her heart couldn't stop. The brain can only stand a few seconds of that. I hadn't let it miss 3 beats. Even as I carried her from the casino, I lifted the main coronary muscle and started a ragged pumping, maybe 40 beats a minute. Once in the smaller room, I began artificial respiration with my mouth. The Sawbones was there in 3 minutes. I guided the tip of his hypodermic into a vein in her right arm, the one that still had blood coursing through it. He depressed the piston, pumping the antidote into her bloodstream. Little by little, I let up on the clamp on her wounded left arm, dribbling the poisoned blood into her system so the antidote would react with it gradually. She stayed unconscious. Then I felt it. Her heart muscle tugged back at my lip. It was struggling to beat on its own. I matched my lifts to its ragged impulses, feeling it steady to a normal 72 as the antidote took effect. Her eyes opened at last, and we stopped respiration. "Billy Joe!" She smiled. She was back from the dead. In an hour we had returned to the motel. She was as good as new, but badly shaken. "I still don't know what happened," she said. I shrugged. Smokescreen, Philloa. Every time there's a run of luck on a crap table, somebody yells TK. And I suppose there's a number of TKs who aren't in the lodge and who figure to make a killing here and a killing there by tipping the dice. But any decent TK, even Fowler Smythe, can spot them. There was TK in this, but not tipping dice. Smythe is a skunk. He's no 25th, or he wouldn't have any need to go crooked. He saw a chance to make a killing. He suggested it to Rose, who fell for it and went along. Rose decided to steal Simonetti's half of the business from his partner with Smythe's help. There was no more complicated than smuggling $1,000 bills off the table in false bottoms of trays, and then drinks were being served on. Smythe was using TK to lift the bills into those false bottoms, well screened by the trays from the TV monitors. Barney was in on it, of course, and after the joint had lost enough dough that way, Rose and Simonetti would have had to sell out. Only the buyer would have been a dummy for Rose and Smythe, using money Smythe had lifted off the tables. The whole TK business was just a smokescreen to keep matters confused, I concluded. How come they dared to send for a TK like you? Why weren't they scared you'd catch them just like you did? It took a little more than TK, I reminded her. TK is just a power. One more ability in life. It doesn't make you God. Once in a while it gives you a little more vigorish than the other guy has, that's all. And sometimes it's enough. But you had enough vigorish to catch them, she pointed out. In a way, I said. I told them TK wasn't enough, that it would take precognition, and I don't have PC. I had to bring PC with me. You, Philloa. That's why I'm alive. Smythe would have killed me with that dart gun of his. You were my vigorish. We rode the copter together to the airport. Old Grandmaster Maragon would sneer out the other side of his face when I brought Philloa to him. He couldn't keep her from PC training. She had it. Tell me, I asked her, can you always tell what I'm going to do next? I reckon, she said, if I think hard about it. But you can't control what I'm going to do next, can you? I grinned. I wonder, she said. Never tried yet. Oh no, I groaned. She showed me her buck teeth in a smile. I figure first you'll have them straighten my teeth, she said. You'd like a pretty wife. If it's got to be, I said weakly. That would help. I just wish there was some way to handle that hysterical sniffle of yours. That's all. But I guess that's the price you have to pay for that awful load of psi power you have. Oh, that, she said. I ought to be over that by tomorrow. I hardly ever get a cold, darling Billy, and when I do, I throw it off in a few days. Well, I guess it's a cinch I'm no PC. End of Vigorish by John Berryman. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.
Rebel by Walter M. Miller, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Lawler. Way of a Rebel by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Side note: no one knows the heart of a rebel until his own search for the reason of right or wrong is made. Lieutenant Laskell found the answer to his own personal rebellion deep beneath a turbulent Atlantic, and somehow, when the time came, his decision wasn't too difficult. Lieutenant Laskell surfaced his one-man submarine 50 miles off the Florida coast, where he had been patrolling in search of enemy subs. Darkness had fallen. He turned his short-wave set to the Miami station just in time to hear the 8 o'clock news. The grim announcement that he had expected was quick to come. In accordance with the provisions of the 26th Amendment, Congress today approved the Manlin Bill, declaring a state of total emergency for the nation. President Williston signed it immediately and tendered his resignation to the Congress and the people. The executive, legislative, and judiciary are now in the hands of the Department of Defense. Secretary Garson has issued 2 decrees, one reminding all citizens that they are no longer free to shirk their duties to the nation, the other calling upon the leaders of the Eurasian Soviet to cease air attacks on the American continent or suffer the consequences. In Secretary Garson's ultimatum to the enemy, he stated, "Heretofore we have refrained from employing certain weapons of warfare in the vain hope that you would recognize the futility of further aggression and desist from it. You have not done so. We have persisted in your bloodthirsty folly, despite this nation's efforts to reach an agreement for armistice. Therefore, I am forced to command you, in the name of Almighty God, to surrender immediately or be destroyed. I shall allow you 1 day in which to give evidence of submission. If such evidence is not forthcoming, I shall implement this directive by a total attack." Mitch Laskell switched off the shortwave set and muttered an oath. He squeezed his way up through the narrow conning tower and sat on the small deck, leaning back against the rocket launcher and dangling his feet in the calm ocean. The night was windless and warm, with the summer stars eyeing the earth benignly. But despite the warmth, he felt clammy. His hands were shaking a little as he lit a cigarette. The newscast, it came as no surprise. The world had known for weeks that the Manlin Bill would be passed, and that Garson would be given absolute powers to lead the nation through the war. And his ultimatum to the enemy was no surprise. Garson had long favored an all-out radiological attack, employing every nuclear weapon the country could muster. Heretofore, both sides had limited themselves to non-rigged atomic explosives, and had refrained from using bacterial weapons. Garson wanted to take off the boxing gloves in favor of steel gauntlets. And now it would happen. The all-out attack. The masterpiece of homicidal engineering. The final word in destruction. Mitch, reclining in loneliness against the rocket launcher, blew a thoughtful cloud of cigarette smoke toward the bright yellow eye of Arcturus, almost directly overhead, and wondered why the constellation Boötes suddenly looked like a big club, ready to fall on the earth when it had always reminded him of a fly-swatter about to slap the corona borealis. He searched himself for horror, but found only a gloomy uneasiness. It was funny, he thought. 5 years ago, men would have been outraged at the notion of an American absolutism, with one man ruling by decree. But now that it had happened, it was not too hard to accept. He wondered at it, and he soon decided that almost any fact could be accepted calmly after it had already happened. Men would be just as calm after their cities had been reduced to rubble. The human capacity for calmness was almost unlimited, ex post facto, because the routine of daily life had to go on, despite the big business of governments, whose leaders invoked the deity in the cause of slaughter. A voice, echoing up out of the conning tower, made him jump. The command set was barking his call letters. "Unit Sugar William 9-0, Mother wants you. I say again, Mother wants you. Acknowledge, please. Over." The message meant return to base immediately, and it implied an urgency in the use of the code word Mother. He frowned and started up, then fell back down with a low grunt. All of his resentment against the world's political jackasses suddenly boiled up inside him as a personal resentment. There was something about the metallic rasp of the radio's voice that sparked him to sudden rebelliousness. "Unit Sugar William 9-0, Mother wants you. Mother wants you. Acknowledge immediately. Over." He had a good idea what it was all about. All subs were probably being called in for rearmament, with cobalt-rigged atomic warheads for their guided missiles. The submarine force would probably be used to implement Garson's ultimatum. They would deliver radiological death to Eurasian coastal cities and cause the Soviets to retaliate. "Why must I participate in the wrecking of mechanical civilization?" he thought grimly. But a counter-thought came to trouble him. "I have a duty to obey. The country gave me birth and brought me up, and now it's got a war to fight. He arose and let himself down through the conning tower. He reached for the microphone, but the receiver croaked again. Sugar William 90, you are ordered to answer immediately. Mother's fixing shortening bread. Mother wants you. Over. Shortening bread. Big plans. Something special. A radiological death dish for the world. He hated the voice quietly. His hand touched the microphone, but did not lift it. He stood poised there in the light of a single glow lamp, feeling his small sub rocking gently in the calm sea, listening to the quiet purr of the atomics beneath him. He had come to love the little sub, despite the loneliness of long weeks at sea. His only companion was the sub's small computer, which was used for navigation and for calculations pertaining to the firing of the rocket missiles. It also handled the probability mathematics of random search, and automatically radioed periodic position reports to the home base computer. He glanced suddenly at his watch. It was nearly time for a report. Abruptly, he reached out and jerked open the knife switch in the computer's antenna circuit. Immediately, the machine began clicking and clattering and chomping. A bit of paper tape suddenly licked out of its answer slot. He tore it off and read the neatly printed words. Malfunction. Open circuit. Communications output. Insert data. Mitch inserted data by punching a button labeled No Repair and another labeled Radio Out. One bank of tubes immediately lost its filament glow, and the computer shot out another bit of tape inscribed Data Rogered. He patted it affectionately and grinned. The computer was just a machine, but he found it easy to personalize the thing. The command set was crackling again. Sugar William 90, this is Com Sub Ron Killer. 2 messages. Mother wants you. Daddy has a razor strap. Get on the ball out there, boy. Acknowledge. Over. Mitch whitened and picked up the microphone. He keyed the transmitter's carrier and spoke in a quiet hiss. Comsub Ron Killer, from Sugar William 90. Message for Daddy. Sonny boy just resigned from the Navy. Go to hell, all of you. Over and out. He shut off the receiver just as it started to stutter a shocked reply. He dropped the mic and let it dangle. He stood, touching his fingertips to his temples and breathing in shallow gasps. Had he gone completely insane? He sat down on the floor of the tiny compartment and tried to think. But he could only feel a bitter resentment welling up out of nowhere. Why? He had always gotten along in the Navy. He was the undersea equivalent of a fighter pilot, and he had always liked his job. They had even said that he had the killer instinct, or whatever it was that made him grin maliciously when he spotted an enemy sub and streaked in for the kill. Now, suddenly, he didn't want to go back. He wanted to quit the whole damn war and run away. Because of Garson, maybe? But no, he anticipated that before it happened. Why should he kick now, when he hadn't kicked before? And who was he to decide whether Garson was right or wrong? Go back, he thought. There's the microphone. Pick it up and tell Comsub Ron that you went stir-crazy for a little while. Tell him Wilco on his message. They won't do anything to you except send you to a nut doctor. Maybe you need one. Go on back like a sane man. But he drew his hand back from the microphone. He wiped his face nervously. Mitch had never spent much time worrying about ethics and creeds and political philosophies. He'd had a job to do, and he did it. And he sometimes sneered at people who could wax starry-eyed about patriotism and such. It didn't make sense. The old school spirit was okay for football games and even for small-time wars, but he had never felt much of it. He hadn't needed it in order to be a good fighter. He fought because it was considered the thing to do, because he liked the people he had to live with, and because those people wouldn't have had a good opinion of him if he didn't fight. People never needed much of a philosophic motive to make them do the socially approved things. He moistened his lips nervously and stared at the microphone. He was scared. scared to run away. He had never been afraid of a fight. Frightened maybe, but not afraid. Why now? It takes a lot of courage to be a coward, he thought, but the word coward made him wince. He groped blindly for a reasonable explanation of his desire to desert. He wanted to talk to somebody about it, because he was the kind of man who could think best in an argument. But there was no one to talk to except the radio. The computer's keyboard was almost at his elbow. He stared at it for a moment, then slowly typed. Data. Wind out of the north. Wave factor 0.50 roughness scale. Instructions. Suggest action. The machine chewed on the entry noisily for a few seconds, then answered, Insufficient data. He nodded thoughtfully. That was his predicament, too. Insufficient data about his own motives. How could a man trust himself to judge wisely when his judgment went completely against that of his society? He typed again. Data for hypothetical problem. You have just solved a navigational problem where solution requires course due west. 3 other computers solve same problem and get course due south. Malfunction not evident in any of the computers. Instructions. Furnish a course. The computer clattered for a while, then typed, Suggestion. Malfunction indicators are possibly malfunctioning. Is data available? He stared at it, then laughed grimly. His own malfunction indicator wasn't telling him much either. With masochistic fatalism, he touched the keyboard again. Data not available. Furnish a course. The computer replied almost immediately this time. Course. Due west. Mitch stared at it and bit his lip. The machine would follow its own solution, even if the other 3 contradicted it. Naturally, it would have to follow its own solution if there was no indication of malfunction. But could a human being make such a decision? Could a man decide, I am right and everyone else is wrong? No evidence of malfunction, he thought. I am not a coward. Neither am I insane. His heart cried, I am disgusted with this purposeless war. I shall quit fighting it. He sighed deeply, then arose. There was nothing else to do. The atomic engines could go 6 months without refueling. There were enough undersea rations to last nearly that long. He switched on the radio again, goosed the engines to full speed, and after a moment's thought, swung around on a northeasterly heading. His first impulse had been to head south, aiming for Yucatan or the Guianas, but that impulse would also be the first to strike his pursuers, who were sure to come. A new voice was growling on the radio, and he recognized it as Captain Barclay, his usually jovial, slightly cynical commanding officer. Listen, Mitch, if you can hear me, better answer. What's wrong with you anyhow? I can't hold off much longer. If you don't reply, I'll have to hunt you down. You're ordered to proceed immediately to the nearest base. Over. Mitch wanted to answer, wanted to argue and fume and curse, hoping that he could explain his behavior to his own satisfaction. But they might not be certain of his exact location, and if he used the radio, 6 direction finders would swing around to aim along his signal, and Barclay would plot the 6 lines on the map in his office before speaking crisply into his telephone. All right, boys, get him. 29 degrees 10 minutes north, 79 degrees 50 minutes west. Use a P-charge if you can't spot him by radar or sonar. Mitch left the controls in the hands of the computer and went up to stand in the conning tower with the churning spray washing his face. Surface, the sub could make 60 knots, and he meant to stay surfaced until there were hints of pursuit. A 3/4 moon was rising in gloomy orange majesty out of the quiet sea. It made a river of syrupy light across the water to the east, and it heightened his sense of unreality, his feeling of detachment from danger. Is it always like this, he wondered? Can a man toss aside his society so easily, become a traitor with so little logical reason? A day ago he would not have dreamed it possible. A day ago he would have proclaimed with a cynical Barclay, "A sailor's got no politics. What the hell's it to me if Garson is big boss? I'm just a little tooth in a big gear. Uncle pays my keep. I ask no questions. And now he was running like hell and stealing several $1,000,000 worth of Uncle's navy, all because Garson's pomposity and a radio operator's voice got under his skin. How could a man be so crazy? But no, that couldn't be it, he thought. Jeezil! He must have some better reason. Sort of a last straw, maybe? But he had been conscious of no great resentment against the war, or the Navy, or the government. Historically speaking, wars had never done a great deal of harm, no more than industrial or traffic accidents. Why was this war any different? It promised to be more destructive than the others, but that was drawing a rather narrow line. Who was he to draw his bayonet across the road and say, "Stop here, this is the limit"? Mitch turned his back toward the whipping spray and stared aft along the phosphorescent, moon-swept wake of his mechanical shark. The radio was still barking at him with Barclay's clipped tones. "Last warning, Laskell. Get on that microphone or suffer the consequences. We know where you are. I'll give you 15 minutes. Then we'll come out and get you. Over and out." Thanks for the warning, Mitch thought. In a few minutes he would have to submerge. His eyes swept the moon-washed heavens for signs of aircraft, and he watched the dark horizon for hints of pursuit. He meant to keep the northeasterly course for perhaps 10 hours, then turn off and cruise southeast, passing below Bermuda and on out into the central Atlantic. Then south, perhaps to Africa or Brazil, a fugitive for the rest of his days.
"Sugar William 9-0, barked the radio. "This is Commsubfleet Jaybird, over."
Mitch moistened his lips nervously. The voice was no longer Barclay's. Commsubfleet Jaybird was Admiral Harrinor. He chuckled bitterly then, realizing that he was still automatically startled by rank. He remained in the conning tower, listening.
"Sugar William 9-0, this is Commsubfleet Jaybird. If you will obey orders immediately, I guarantee that you will be allowed to accept summary discipline. No court-martial, if you comply. You are to return to base at once. Otherwise, we shall be forced to blast you out of the ocean as a deserter to the enemy. Over."
So that was it, he thought. They were worried about the sub falling into Soviet paws. Some of its equipment was still classified secret, although the Reds probably already had it. No, he wasn't deserting to the enemy. Neither side was right in the struggle, although he preferred the West's brand of wrongness to the bloodier wrongness of the Reds. But a man, in choosing the lesser of two evils, must first decide whether the choice really has to be made, and if there is not a third and more desirable way. Before picking a weapon for self-destruction, it might help to reason whether or not suicide is really necessary. He smiled sardonically into the gray gloom, knowing that his thinking was running backwards, that he had acted before reasoning why, that he was rationalizing in an attempt to soothe himself and absolve himself. But a lot of thinking occurred beneath the level of consciousness, down in the darker regions of the mind, where it was not allowed to become conscious, lest it bring shame to the thinker. And perhaps he had reasoned it all out in that mental half-world, where thoughts are inner ghosts, haunting the possessed man with vague stirrings of uneasiness, leading him into inexplicable behavior. "I am free now," he told himself. "I have given them my Declaration of Independence, and I am an animal struggling to survive. Living in society, a man must submit to its will, but now I am divorced from it, and I shall live apart from it, if I live at all, and I shall owe it nothing. The governed no longer gives his consent. How many times have men said, 'If you don't like the system here, why don't you get out?' Well, he was getting out, and as a free-born human animal, born as a savage into the world, he had that right, if he had any rights at all. He grunted moodily and lowered himself down into the belly of the sub. They would be starting the search soon. He sealed the hatches and opened the water intake after slowing to a crawl. The sub shivered and settled. The indicator crept to 10 feet, 20, 30, At 50 feet, he jabbed a button on the computer, and the engine growled a harder thrust. He kept the northeasterly heading at maximum underwater speed. An hour crept by. He listened for code on the sonar equipment, but heard only the weird and nameless sea sounds. He allowed himself a reading light in the cramped compartment, folded the map table up from the wall, and studied the coastline of Africa. He began to feel a frightening loneliness, although scarcely 2 hours had passed since his rebellious decision, and he was accustomed to long weeks at sea. He scoffed at himself. He would get along okay. The sub would take him any place he wanted to go, if he could escape pursuit. Surely there must be some part of the world where men were not concerned with the senseless struggle of the Titans. But all such places were primitive, savage, almost unendurable to a man born and tuned to the violin string pitch of technological culture. Mitch realized dismally that he loved technological civilization, its giant tools, its roar of mighty engines, its proud structures of concrete and steel. He could sacrifice his love for particular people, for particular places and governments. But it was going to be harder to relinquish mechanical civilization for some Stone Age culture lingering in an out-of-the-way place. Changing tribes was easy, for all tribes belonged to man, but renouncing machinery for jungle tools would be more difficult. A man could change his politics, his friends, his religion, his country, but man's tools were a part of his body. Having used a high-powered rifle, the man subsumed the weapon, made it a part of himself. Trading it for a stone axe would be like cutting off his arm. Man was a user of tools, a shaper of environments. That was it, he thought. The reason for his sudden rebellion, the narrow dividing line between tolerable and insufferable wars. A war that killed human beings might be tolerable, if it left most of civilization's industry intact, or at least restorable. For although men might die, man lived on, still possessing his precious tools, still capable of producing greater ones. But a war that wrecked industry, left it a tangled jumble of radioactive concrete and steel. That kind of war was insufferable, as this one threatened to be. The idea shocked him. Kill a few men and you scratch the hide of historical man, but wreck the industry, drive men out of the cities, leave the factories hissing with beta and gamma radiation, and you amputate the hands of historical man the builder. The machinery of civilization was a living body, with organismic man as its brain, and the brain had not yet learned to use the body for a constructive purpose. It lacked coordination, and the ability to reason its actions analytically. Was he basing action on analytic reason? Another hour passed, and then he heard it, the sound of faint sonar communication. Quickly he nosed upward to 20 feet, throttled back to half speed, and raised the periscope. With his face pressed against the eyepiece, he scanned the moonlit ocean in a slow circle. No lights, no silhouettes against the reflections on the waves. He started the pumps and prepared to surface. Then the conning tower was snorting through the water like a rolling porpoise. He shut off the engines, leaving the sub in utter silence except for the soft wash of the sea. He adjusted the sonar pickups, turned the amplifier to maximum, and listened intently. Nothing. Had he imagined it? He jabbed a button and a motor purred, rolling out the retractable radar antenna. Carefully he scanned the sky and sea, watching the green mottled screen for blips. Nothing. No ships or aircraft visible. But he was certain. For a moment he had heard the twitter of undersea communicators. He sat, waiting and listening. Perhaps they had heard his engines, although his equipment had caught none of their drive noise. The computer was able to supervise several tasks at once, and he set it to continue sweeping the horizon with the radar, to listen for sonar code and engine purr while he attended to other matters. He readied 2 torpedoes and raised a rocket into position for launching. He opened the hatch and climbed to stand in the conning tower again, peering grimly around the horizon. Minutes later, a buzzer sounded beneath him. The computer had something now. He glanced at the parabolic radar antenna, rearing its head a dozen feet above him. It had stopped its aimless scanning and was quivering steadily on the southeast horizon. Southeast? He lowered himself quickly into the ship and stared at the luminous screen. Blips. 3 blips, barely visible. While he watched, a fourth appeared. He clamped on his headsets. There it was, the faint engine noise of ships. His trained senses told him they were subs. Subs out of the southeast? He had expected interception from the west. First aircraft, then light surface vessels. There was but one possible answer. The enemy. He dived for the radio and waited impatiently for the tubes to warm again. He found himself shouting into the mic. "ComSub Ron Killer. This is Sugar William 9er0. Urgent message. Over." He was a long way from the station. He repeated the call 3 times. At last, a faintly audible voice came from the set. "This is ComSub Ron Killer. You are ordered to return immediately." The voice faded again. "Listen," Mitch bellowed. 5 enemy submarine. Position 31 degrees, 50 minutes north. 73 degrees, 10 minutes west. Proceeding northwest. Roughly toward Washington. Probably carrying an answer to Garson's ultimatum. Get help out here. Over." He heard only a brief mutter this time. "Ordered not to proceed toward Washington. Return immediately to—" "Not me, you fool. Listen. 5 enemy submarines." He repeated the message as slowly as he could, repeated it 4 times. "Reading you S1, came the fading answer. "Are you in distress? I say again, are you in distress? Over." Angrily, Mitch keyed the carrier wave, screwed the button tightly down, and kicked on the 400 cycle modulator. Maybe they could get a directional fix on his signal and home on it. The blips were gone from the radar scope. The subs had spotted him and submerged. In a moment he would be catching a torpedo unless he moved. He started the engines quickly, and the surface sub lurched ahead. He nosed her toward the enemy craft and opened the throttle. He knifed through the water like a low-running PT boat, throwing a V-shaped fan of spray. When he reached the halfway point between his own former position and the place where the enemy submerged, he began jabbing a release at 3-second intervals, laying a trail of deadly eggs. He could hear the crash of the exploding depth charges behind him. He swung around to make another pass. Then he saw it. The wet metal hulk rearing up like a massive whale dead ahead. They had discovered the insignificance of their lone and pint-sized attacker. They were coming up to take him with deck guns. Mitch reversed the engines and swung quickly away. The range was too close for a torpedo. The blast would catch them both. He began submerging quickly. A sickening blast shivered his tiny craft, and then another. He dropped to 60 feet, then knifed ahead. God, why was he doing this? There was no sense in it, if he meant to run away. But then the thought came. They're returning old man Garson's big-winded threat. They're bringing a snoot full of radiological hell, and that's the damn bayonet line across the road. Depth charges were crashing around him as he wove a zigzag course. The computer was buzzing frantically. Then he saw why. The rocket launcher hadn't retracted. There was still a rocket in it, with a snootful of uranium-235. The thing was dragging at the water, slowing him down, causing the sub to shudder and lurch. Apparently all the subs had surfaced, for the charges were falling on all sides. With the launcher dragging at him, they would get him sooner or later. He tried to nose upward, but the controls refused. He knew what would happen if he tried to fire the rocket. Hell, he didn't even have to fire it. All he had to do was fuse it. It had a water pressure fuse, and he was beneath exploding depth. Don't think about it. Do it. No, you've got to think. That's what's wrong. Too much do, not enough think. They're going to wreck mechanical civilization if they keep it up. They're going to wreck man's tools, cut off his hands and make him an ape again. But what's it to you? What can you do? Damn it, you can destroy 5 wrong tools that were built to wreck the right tools. Mitch, who wanted to quit an all-out war, reached for the fusing switch. This part was his war. Destroy the destroyers. but not the producers, even if it didn't make good military sense. A close explosion sent him lurching aside. He grabbed at the wall and pushed himself back. The switch! The damn double-toggle red switch! He screamed a curse and struck at it with both fists. There came a beautiful, blinding light. Way of a Rebel by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Recording by Joseph Lawler.
Hour by Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. By accident, Bobby discovered the rocket was about to be shot to the moon. Naturally, he wanted to go along, but could he smuggle himself aboard? Dad had already gone when Bobby got up. This disappointed Bobby a little, but then he remembered. This was the big day. Naturally, Dad would get over to the project early, and by 4 o'clock, Bobby shivered deliciously at the thought of it. He ate his breakfast in silence with Mom across the table drinking a cup of coffee and looking at a fashion catalog. He was glad she was occupied because he didn't want to talk. Not today, he didn't. Might spill something secret. Might even let out the big secret that would be terrible. Of course, all things were secret at Buffalo Flats. So secret, top scientists like Dad didn't even discuss them with their wives, like Mom, and wives like Mom never asked. So it was really something to sit there eating breakfast knowing that today Dad was going to rocket to the moon, and with Mom not even knowing the lunar project was in the works, so naturally not dreaming that he was going with Dad. The thrill was overpowering. Maybe they would have radio communications after they got there, and he would call back and say, "Hello, Mom, guess where I am? On the moon with Dad." And Mom would say, "Why, Bobby, scaring me to death like this. I was looking all over for you." Sounding very angry, but not being really angry after all, because maybe Dad would cut in and say, "Yeah, he's right here with me, dear. What do you think of this boy of ours?" Bobby gulped the last of his cereal so he could go outside and wriggle for joy. As he got up from his chair, Mom said, "And what's your plan for today, young man? Davy Crockett or Buck Rogers?" Bobby had a quick thought, a sudden temptation. Why not give Mom a hint? Why, he could even tell her, and she still wouldn't know. Then later, after he was gone, she would remember back and say, "That boy, when he tells you something, he really means it." Bobby smiled and said, "I think I'll go to the moon today." Mom smiled too and went back to her fashions. "Well, see to it your fuel mixture is correct." "I'll check it, and Mom, I might not be home for lunch." "Where will you be?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, mind your manners and say thank you when you leave." Mrs. Kendall, still smiling, watched Bobby dash out into the yard. Living on a restricted government area had one compensation at least. You didn't have to worry about your children. 4 dozen families, all with offspring, trapped behind 10-foot patrolled fence. Here, nobody worried about their children. They came and went, and at noon a mother fed whatever number happened to be in the house at the time. Mrs. Kendall usually drew 6 or 7. It would be a relief to dodge that chore for one Saturday. Out in the backyard, Bobby fussed around his space rocket a little, tightening a screw here, hammering a nail there, just until he could slip away without Mom noticing his direction. It wasn't a bad rocket at that. 6 feet long with 2 seats and a keen instrument panel. But kid stuff, of course. After he found the way in through the sewer, he hadn't paid any attention to his own ship. He could see Mom through the window, back in her book, so he went casually out through the back gate, turned left, kicking at pebbles as he sauntered along and trying to look as though he had no place to go. Had to be careful. Didn't want to bump into any of the other kids today either. The way in through the sewer was at a place behind Laboratory B. There was a kind of alley that nobody ever walked through, and then this round lid you could lift up and look under, and a ladder you could climb down. Bobby hadn't dared go down at first, but after thinking about it overnight, his curiosity won out, and he went back and ducked down into the lower level. He called it a sewer because of sewers being underground, But this place was clean and had bunches of wires strung in every direction, with faint little lights you could see by. Bobby went further and further every trip he took, never telling anybody because you weren't supposed to talk about things at Buffalo Flats, not even to the other kids. Then he found the big drone where they were building the rocket. It was so sleek and beautiful and shiny that he just stared at it, up through the grating in the floor that was there for air circulation or something. He didn't know it was the moon rocket at first, not until he'd gone back several times to peek up at it, and then one day 2 scientists came walking along right in front of his nose. One of them was Dad. Bobby almost called out, but he caught himself and just listened to them talking. This was the first time his conscience bothered him about going underneath the drone. He thought about it a lot, whether it was the right thing to do. And while he was never able to still his conscience completely, he quieted down by saying he really wasn't doing any harm because he never told anybody what he saw. He learned the rocket was going to the moon by listening to Dad and the other scientists talk when they thought they were alone. And it was funny because even there they spoke in low voices and didn't give too much away. He'd known now for 3 days that at 4 o'clock the roof would open and the drone would be turned into a blast pit and the rocket would shoot out through space to the moon. That was all he did know for sure. None of the men had said who was going on the first trip to the moon. Nothing had been said on that subject at all. But Bobby knew Dad would go. He would have to. After all, Dad was the second biggest scientist at Buffalo Flats, second only to Schleimer himself. And Professor Schleimer was very old and certainly wouldn't make the trip. That left Dad. Dad would just have to go in order to run the rocket. There probably wasn't anyone else smart enough in the whole place. The idea of going himself had been born the previous day, when he found a larger grating in the floor near the rocket and realized if he was very careful he could climb out of the sewer and duck into the rocket when nobody was looking. Once inside, he was pretty sure he'd find a place to hide until blastoff. All the men would probably be strapped into bunks, but if he found a place he could wedge himself in, he didn't think he'd get hurt. Then halfway to the moon he would come out and find Dad. And would he be surprised? At first, thinking about it, he was scared, but after he realized how proud Dad and Mom would be, he made up his mind. Now, crouched beside the grating near the ship, he waited while 2 men, technicians in white overalls, walked by. One of them said, "Well, whatever happens, she'll make a big splash." You said it. Hope the brains know what they're doing. That made Bobby mad. Who said Dad didn't know what he was doing? Dad was just about the smartest scientist in the world. After the 2 men left, he waited a long time. He heard voices, but no one came in sight. Taking a deep breath, he opened the grating and got out. It was only 4 steps to the open port of the rocket. There was a little ramp they'd used to roll things in, and Bobby's feet touched it, but lightly as he jumped into the ship. He found himself in some kind of a storeroom. It would be a good place to hide, all right. It was full of aluminum barrels all the same size. He found a space between 2 rows and sat down and got his breath back. It was very quiet around him. Scary quiet. But he set his lips firmly. He was going to the moon with Dad. John Kendall was a little late that night. He kissed his wife and said, "Well, did you see the big skyrocket?" "How could I miss it, darling? Your supper is in the oven." "I could use a martini first." "Coming right up." While Myra fixed the drink, John lay back in his easy chair and closed his eyes. We'd hoped to stage a little ceremony at the launching, but Washington said no. The Russians? The Eastern Coalition. It was a race. That was why it had to be so secret, Washington said. Light the fuse and fire the thing. Is it still hush-hush? No, not between us at least. We fired an explosion rocket at the moon. It will hit in about an hour and telescopes will show a big purple spot where our explosives go off and throw dye all over the place. Myra handed him a dry martini. I see. Lots of fun, no doubt, but what's the purpose? 4th of July on the moon? Oh no, if the experiment is a success, the next rocket will carry men instead of a bomb. Myra went to the kitchen to see about supper. John called, "Where's Bobby? In bed, I suppose?" Myra didn't hear, and John set his drink down and moved toward the bedroom. Maybe he was still awake. Bobby rolled over. His eyes popped open. "Dad, I thought you went to..." John Kendall sat down on the edge of the bed and tousled his son's hair. No, son, it's the old terra firma for me. Did you see the rocket blast? Uh-huh. It was really something. It went to the moon, didn't it? That's right. Kendall smiled and thought, try to keep a secret from kids. It just can't be done. How's your moon rocket coming along, son? Pretty good. Gee, Dad, as long as you didn't go, I'm glad I didn't go either. You were planning to make the trip also? Uh-huh. I got into the rocket and was all set, but I got to thinking about Mom, how one of us should stay and take care of her in case anything happened. Smart thinking, son. Now you get to sleep. I'll have a little time tomorrow. We'll play ball. That'll be keen. John Kendall smiled as he left the bedroom. Kids were wonderful. Give them a few old boards and a steering wheel and they could build a ship to fly to the moon. What a wonderful dream they lived in. Too bad they had to grow out of it. End of 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.